This is a declaration of disassociation from Allah and His Messenger to those with whom you had made a treaty among the polytheists.
See Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 75, for the Tafsir.
So travel freely, O disbelievers, throughout the land during 4 months, but know that you cannot cause failure to Allah, and that Allah will disgrace the disbelievers.
Commentary. Now begins Surah Al-Bara, which is also called At-Tawbah, as written. Also At-Tawbah is pronounced. It is called Bara for the reason that it mentions bara or disengagement with the consequences of what the kuffar, disbelievers, do. Then it is also called Tawbah because it announces that the repentance of Muslims has been accepted. Majari, it is a feature of this surah that Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim, with the name of Allah, the All-Merciful, the Very Merciful, is not written in the copies of the Quran when the surah begins. However, Bismillah is written at the head of all surahs of the Quran, sole exception being that of At-Tawbah. Before we find out the relevant reason, let us bear in mind that the Holy Quran was revealed bit by bit during the period of 23 years. The verses of a surah were revealed at different times. When Sayyidina Jibreel would come with a revelation, he would also point out to the divinely intended arrangement of each revealed verse, explaining that it should be placed in such and such surah after such and such ayah. Verse. It was in accordance with this divinely intended arrangement that the Holy Prophet would have scribes of the revelation write them up. And when, at the end of a surah, the next was to begin, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim would be revealed before the next actually did, which made it easy to understand that the previous surah had concluded and another surah was beginning. All surahs of the Holy Quran were revealed in that manner. At-Tawbah is in terms of the order of revelation among one of the very last surahs. When it began, neither was Bismillah revealed as customary, nor did the Holy Prophet instruct the scribe of the revelation to do that. So, this was how things stood when the Holy Prophet passed away. When Sayyidina Uthman al-Ghani, may Allah be pleased with him, arranged the Holy Quran in the form of a book during the period of his caliphate, Bismillah was not there at the beginning of At-Tawbah, an arrangement contrary to that of the rest of surahs. Therefore, a doubt rose, perhaps, this is not an independent surah, or may as well be a part of some other surah. Now they thought, if this happens to be a part of some other surah, which surah is that? In terms of its subjects, Surah Al-Anfal seemed to fit the slot. Also, as narrated by Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, elsewhere, during the blessed period of the Holy Prophet, both these surahs were called Karnatan, the two connected ones, Majari. Therefore it was placed after Surah Al-Anfal. This precaution was taken for the reason that, should it be a part of another surah, it must stay with it. But it was also probable that it may be a separate and independent surah. Therefore, when writing, a particular format was adopted whereby some space was left open at the end of Surah Al-Anfal and before the beginning of At-Tawbah, similar to the spot meant for writing Bismillah at the head of other surahs. The precise reason why Bismillah was not written at the beginning of Surah Al-Bara or At-Tawbah has been reported from the great compiler of the revealed text of the Quran, Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, himself. At that time, he was answering a question posed by Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, the Sahabi and Mufassir, Exegi of the Quran, which appears in Abu Dawud and As-Sa'i, the Musnad of Ahmad and Tirmidhi. In that question, Sayyidina ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, had also asked Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, about the order in which the surahs of the Quran had been arranged. Giving an example, he pointed out that placed first were the larger surahs that have more than 100 verses. Technically, they are called min, hundreds. After that, there are the large surahs that have less than 100 verses. They are called Mathani, the oft-repeated ones. Placed thereafter were smaller surahs that are called Mufassalat, the surahs starting from Puaf 50 to the end of the Quran 114. The order of this very arrangement necessitated that At-Tawbah should be placed before Surah Al-Anfal because the verses carried by At-Tawbah are more than 100, while those of Surah Al-Anfal are less than 100. The first 7 long surahs, called Sabtul, the 7 long ones, also show that the placement of At-Tawbah before Surah Al-Anfal is naturally more appropriate thereto. After having stated the existing position, Sayyidina ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, asked about the consideration that had led to a contrary arrangement. Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, said, correct, that the Quran was serious matter. Precaution demanded that we do what we did because in case At-Tawbah is not taken as an independent surah, instead is taken as a part of Surah Al-Anfal, it will be obvious that the verses of Surah Al-Anfal have been revealed earlier and those of At-Tawbah after that. Given this situation, it is not permissible to give precedence to the verses of the latter over the verses of Surah Al-Anfal without the sanction of Wahi, revelation, and since we did not find any such instruction in the Wahi, therefore Surah Al-Anfal was made to precede and At-Tawbah to succeed. From these precise details we learn that the reason for not writing Bismillah at the beginning of At-Tawbah lies in the probability that At-Tawbah may not be an independent surah, instead be a part of Surah Al-Anfal. Given this probability, writing Bismillah at this place shall be as incorrect as someone were to write Bismillah in the middle of any surah of the Quran. On this basis, Muslim jurists have said that a person who has already been reciting Surah Al-Anfal from above and is going to begin At-Tawbah, then he or she should not recite Bismillah. But a person who is starting his or her tilawah, recitation of the Quran, from the beginning or from somewhere in the middle of this very surah should say Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim and then begin his or her recitation. Some people who do not know rules think that the recitation of Bismillah while reciting At-Tawbah is not permissible under any condition. This is a mistaken notion. Then they would make another mistake on top of that. Instead of reciting Bismillah, they would recite, I seek the protection of Allah from the fire, when initiating or beginning from it. For this, there is no proof from the Holy Prophet and his companions, may Allah be pleased with him. Then there is the statement of Say, may Allah be pleased with him, reported in a narrative from Say, Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. It says, the reason for not writing Bismillah at the beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah At-Tawbah is that Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim is an assurance of protection. But in Surah Al-Baqarah, this assurance of protection and the pledge of peace given to disbelievers has been terminated. This statement should be taken as a refinement of approach that does not go against the real cause. And the real cause is nothing but that Bismillah was not written on the basis of the probability that Surah Al-Anfal and At-Tawbah may be one. Then there could be yet another subtle point about why it was not written. The surah proclaims freedom from any responsibility for the disbelievers and announces the withdrawal of peace and protection from those people which is not fit for Bismillah. Therefore, in terms of the design of creation, particular causes were generated here so that Bismillah was not to be written at this place. To understand the present verses of At-Tawbah fully, it is necessary to know some events that became the cause of the revelation of these verses. Therefore, given here first are consolidated details of the relevant events as a whole, At-Tawbah carries the description of some battles, events related to them, and many injunctions and rulings emerging therefrom, for example, the termination of pacts with all tribes of Arabia, the conquest of Makkah, the battles of Hunain and Tabuk. Out of these events, first came the conquest of Makkah in Hijri year 8, then came the battle of Hunain in the same year, then the battle of Tabuk in Rajab of Hijri year 9, finally came the announcement terminating pacts with all tribes of Arabia in the month of Dhul al-Hijjah, Hijri year 9. A summary of subjects concerning the repudiation of treaties mentioned in these verses shows that it was in the Hijri year 6 that the Holy Prophet started with the intention of Umrah, but the Quraysh blocked their entry into Makkah. Then came the peace treaty between them at Hudaybiyah. The time frame of this treaty, as reported in Al-Mani, was 10 years. In Makkah, there were other tribes too, other than the Quraysh. An article was included in the peace treaty to cover them. It allowed a tribe, from out of the tribes other than the Quraysh, to become allies to the Quraysh and be with them, if they chose to do so, and whoever chose to become the ally of the Holy Prophet and be with him was allowed to do that. So the tribe of Quza chose to become an ally of the Holy Prophet and went with him, while the tribe of Banu Bakr chose to go with the Quraysh. According to the treaty, it was necessary that within 10 years there shall be no internecine war, nor shall any aggressor be helped from any side. And the tribe that was an ally of a party to the treaty shall be considered as governed by the same rule that governed the party. In other words, launching an attack on it or helping the aggressor was to be taken as a contravention of the treaty. This treaty was signed in the Hijri year 6 and Hijri year 7. According to this treaty, the Holy Prophet and his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, left for Mecca to perform the Umrah they had missed earlier, Umrah al-Qada. After staying there for 3 days, he returned as stipulated in the treaty. Until then, no party had acted against the peace treaty in any way. After that, it was within a period of 5 or 6 months when the tribe of Banu Bakr mounted a nightly ambush against the tribe of Banu Quza'a. Thinking that the Holy Prophet was far away and things were happening during the night, which would make it difficult for the Holy Prophet to find out details of what had actually happened, the Quraysh too came to the assistance of Banu Bakr by providing weapons and men to them. Events as they transpired and conditions as they prevailed made the Quraysh to accept that the treaty of peace entered into Hudaybiyah requiring a 10-year moratorium on internecine wars was broken. The tribe of Banu Quza'ah, being an ally of the Holy Prophet, informed him about this event. When he learned about this breach of trust committed by the Quraysh, he started making secret preparations for war against them. During their encounters at Badr, Uhud and Ozeb, the Quraysh had realized that some unseen divine power was at work in favor of Muslims. They were no more intoxicated with their muscle and might. Now that they had broken their solemn pledge, the danger of a war likely to be initiated by Muslims had become all too obvious to them. The likelihood became much stronger after the report of their breach of trust reached the Holy Prophet, and he chose to observe a total silence about the matter. Left with no choice, they asked Abu Sufyan to go to Medina personally, assess the situation there, and should he sense a war action being initiated by the Holy Prophet, should offer his apologies on what had happened in the past, and have the treaty renewed for the future. When Abu Sufyan reached Medina, he did notice some indicators of war preparations being made by the Holy Prophet. This increased his concerns. He went out to see prominent Sahaba of the Holy Prophet one by one so that they would recommend his case and help him have the treaty renewed. But all of them refused to do so in view of their unpleasant past and present dealings. Consequently, Abu Sufyan returned empty-handed. The Quraysh of Makkah were hit by panic. At the other end, as reported in Bidayah and Ibn Kathir, it was on Ramadan 10, Hijra year 8, when the Holy Prophet marched out from Medina with a large force of his noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, in order to attack Makkah. Ultimately, Makkah was conquered. Conquest of Makkah. Vanquished enemies were treated nobly. At the time of the conquest, there were many Quraysh chiefs who believed in the veracity of Islam earlier too, but they could not express themselves freely due to peer pressure in the society. Now that they had their opportunity, they embraced Islam. As for those who chose to stick to their time-worn creed of disbelief even at that hour, they too, with the exception of some individuals, were granted amnesty by the Holy Prophet. This was an unusual demonstration of morals, prophetic and miraculous, something others could not even dream of. He ignored all their hostilities and injustices in the past, and simply said, "Today I say to you exactly what was said. Today I say to you exactly what was said by Yusuf to his brothers at the time when they had reached him in Egypt with their parents. This day there is no blame on you." It means that, for him, taking a revenge for the past injustices inflicted by them or seeking to punish them in some way was unimaginable. In fact, he did not consider it appropriate even to blame them for anything that happened in the past. Rules for 4 kinds of mushriks at the time of the conquest of Makkah. So then, Makkah came under the control of Muslims. Non-Muslims living in and around Makkah were given full protection of their lives and properties. But that was a time when the existing status of these non-Muslims was different. One kind of people among them was of those who were a party to the peace treaty of Hudaybiyah, which they themselves broke, and which by itself became the cause of the conquest of Makkah. Then there was another set of people with whom a peace treaty was signed for a specified period of time, and they continued abiding by this treaty, such as the 2 tribes of Banu Kinana called Banu Damira and Banu Mudlaj. The peace treaty with them was for a specified period of time, and at the time of the revelation of Surah At-Tawbah, as stated by Khazin, they had another 9 months left for their period of treaty to expire. Thirdly, there were people with whom a peace treaty was concluded without any set time limit. Fourthly, there were those with whom no treaty existed. The unsavory experience of all treaties entered into by the Holy Prophet with disbelievers were the people of the book, Jews and Christians, was that they flouted these openly and secretly, always conspiring with enemies to hurt him and his Muslim adherents as much as they could. Therefore, led by his own long experience and divinely inspired indicators, the Holy Prophet had made up his mind not to enter into any peace treaty with any of these people, and that the Arabian Peninsula was to be particularized with Muslims only as a bastion of Islam. This required a proclamation soon after the takeover of Mecca, and the Arabian Peninsula ordering non-Muslims to leave and go somewhere else. But in view of Islam's principle of justice, equity, and humane dealing, as well as under the universal mercy of the Holy Prophet himself, doing something like that without allowing a suitable time limit was not considered appropriate. Therefore, at the beginning of Surah At-Tawbah, separate injunctions were revealed that covered the 4 kinds of non-Muslim groups. The first such group was that of the Quraysh of Makkah, who had themselves broken the treaty of Hudaybiyah. Now, they deserved no extra respite. But since this was a period of sacred months during which fighting and killing was forbidden by Allah, therefore, the injunction which covers them appears in the 5th verse of At-Tawbah, that is, so, when the sacred months expire, kill the mushriks wherever you find them, and catch them, and besiege them, and sit in ambush for them everywhere. Then, if they repent and establish salat, and pay zakah, leave their way. Surely Allah is most forgiving, very merciful. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 5. It means that they had, though forfeited all their rights by breaking the treaty obligations, but observing the sanctity of the sacred months was after all necessary. Therefore, they should either leave the Arabian Peninsula soon after the sacred months expire, or embrace Islam, or be prepared to face war. Then, there was the second group with whom a peace treaty was made for a specified period of time, and they had abided by it. The injunction about them was given in the 4th verse of At-Tawbah, except those of the mushriks with whom you have a treaty, and they have abated nothing of your rights and backed no one against you. So then, fulfill the treaty with them up to their term. Surely Allah loves the God-fearing. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 4. This injunction pertains to Banu Damira and Banu Mudlaj, as a result of which they were allowed a respite of 9 months. As for the third and the fourth group, only one injunction was revealed to cover both. It has been mentioned in the 1st and the 2nd verse of that Tawbah as follows. Here is a withdrawal proclaimed by Allah and His Messenger against those of the mushriks with whom you have a treaty. So move in the land freely for 4 months, and be sure that you can never defeat Allah, and that Allah is about to disgrace the disbelievers. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 2. Thus, according to the first 2 verses, all those who were covered by some treaty without a fixed time limit, or those with whom there was no treaty, were allowed a respite of 4 months. And according to the 4th verse, those who had a treaty for a specified period of time received a respite until it expired, and according to the 5th verse, the mushriks of Mecca got their respite until the sacred months expired.
And it is an announcement from Allah and His Messenger to the people on the day of the greater pilgrimage that Allah is disassociated from the disbelievers, and so is His Messenger. So if you repent, that is best for you. But if you turn away, then know that you will not cause failure to Allah, and give tidings to those who disbelieve of a painful punishment.
The generosity of giving respite to disbelievers even after treaties with them had expired. It was stipulated that these injunctions shall come into force, and the period of respite shall start from the time the relevant information has been promulgated throughout the Arabian Peninsula. According to the arrangement made for this purpose, the public proclamation was to be made in the great gathering of the Hajj of the Hijra year 9 at Mina and Arafat. This finds mention in the 3rd and 4th verses of At-Tawbah as follows, and here is an announcement from Allah and His Messenger to the people on the day of the greater Hajj, that Allah is free from any commitment to the mushriks, and so is His Messenger. Now, if you repent, it is good for you, and if you turn away, then be sure that you can never defeat Allah, and give those who disbelieve the good news of a painful punishment. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 3-4. When abrogating a treaty with disbelievers, taking any action against them without prior public announcement is not correct. So, in order to implement this divine injunction, the Holy Prophet sent Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, to the Hajj of the Hijra year 9 at Makkah al-Mukarramah, and had them make this proclamation before a gathering of all tribes of Arabia on the plains of Arafat and Mina. It was all too obvious that this injunction would become widely known through the medium of that great gathering all over Arabia. However, as a matter of added precaution, he had this proclamation particularly made in distant Yemen through Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him. After this public proclamation, the situation was that the first group, that is, the disbelievers of Mecca, had to leave the limits of the state by the end of the sacred months, that is, the end of the month of Muharram of the Hijra year 10. Similarly, the deadline for the second group was Ramadan of the Hijra year 10, and that of the third and fourth groups was the 10th of Rabi' Ath-Thani of the Hijra year 10. Any contravention of this executive order would have rendered the offender liable to face an armed confrontation. Under this arrangement, by the time of Hajj next year, no disbeliever was to remain within state limits. This will appear in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 28 of At-Tawbah, where it has been said, "So let them not come near Al-Masjid al-Haram after this year of theirs." And the saying of the Holy Prophet in Hadith, "The disbelievers shall not perform Hajj after this year," means precisely this. Up to this point, given here was an explanation of the first verses of At-Tawbah in the light of corresponding events. Now, some relevant point that emerge from these verses are being discussed below. What do these 5 verses teach? First of all, soon after the conquest of Makkah, the general amnesty granted by the Holy Prophet to the Quraysh of Mecca and to other enemy tribes taught Muslims a practical lesson in high morals. The lesson was, if they overpower an enemy who stands helpless before them, they should not seek revenge from that enemy for his past hostilities. Rather than do something like that, they should actually demonstrate the best of Islamic morals by being generous and forgiving to their enemies. Though acting in this manner may require a certain trampling over their natural feelings, still such a conduct is full of great advantages. To begin with, it can be said that revenge does help one take out anger, at least temporarily, which may even give one a sense of personal relief, yet this sense of relief or comfort is transitory. Then, as compared with it, the pleasure of Allah Ta'ala and the high ranks of paradise one is going to get are far more and are forever in all respects. Consequently, reason demands that one should prefer what is everlasting to what is temporary. Then, there is this act of suppressing one's angry emotions after having overpowered the enemy. This clearly proves that the battle fought by these people had no selfish motive behind it. The only motive they had was fighting in the way of Allah, and this great objective is what draws the decisive line between the jihad of Islam and the wars of common kings and rulers of the world, and what also lays bare the difference in jihad and rotten aggression. Thus, the truth is that a war waged for Allah to implement His injunctions shall be what jihad is, otherwise it shall remain a high-handed exercise in disorder. See, the third benefit yielded by this conduct comes naturally. When the overpowered enemy observes the high morals of the victors, he is likely to be drawn towards Islam and Muslims, something which is bound to lead him onto the path of his own success in life, and this is the real objective of jihad. Forgiving disbelievers never means lack of vigilance against any impending harm from them. The second ruling which has been deduced from these verses is that forgiveness and generosity do not mean that one should become negligent about self-protection against the evil designs of enemies by giving them free rein to go ahead and keep causing loss and injury to their forgivers. No doubt, forgiveness and generosity are in order, but along with these, common sense demands that one should take lesson from past experience and restructure the pattern of life ahead by blocking all holes and crevices through which one could come within the range of enemy hostility. The Holy Prophet said, "One is not bitten twice from the same hole," meaning that a person does not put his hand twice in the same hole from which a poisonous reptile had bitten him. The Quranic proclamation of the withdrawal of Hajj year 9 and the ensuing instructions given to the mushriks that they should vacate the environs of the sacred mosque peacefully within the period of respite allowed are proofs of this wise strategy. The initial verses of At-Tawbah also tell us that forcing weak people to leave a place without reasonable notice of evacuation or attacking them without warning is cowardly and very ignoble indeed. Whenever such an action has to be taken, it is necessary to make a public announcement first so that the affected people who do not accept the law of the land may get the time to go wherever they wish, freely and conveniently. This becomes clear through the general proclamation of the Hajj year 9 as mentioned in the cited verses, and as demonstrated by the legal respite granted to all affected groups. The fourth ruling emerging from the cited verses tells us that in case there is the need to annul the treaty of peace already made, which is permitted subject to some conditions, it is far better to allow the treaty to remain valid until it expires automatically. This has been commanded in the fourth verse of At-Tawbah, where Muslims were required to fulfill their treaty obligations to the tribes of Banu Damira and Banu Mudlaj for the remaining 9 months. The fifth ruling from the cited verses tells us about the standard Muslim attitude towards the enemies of Islam. When confronted with enemies, Muslims should always keep in mind that they are no enemy to them personally. The truth of the matter is that they are opposed to their disbelief, which is actually the cause of their own loss in the present world as well as in the hereafter. As for the opposition of Muslims to them, that too is really based on good wishes for them. Therefore, Muslims should never abandon the opportunity to give good counsel to them, whether in war or peace. This theme appears in these verses repeatedly. It promises real prosperity for them in this world and in the world to come, only if they were to rescind their thinking. The text does not leave it at that. It also warns them of the consequences if they refuse to repent and correct. They would not only be destroyed and killed in the present world, but they would also not escape their punishment even after death. It is interesting that along with the proclamation of withdrawal in these verses, a strain of sympathetic insistence also continues.
Accepted are those with whom you made a treaty among the polytheists, and then they have not been deficient toward you in anything or supported anyone against you. So complete for them their treaty until their term has ended. Indeed, Allah loves the righteous who fear Him.
The sixth ruling comes out from the fourth verse, where Muslims have been prompted to fulfill their pledge right through the end, until the term of the peace treaty expired. Immediately thereafter, the verse has been concluded with the sentence, "Surely, Allah loves the God-fearing." This gives a clear hint to the advice that Muslims should observe utmost precaution in fulfilling the pledge they have given. They should never look for lame excuses and far-fetched interpretations only to find a way to contravene treaty obligations, as done by nations at large.
And when the sacred months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them, and capture them and besiege them and sit in wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they should repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, let them go on their way. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Details as they appear in the fifth verse carry the seventh ruling. When war in defense of a correct objective breaks out against any power, all available combat resources should be used fully and conclusively. That is a time when showing mercy and appeasement would be showing cowardice. From the same fifth verse comes the eighth ruling. That is, trust in a non-Muslim who has become a Muslim depends on three things. A. Tawbah, repentance over disbelief in the past. B. The establishing of salat. And C. The paying of zakah as due. Until these three conditions have been implemented practically, the option of war will not be withdrawn simply on the basis that someone has recited the kalima of Islam. When after the passing away of the Holy Prophet some people refused to pay zakah, Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, had declared a jihad against them. On that occasion, by referring to this very verse in support of his action, he was able to convince and satisfy all companions, may Allah be pleased with him. The ninth question in these verses concerns the meaning of the expression Yawmul Hajjul Akbar, the day of the Great Hajj. The sayings of early commentators differ in this matter. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, Sayyidina Umar, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, and Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Zubair, may Allah be pleased with him, say that the day of the greater Hajj means the day of Arafah, because the Holy Prophet has said, Arafah is the Hajj. Abu Dawud, Tirmidhi, some others have said that it signifies Yawmul Nar, the day of sacrifice, that is, the 10th of Dhul al-Hijjah. In order to accommodate all these sayings, Sufyan al-Thawri and other authorities have said that all 5 days of the Hajj are the substantiation of Yawmul Hajjul Akbar, the day of the greater Hajj, which includes Arafah and Yawmul Nar both. As for the use of the word Yawm or date in the singular, it is in accordance with the usage elsewhere, as the Holy Qur'an calls a few days of the Battle of Badr by the name of Yawmul Furqan in the singular form. Then there are the common wars of Arabia. They too are identified by the word Yawm or day, even though they may have been spread over many more days, such as Yawmul Bu'ath, Yawmul Uhud, etc. And since Umrah is called the smaller Hajj, therefore it was to make it distinct that Hajj was called the greater Hajj, Al-Hajj al-Akbar. This tells us that in the terminology of the Quran, Hajj as it takes place every year is nothing but the greater Hajj, Al-Hajj al-Akbar. As for the popular assumption that the year in which Arafah falls on a Friday is specially the greater Hajj, it has no real basis except that the year in which the Holy Prophet performed his last Hajj, Hajjatu al-Wadi, just happened to be the year in which Arafah fell on the day of Jummah. No doubt this is a matter of distinction in its own place, but it has nothing to do with the sense of this verse. In his Ahkam al-Quran, Imam Abu Bakr al-Jassas has said, by calling the days of Hajj as the greater Hajj, the problem that Umrah cannot be performed during the days of Hajj has also been resolved here, because the Holy Quran has specified these days for the greater Hajj.
And if any one of the polytheists seeks your protection, then grant him protection so that he may hear the words of Allah. Then deliver him to his place of safety. That is because they are a people who do not know.
Commentary. It was said in the first 5 verses of At-Tawbah that, soon after the conquest of Mecca, general amnesty was granted to all polytheists and disbelievers of Mecca and its environs. But in view of their dismal record of treachery and breach of trust in the past, it was decided that no treaty would be signed with them in the future. It was despite this policy decision that injunctions to honor the treaty made with these people earlier, and which they had never contravened, were revealed, whereby they were required to fulfill the terms of the treaty until it expired. As for those with whom there was just no treaty, or there was no treaty with a fixed duration, they too were granted suitable concession. Rather than they be ordered to leave Mecca immediately, they were allowed a respite of 4 months, so that during this period of time they could arrange to leave Mecca and go wherever they deemed fit with convenience and in peace. or if the truth of Islam had become apparent to them in the meantime, they were welcome to become Muslims. The outcome of these injunctions was that the sacred site of Makkah was to be vacated by all treacherous disbelievers. The evacuation was being implemented without any intention to retaliate. In fact, it was enforced in self-defense because of consistent experience. Therefore, the door to a good future for them was left open even then. This has been mentioned in the 6th verse, the substance of which is, if someone from among the disbelievers seeks asylum with you, then you should grant it so that he could come close to you and listen to the word of Allah and understand the veracity of Islam. Then your responsibility does not end at granting him a temporary asylum. The truth of the matter is that, as soon as he has done what he had come for, it is the responsibility of Muslims that they should escort him under full protective arrangements to the place where he considers himself safe and happy. At the end of the verse, it was said that the particular injunction has been sent because these people are not sufficiently aware. By coming close, they could know things better. Some rulings and points of guidance come out from this verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 11 as well. These have been discussed in details by Imam Abu Bakr al-Jassas. In brief, they are proving the veracity of Islam is the duty of Muslim scholars. First of all, this verse confirms that, in case a disbeliever asks Muslims to explain the veracity of Islam to him with valid proofs, then it becomes their duty to accede to his demand. Secondly, it is obligatory on Muslims that they should allow and protect anyone who comes to them to learn more about Islam. Causing any hurt or harm to such a person is not permissible. This injunction, according to Tafsir of is operative only in a situation when the purpose of the visitor is to listen to the word of Allah and know more about Islam. In case the objective of the visitor is business or some other pursuit, it would depend on the discretion of relevant Muslim officials who would decide in terms of what is best in Muslim interests. Should they deem it fit, they may permit, and should they think otherwise, they can enact at their discretion. Non-resident non-Muslims should not be permitted to stay in Dar al-Islam any longer than necessary. The third ruling stipulates that a non-Muslim at war, with whom Muslims have no treaty, should not be allowed to stay any longer than necessary, because, in the cited verse, a limit of stay and protection has been set by saying, until he listens to the word of Allah. According to the fourth element of guidance embedded here, it is the duty of a Muslim ruling authority to remain aware of the progress of the mission undertaken by any non-Muslim at war once he has entered into the Muslim country with valid permission, visa, and purpose. And as soon as he has completed his job in the country, it is also the duty of Muslim Amir, ruler, that he should arrange for his safe return. Stated in the next 4 verses, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 7 to 10, is the wisdom behind the proclamation of withdrawal mentioned in the initial verses of At-Tawbah. Here, by referring to the inherent meanness of pledge, breaking disbelievers whose malice and hostility against Muslims knew no bounds, it was advised in verses Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 7 to 8, that entertaining any hope from such people that they would ever abide by their pledge was simply wrong to begin with. It was said in the text, except for some people with whom Muslims had entered into a treaty near the Masjid al-Haram, how could any pledge given by these disbelievers be credible before Allah and His Messenger? The fact was that they were a set of people who, if given the least opportunity, would not blink about any relationship they had with them or bother to honor the word of promise given by them. The simple reason was that these people had no intention of honoring the treaty even when they were signing it. Their sole purpose was just to placate them. With their hearts set elsewhere, most of them were sinners, compulsive breakers of pledges and practitioners of treachery.
How can there be for the polytheists a treaty in the sight of Allah and with His Messenger, except for those with whom you made a treaty at Al-Masjid al-Haram? So as long as they are upright toward you, be upright toward them. Indeed, Allah loves the righteous who fear Him.
Uphold truth and commit no excess or injustice even against disbelievers is the teaching of Quran. This statement of the Quran provides guidance for Muslims that they should never surrender truth and justice even when they are dealing with confronting enemies. Whenever they have to take up an issue with them, they are required not to slip into taking exaggerated approaches and stances against them. This is as it has been demonstrated in these verses where full consideration has been given to the case of the disbelievers of Makkah. The fact was that most of them had broken their pledge. Naturally, when something like this happens in that setting, people tend to make a sweeping allegation against everyone. But the Holy Quran, by saying, except those with whom you made a treaty near Al-Masjid al-Haram, has exempted those who had not broken their pledge. In fact, it has ordered that Muslims should stay firm on their commitment as long as the others remain committed and faithful to their pledge. The breach of trust committed by other people should in no case influence their stance, whereby they themselves may be led to become breakers of the pledge given to them.
How can there be a treaty while, if they gain dominance over you, they do not observe concerning you any pact of kinship or covenant of protection? They satisfy you with their mouths, but their hearts refuse compliance, and most of them are defiantly disobedient.
Earlier, when it was said that disbelieving people had nursed betrayal in their hearts right from the beginning, and had no intention of staying faithful to their pledge, an exception was also granted. Similarly, when the text says most of them are sinners, it hints that all of them were not like that. There were some nice people among them too, who wanted to stand by their commitment, but they were not heard before others. This is the same subject the Holy Qur'an takes up elsewhere, saying in very clear terms, "And malice against a people should not bid you to not doing justice." Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 8. After that comes the 9th verse with the reason why these mushriks were so chronically treacherous, and what was it that ailed them. Thus they too were given a prescription of hope to ponder about, so that they could still correct themselves if they chose to. At the same time, Muslims at large were also served with a warning that they should take their guard against the pitfall of treachery and disobedience which had sucked these people in, and make a total abstention from this behavior model their distinct lifestyle. The reason is their relentless love of the material. The desire to acquire, possess, and expend the limitless range of things of this world had blinded them to the limit that they would not hesitate to sell off the very words of Allah and their own faith in exchange for paltry gains. This character is, to make an understatement, evil. Moving on to the 10th verse, the text describes the extreme crookedness of these people by saying they do not observe, in the case of a believer, any bond or treaty. The sense is that this was no isolated case of disbelieving people acting treacherously against Muslims to whom they were bound by ties of kinship and treaty obligations. In fact, disbelieving people were a lot who would never consider kinship or pledge as valid grounds when dealing with Muslims. Given the aforesaid behavior pattern of disbelieving people, it could have been but natural for Muslims to have become disillusioned with them forever and refused to have any brotherly relationship with them under any condition. Therefore, as the Quranic justice and equity would have it, the 11th verse gives the following instruction.
They have exchanged the signs of Allah for a small price and averted people from His way. Indeed, it was evil that they were doing.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayat 8 for the Tafsir.
They do not observe toward a believer any pact of kinship or covenant of protection, and it is they who are the transgressors.
Then, if they repent and establish Salah and pay Zakah, they are your brothers in faith. Here we are being told that once an enemy, no matter how deadly and no matter how hurtful he has been, becomes a Muslim, things change dramatically. Allah Ta'ala forgives his past sins, all of them. So it becomes obligatory on Muslims too that they should forget the past, start afresh, take them as their brothers in faith, and do whatever it takes to fulfill the rights enjoined under such relationship. 3 conditions of entry into the Islamic Brotherhood. This verse makes it clear that there are 3 conditions of entry into the Islamic Brotherhood: Tawbah, or repentance from kufr and shirk, establishment of Salah and payment of Zakah, because Iman, faith, and Tawbah, repentance, are concealed matters. Common Muslims cannot find out the reality. Therefore, 2 of their outward signs were mentioned, that is, Salah and Zakah. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "This verse has made the blood of Muslims, who qualify as the people of Qibla, unlawful, haram. In other words, people who establish Sarah, pay Zakah, and have said or done nothing against Islam, as proved against them, shall be taken as Muslims in the matter of all religious injunctions, even though they may not have true Iman, faith, in their hearts, or have hypocrisy, nifaq." This is the verse Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, had quoted in support of his declaration of jihad against those who had refused to pay Zakah after the passing away of the Holy Prophet. The noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, before whom he had made this assertion, were satisfied with his approach. Ibn Kathir.
But if they repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, then they are your brothers in religion, and we detail the verses for a people who know.
At the end of verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayat 11, the text stresses upon the need to abide by given injunctions regarding those covered under a treaty and those who have repented, by saying, and we elaborate the verses for people who understand.
And if they break their oaths after their treaty and defame your religion, then fight the leaders of disbelief. For indeed, there are no oaths sacred to them. Fight them that they might cease.
Commentary. It will be recalled that a cease-fire agreement with the Quraysh of Makkah was concluded at Hudaybiyah in the Hijri year 6. That the Quraysh will not stick to the agreement was foretold in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 7 of Surah At-Tawbah. How can the mushriks have a treaty? Then came verses Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 8 to 9, and with the causes of their pledge breaking. And in the 11th verse it was announced that, despite having broken their solemn covenant, if these mushriks become Muslims and start expressing their faith in Islam through prayers and fasting, then Muslims are duty-bound to keep their present dealings with them free of any effects from the past. In fact, they should take them to be their brothers in faith and treat them as such. In verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 12 cited above, Muslims have been told about the course of action they should take in the event these people do break their pledge, as prophesied earlier. The actual words of the text read, "And if they break their oaths after they have made the covenant and speak evil of your faith, then fight the leaders of infidelity." It is worth noting that the present situation in the text demanded the use of faqatiluhum, then fight them. The Holy Quran has said, "Then fight the leaders of infidelity," which bypasses the use of a shorter pronoun at this place. The word imma, leaders, is the plural of imam. The sense is that these people, by breaking their word of honor, turned into leaders of infidelity and thus became deserving of a war against them. This statement also carries the wisdom and justification of the command to fight. Some commentators say that leaders of infidelity at this place refers to the chiefs of the tribe of Quraysh in Makkah, who kept on instigating people against Muslims and remained busy making war preparations. Fighting against them was particularly mentioned because these people were the real source of power the Makkans were credited with. In addition to that, since they were the ones with whom Muslims had bonds of close kinship, there was the possible apprehension that some concession could be granted in their case. Honest critical study of Islam by protected non-Muslim citizens of Dar al-Islam as possible vilification is not. Some commentators have interpreted the words, "speak evil of your faith," to mean that speaking evil of the faith of Muslims is included under contravention of pledge. A person who speaks evil of Islam and the Sharia of Islam cannot continue to be a party to the treaty with Muslims. But according to a consensus of Muslim jurists, it means vilification that is done to insult and belittle Islam and Muslims, openly and publicly. Honest intellectual criticism, while conducting research into problems and rulings, remains exempt from its purview. Then, it is not supposed to be vilification in its lexical sense. Therefore, for non-Muslim citizens of Dar al-Islam, any honest intellectual criticism can be allowed, but what cannot be allowed is vilification, contempt, insult, or outrage against Islam. In the same verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 12, it was said, in fact, they have no oaths. The sense is that these are the kind of people none of whose oaths are trustworthy because they are addicted to breaking their oaths and committing breaches of trust. Then, the use of the plural form of oaths here could also mean, when they broke their oath, they also absolved Muslims of any responsibility for their oath and pledge. At the end of verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 12, it was said, so that they may stop. This last sentence tells us that the objective of jihad carried out by Muslims should never be the conquest of countries like common kings or to hurt the enemy and to take vengeance, as belligerent people around the world would love to do. Instead of doing anything like that, when it comes to fighting that they must, the driving objective should be compassion for the enemy, the empathy and the desire that they would stop doing what was not right.
Would you not fight a people who broke their oaths and determined to expel the messenger, and they had begun the attack upon you the first time? Do you fear them? But Allah has more right that you should fear Him if you are truly believers.
After that, to persuade Muslims to fight, they were told in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 13, that there was no reason why they would not be ready to fight against the kind of people who had conspired to expel the Messenger of Allah. This refers to the Jews of Medina who had hatched a plan to expel the Holy Prophet from the city of Medina. They had said, "The one having more honor and power will certainly expel the one being humble and weak from their Surah Al-Munafiqun, Ayah 8, in their self-view. They were the people of honor and power, while Muslims were weak and lowly." The answer they needed was given by Allah Almighty in His way. He took their proud statement as it was and made it come true in a manner that the Holy Prophet and his companions, by turning the Jews out of Medina, proved that honor belonged to Muslims and disgrace to Jews. Giving the second reason for fighting against them, it was said, and it was they who started fighting against you for the first time. The sense is that they were the aggressors. What Muslims have to do now is simply to defend themselves, an action universally sane and normal. Then, to remove the awe of the enemy from the hearts of Muslims, it was said, "Do you fear them? Then Allah is worthier that you fear him, for there is no power that can cause his punishment to disappear." Finally, by saying, "If you are believers," it was made clear that fearing anyone or anything other than Allah in a manner that obstructs the fulfillment of the injunctions of the Sharia of Islam is not what a true believing, practicing Muslim would do.
Fight them. Allah will punish them by your hands, and will disgrace them and give you victory over them, and satisfy the breasts of a believing people.
For Muslims, the same exhortation to fight in jihad appears in verses Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 14 to 15 as well, though from a different angle. They were told, if you get ready to fight them, the help and support from Allah will be with you. As for their enemies, they have already become deserving of divine punishment because of their evil deeds, but this punishment will not come down upon them from the heavens or up from beneath the earth. Instead of that, says the verse, that is, Allah shall punish them at their hands. As a result of this fighting, Allah Ta'ala will mollify the hearts of Muslims after all those pains and sorrows continuously inflicted upon them by the disbelievers. Then the anger which filled Muslim hearts because of their treachery and pledge breaking was to be removed by Allah Ta'ala when He punishes them at their hands. In the previous verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 12, by saying, "So that they may stop," Muslims were told that they should not fight a people just to release their anger, rather make their correction and betterment the main purpose of their action. When they cleanse their intention from all irrelevant shades, and let it be for Allah alone, and fight for none but Allah, then Allah Ta'ala shall cause things to unfold in a manner that automatically removes the feelings of anger and sorrow raging in their hearts.
And remove the fury in the believers' hearts. And Allah turns in forgiveness to whom He wills, and Allah is knowing and wise.
Finally, it was said, and Allah relents to whomsoever He wills. This tells us that there will be an added gain as a result of this jihad. There will be many from among the enemies who will have the Tawfiq of Islam. They will become Muslims. So, there were many arrogant ones at the time of the conquest of Makkah who were put to disgrace, while there were many others who embraced Islam. History proves that the circumstances and events predicted in these verses were witnessed one by one as pointed out by the Holy Qur'an. Therefore, these verses contain many miracles.
Do you think that you will be left as you are, while Allah has not yet made evident those among you who strive for His cause, and do not take other than Allah, His Messenger, and the believers as intimates? And Allah is acquainted with what you do.
See Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 15 for the Tafsir.
It is not for the polytheists to maintain the mosques of Allah while witnessing against themselves with disbelief. For those, their deeds have become worthless, and in the fire they will abide eternally.
Commentary. Mentioned in the previous verses was how crooked the mushrikeen of Mecca were, how they broke their pledges and what they did to defend their false ways in religion. With this in view, Muslims were also brought around to stand up against them. In the last previous verse, Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 16, Muslims have been told that jihad is a test for them. This test is necessary because it helps in marking out a sincere Muslim from hypocrites in the weakened faith. Says the verse, "Do you think that you will be left alone while Allah has not seen those of you who struggle in jihad and never take anyone other than Allah and His Messenger and the believers as their confidant?" The address in this verse is also to those common people who were taken to be Muslims, though some of them were hypocrites while some others were weak in faith and kept wavering. Such people would pass on sensitive information about Muslims to their non-Muslim friends. Therefore, 2 signs of a sincere Muslim were identified in this verse. 2 signs of sincere Muslims. They fight disbelievers in the way of Allah. They take no non-Muslim as their close friend to whom secrets are confided. At the end of the verse it was said, "And Allah is all aware of what you do." That is, before Him nobody can get away with false excuses and alibis. This wisdom of jihad mentioned earlier has appeared in another verse of the Holy Qur'an in the following words: "Do people think that they will be left to say, 'We believe,' and they will not be tried?" Surah Al-Ankabut, ayah 2, on taking non-Muslims as close friends and insiders. The word walja, used in verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 16, means an insider who shares secrets. There is another verse which uses the word baitana to carry this very sense. Literally, Vitana means what is worn under normal clothing and is close to the body. It denotes a person who knows secrets as an insider. The actual words of the verse read, O those who believe, do not take anyone as insider, but from your own selves, for they would spare no effort to put you in trouble. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 118. Now we can turn to the present verses 17 and 18, where instructions have been given to cleanse al-Masjid al-Haram and other masajid, mosques, of false modes of worship, and replacing them with what is correct and acceptable. A little background detail is in order at this point. When the Holy Prophet got rid of all those idols the mushriks used to worship from the Baytullah and the sacred mosque soon after the conquest of Mecca, it was a matter of relief, at least externally, for the sacred mosque was now free from the physical vestiges of shirk. But the Holy Prophet had granted his old enemies pardon and protection soon after they were overpowered. They still used to do their ibadah and tawaf in the sacred mosque following their false ways. That the sacred mosque was cleansed of idols was good, but it was also necessary to purify the sacred site from the fallout of idolatry and its false mores. The only way it could be done was to prohibit the entry of the mushriks into the sacred mosque. But this would have gone against the promise of protection given to them, and abiding by the terms of a treaty was far more important in Islam. Therefore, such orders were not given immediately. Instead, it was done in the year next to the conquest of Mecca. At that time, the Holy Prophet had Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, make an announcement in the great gathering of Mina and Arafat that, in the future, no ibadah, hajj or tawaf performed in the mushrik way will be allowed in the sacred mosque. Also prohibited through this announcement was the evil custom of making tawaf in the nude that had lingered from the days of Jahiliyyah. It was in the gathering at Mina that Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, proclaimed, after this year, no mushrik will perform hajj and no naked person will make tawaf of Baytullah. And this respite of 1 year was given for the reason that there were many people among them with whom Muslims had a treaty, and they had continued to abide by the terms of the treaty. That they should be made to obey a new law before the expiry of the existing treaty with them was contrary to Islamic policy of tolerance. Therefore, a public announcement was made a year in advance to the effect that it has been decided to cleanse the sacred mosque from all mushrik customs and ways of worship, because their kind of worship would not let a mosque flourish, rather would go on to make it desolate. These mushriks of Mecca equated their pagan customs with worship and thought that they were contributing towards the maintenance and functional thriving of the sacred mosque. They were proud of being the custodians of the Baytullah and the sacred mosque. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, says, when his father, before he became a Muslim, was taken prisoner at the Battle of Badr, Muslims reproached him for staying on the side of kufr and shirk. He told them, you only remember what is bad about us. You do not like to talk about our good things. Do you not know that we are the custodians of the sacred mosque? We take care of the building. We keep it filled with people. We manage it, and we run a drinking water service for the pilgrims. Revealed thereupon were the verses, it is not for the mushriks to build up the mosques of Allah. It means that mushriks, those who ascribe partners to Allah, do not have the right to build and populate the mosques of Allah. The reason is that a masjid is a place that has been built to worship one God, while shirk and kufr are its antithesis that cannot be combined with the structure and function of a masjid. The word imara, building, appearing in this verse is a multifaceted word and is used to convey several meanings. It could mean the physical building of the masjid, including all elements that go in raising and finishing it externally and internally. Then, it could also denote the maintenance of the masjid that would be inclusive of security arrangements, sanitation, upkeep, and provision of necessary supplies. And then, it also includes the human dimension of the masjid, that believers present themselves in the masjid for ibadah. Since there is no exact equivalent in English to carry this sense, the nearest one could come would be to populate, people, fill up, make the masjid flourish in the number of those present and in the quality of acts of ibadah they perform therein. Incidentally, Umrah is called by that name in view of the fact that one visits Baytullah and makes the best of his presence there in terms of ibadah. So, the sense of the Quranic word Amara covers building, maintenance, and presence. The mushriks of Mecca took credit for all three. They took special pride in considering themselves the custodians of the building of the sacred mosque. The present verses tell them that the mushriks did not have any right to build the mosques of Allah, while they were witnesses of their own infidelity. Because of their kufr and shirk, their deeds had gone waste, and they were to live in the fire of Jahannam eternally. The expression, witnesses of their own infidelity, could have two meanings. It could either mean that they were virtually confessing to their kufr and shirk because of what they were doing as mushriks, or it could refer to their implied confession and witnessing of their kufr and shirk when they identify themselves in social situations. Customarily, when a Christian or Jew is asked as to his religious identity, he would say that he was a Christian or Jew. The same would be the case with a fire worshipper or idolater. They would identify themselves with what they believe in. Thus, the mushriks will become witnesses of their infidelity against themselves. Ibn Kathir.
The mosques of Allah are only to be maintained by those who believe in Allah and the Last Day and establish prayer and give zakah, and do not fear except Allah, for it is expected that those will be of the rightly guided.
Verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 17 was describing the negative aspect as related to the mushriks. It said that they did not deserve the honor of building and maintaining mosques. Verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 18 takes up the positive aspect relating to mosques by saying, in fact, the mosques of Allah are built up only by those who believe in Allah and in the Last Day, and those who establish salah and pay zakah and who fear none but Allah. So, it is in all likelihood that they are to be among those on the right path. It means the building of mosques in the real sense is a serene task. It can be done only by those who are bound by the commandments of Allah in their aqidah, faith, and amal practice. They must believe in Allah and in the hereafter, establish salah, pay zakah, and fear none but Allah. At this place, only a man, faith in Allah and the hereafter, Last Day, have been mentioned. Faith in the Rasul, Messenger of Allah, was not mentioned expressly because there's no way one can have faith in Allah Ta'ala except that one puts his or her faith in his Rasul and wholeheartedly accepts the commandments that come from Allah Ta'ala through him. Therefore, faith in the Rasul is naturally included under faith in Allah. This is why the Holy Prophet once asked his noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, do you know what a man in Allah is? The companions said, Allah and his Rasul know best. He said, a man in Allah is that one bears witness to the fact that there's no one worthy of worship but Allah and that Muhammad is the Rasul of Allah. This hadith clearly states that having faith in the Rasul is included under having faith in Allah and is comprehensively united with it. Bashari with reference to Al-Bukhari and Muslim. As for the statement, fear none but Allah, it means that, in matters of religion, one should not abandon the command of Allah out of some fear. Otherwise, fearing things that cause fear is quite natural. Beasts, snakes, thieves, and robbers generate physical fear, but that is not the kind of fear we are talking about here. When the magicians showed snakes made of ropes and staffs to Sayyidina Musa, he had a sense of fear within himself as mentioned in the Quran, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 67. Therefore, the normal fear caused by what causes pain or brings loss is neither contrary to the injunction of the Quran nor to the station of a prophet, wali, or saint. However, one should not become so overcome by this fear as to start creating confusion about the injunctions of Allah Ta'ala or leaving them out altogether. This is not the style of a true believer, and this is precisely what is meant at this place. Some related issues. When it is said in the present verses that mushriks and kafirs cannot take up the task of maintaining a masjid, which was something only righteous Muslims could do, it refers to the trusteeship and administrative responsibility of the masjid. The outcome is that it is not permissible to appoint a kafir the trustee and administrator of any Islamic waqf endowment. As for the construction of the different units of the structure such as walls and doors, it does not matter even if some non-Muslim is assigned to do the job. Tafsir Maarif-ul-Qur'an. Similarly, when a non-Muslim makes a masjid as an act of thawab or contributes funds for its building, then it is permissible to accept it. However, the condition is that there should be no danger of a religious or worldly loss, or blame, or usurpation of the property later, or harping on the favor done. Al-Durar al-Mukhtasar, Shami and Maarif-ul-Qur'an. It was hinted in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 18, that building a masjid and making it throb with multitudes of Muslims making prayers, remembering Allah and reciting the Quran is a task that can only be accomplished by a righteous Muslim. It proves that anyone who keeps coming to the masjid either to supervise arrangements for the security, maintenance, upkeep, and supplies for the masjid, or for the dhikr of Allah, or to learn about his religion, or to recite or teach the Holy Quran is a perfect believer. These deeds are sufficient as witnesses to this honor. The Holy Prophet said, when you notice that a person is punctual with his presence in the masjid, bear witness to his iman, because Allah Ta'ala has said, in fact, the masjid of Allah are built up only by those who believe in Allah. Imam Tirmidhi and Ibn Majah have reported this hadith on the authority of Ibn Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, may Allah be pleased with him. It appears in Al-Bukhari and Muslim that the Holy Prophet said, a person who presents himself in the masjid morning and evening, Allah Ta'ala sets aside a rank of paradise for him. And Sayyid ibn Salman al-Farisi, may Allah be pleased with him, narrates that the Holy Prophet said, a person who comes into the masjid is a visiting guest of Allah Ta'ala, and it is incumbent on the host that he honors the guest. Maidari with reference to Tabarani, Ibn Jarir, Al-Mayhagi and others, the commentator of the Quran, Kadi Thanullah of Panipat has said, the expression maintenance of the masjid also requires that the masjid should be cleansed of things and practices for which it was not made. It includes activities like buying and selling, worldly conversation, search of lost property, asking people for material help, recitation of idle poetry, disputation, fighting, disturbing peace by noises and things like that. Majari.
Have you made the providing of water for the pilgrim and the maintenance of Al-Masjid Al-Haram equal to the deeds of one who believes in Allah and the Last Day and strives in the cause of Allah? They are not equal in the sight of Allah, and Allah does not guide the wrongdoing people.
Commentary. The first 4 verses Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 19 to 22 relate to a particular event. A cursory look into its background shows that many mushriks of Makkah felt proud that they kept the sacred mosque bustling with visitors and devotees and ran a drinking water service for the pilgrims. Keeping their rival Muslims in view, they claimed that no deed by anyone could match theirs. When Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, came to Muslims as a prisoner from the Battle of Badr, he had not embraced Islam by that time. His Muslim relatives reproached him for remaining deprived of the blessing of a man. In response, he too had said the same things. You think a man and hair are big feathers in your cap, but we too have our own assets. We are the custodians of the building of the sacred mosque and serve water to the pilgrims. No deed by anyone can match these. Revealed thereupon were these verses. Ibn Kathir on the authority of Ali ibn Abi Talha from Ibn Abbas, and according to some narratives in the Musnad of Ibn al-Razak, it was after the entry of Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, into the fold of Islam that Ibn Talha ibn Shaybah, Sayyidina Abbas and Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, were talking together. Talha said, I enjoy an excellence which none of you do. I have the keys to the Baytullah in my hands. If I wish I could go inside it and spend the night there. Sayyidina Abbas said, may Allah be pleased with him, I am the administrator of the water service for pilgrims, and I have rights to the sacred mosque. Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, said, I do not understand that which makes you so proud. As for me, I have said my prayers facing the Baytullah 6 months before any one of you, and I have participated in jihad with the Holy Prophet. Thereupon these verses were revealed. They made it clear that no deed done without a man, no matter how merit-worthy, carries any value in the sight of Allah, and no doer of such deeds, while still involved in shirk, is acceptable with him. And the Sahih of Muslim reports an event on the authority of in the Nu'man ibn Bashir, may Allah be pleased with him, who says that he was sitting with some companions, may Allah be pleased with him, close to the minbar of the Holy Prophet in his mosque on a Friday. Someone from those present there said, in my view, after Islam and a man, there is no deed superior to serving water to the pilgrims, and I do not care about any deed other than this. Someone else retorted, no, jihad in the way of Allah is the highest of all deeds. When an argument started between those two, Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, reprimanded both of them and said, stop quarreling near the minbar of the Holy Prophet. The proper thing to do is to say your Jummah prayer first, then you can go and ask the Holy Prophet himself about it. As suggested, they did go to the Holy Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him, to find out his opinion on the matter. Thereupon, these verses were revealed, where jihad has been identified as the deed superior to the building of the sacred mosque and the serving of water to pilgrims. There is nothing far out about the possibility that the revelation of the verses themselves may have been aimed as an answer to the pride and arrogance of the mushriks. Later, when unpleasant things took place among Muslims, it is quite possible that the same verses were used as the deciding argument, which might have given the listeners the feeling that these particular verses were revealed in the background of that particular event. However, the present ayat of the Quran carry an answer to both these kinds of events, that an accomplishment, no matter how good and acceptable, is reduced to zero if it smacks of shirk. Therefore, no mushrik is superior to Muslims because of his association with the maintenance of the mosque, or the serving of water to pilgrims. And even after their rejection of disbelief and entry into faith, the status of a man in jihad is much higher than the maintenance of the sacred mosque and the serving of water to pilgrims. Muslims who took the initiative in a man in jihad are superior to Muslims who did not take part in jihad and remained rendering these services to the sacred mosque and the pilgrims. After these introductory remarks, let us go back to the words of the verses and their translation once again. It reads, "Have you taken the serving of water to the pilgrims and the maintenance of Al-Masjid al-Haram as equal to the acts of one who believes in Allah and in the last day, and takes up jihad in the way of Allah? They are not equal in the sight of Allah." Seen contextually, the purpose is to urge that each one from a man in jihad is superior to the serving of water to pilgrims and the maintenance of the mosque. That is, a man too is superior to both, and jihad too. Thus, the superiority of the man provides an answer to what the mushriks said, and the superiority of jihad corrects Muslims who said that maintaining the mosque and serving water to pilgrims were superior to jihad. The dhikr of Allah is superior to jihad. Qadi Thanullah has said in Tafsir Majari, the precedence given to jihad over the maintenance of the mosque has been done in terms of physical and outward maintenance, that is, the building, repair, cleaning, and allied arrangements for it goes without saying that jihad takes precedence over these. But the maintenance, amara, of the masjid is not restricted to this sense alone. It has another meaning also, that of being present in the masjid for ibadah and dhikr of Allah, which also applies here strongly. In fact, the genuine flowering of the objective of maintaining and manning the masjid with eager devotees comes out from this factor alone. Given this sense, the maintenance of the masjid, as very clearly stated by the Holy Prophet, is superior to jihad. To substantiate, we can refer to the report of Sayyidina Abu al-Darda, may Allah be pleased with him, appearing in the Musnad of Ahmad and in Tirmidhi, he and Ibn Majah. According to this report, the Holy Prophet said, "Should I not tell you about an act that is superior to all your acts, and certainly more so in the sight of your master? This act would raise your ranks to the highest levels, would be even superior to spending gold and silver in the way of Allah, and still be way superior to that you bravely fight your enemies in jihad, where you kill them, and they kill you." The noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "Do tell us about that act." "Ya Rasulallah," he said, "that act is the dhikr of Allah." This tells us that the merit of the dhikr of Allah is more pronounced than that of jihad also. And if the maintenance of the masjid is taken in the sense of the dhikr of Allah, then it is superior to jihad. But at this place, the pride shown by the mushriks was not based on the dhikr of Allah and the ibadah performed in the masjid. Instead, it was based on its structural and administrative aspects. Therefore, jihad was deemed as superior to that. And when we deliberate into different statements of the Quran and Sunnah as a whole, it appears that the phenomenon of the superiority of one act over the other depends on attending conditions and circumstances. There are conditions when one act is superior to the other. With a change in conditions, things could be the other way round. When Islam and Muslims must be defended at all costs, at that time jihad shall definitely be more meritworthy as compared to all ibadah, is evident from the event of the Battle of Khandak, where the Holy Prophet had to miss 4 of his daily prayers. Conversely, when the need is not so acute, the dhikr of Allah and ibadah will be more meritworthy as compared to jihad. At the end of the verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 19, by saying, "And Allah does not lead the wrongdoing people to the right path," it was pointed out that the thing they were being told about was not difficult to understand. In fact, it was clear as it can be, that a man is the foundation of all that is done, and is superior to all of them. Then comes jihad, that is superior as compared to the maintenance of the masjid and serving water to pilgrims. But Allah Ta'ala does not bless the unjust and the wrongdoing with the gift of understanding. Therefore, they keep at their crooked hair-splitting into things that are otherwise very open and obvious.
The ones who have believed, emigrated, and striven in the cause of Allah, with their wealth and their lives, are greater in rank in the sight of Allah. And it is those who are the attainers of success.
Verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 20, enlarges upon the subject initiated with the words, La yasa one, they are not equal, in the previous verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 19, where it was said that the believing mujahideen and those engaged only in maintaining the masjid and serving water to pilgrims are not equal. This was enlarged by saying, those who believed and emigrated and took up jihad in the way of Allah with their wealth and lives are greater in rank in the sight of Allah, and they are the successful ones. The reason is that the mushriks against them simply had no measure of success whatsoever. As for Muslims in general, They too shared this success in essence, but the success of those identified above had more to it. Therefore, they were the ones whose success was comprehensive.
Their Lord gives them good tidings of mercy from Him, and approval, and of gardens from them wherein is enduring pleasure.
Verses Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 21-22 tell us about the great reward and ranks these successful people shall have in the life to come. Their Lord gives them the happy news of mercy from Him, and pleasure, and of gardens having an everlasting bliss for them, where they shall dwell forever. Surely it is Allah with whom there is a great reward.
They will be abiding therein forever. Indeed, Allah has with Him a great reward.
See Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 21 for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, do not take your fathers or your brothers as allies, if they have preferred disbelief over belief, and whoever does so among you, then it is those who are the wrongdoers.
These verses mention the merits of Hira and Jihad, which required that one leaves his country, relatives, friends, companions, wealth and property, all in one stroke. As obvious, surrendering all these attachments is most difficult and painful. Therefore, in the next verse, Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 23, the text disapproves of limitless attachment with these things, and thereby prepares Muslim minds to welcome Hira and Jihad. It was said, O those who believe, do not take your fathers and your brothers as friends, if they prefer infidelity over faith. And whoever from you has friendship with them, then such people are the wrongdoers. As for the need to maintain strong bonds of kinship with parents, brothers and sisters and other kinsfolk, and to treat all of them generously, the Quran remains full of relevant instructions. But this verse has made it very clear that each relationship has a limit. Every relationship out of these, whether that of parents and children, or that of real brother and sister, has to be bypassed when it stands in competition with one's relationship with Allah and His Messenger. Should these two relationships come on a collision course on some occasion, then the relationship that has to be kept intact is one's relationship with Allah and His Messenger. All relationships competing against it are to be ignored. Some special notes and rulings emerging from verses Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 19-23 are being given below. Iman, faith, is the moving spirit of amal, deed, a deed devoid of it, no matter how good, is nothing but a lifeless form, and simply unacceptable. It has no worth in terms of the salvation in the hereafter. Of course, there is no injustice with Allah Ta'ala. He would not let even good deeds of disbelievers that are devoid of the essential light of faith go waste in toto. Their return is given to them right here in this world of their experience. They are given possessions and wealth to procure articles and means of comfort and self-satisfaction as desired. Thus, their account stands all settled, something the Holy Quran takes up in several verses of the Holy Quran. Sin and disobedience spoil human reason. One starts taking good as bad and bad as good. The statement, and Allah does not lead the wrongdoing people to the right path, releases a hint in this direction. Similarly, it has been counterbalanced in another verse of the Quran by saying, O those who believe, if you fear Allah, He will provide you with a criterion to distinguish between right and wrong. Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 29. This gives a clear indication that the attitude of obeying Allah and fearing Him gives polish and luster to human reason, balance and poise to thinking, and a never-failing ability to distinguish between good and bad. Even good deeds have a mutual rivalry for precedence. Correspondingly, the same element of precedence operates in the ranks of those who do good deeds. All doers of deeds cannot be placed in the same rank, since things depend, not on abundance, but on the quality of deeds. It was said in Surah Al-Mulk, so that He might test you as to who among you is better. Indeed, Surah Al-Mulk, ayah 2, for blessings to remain everlasting, two things are necessary, that there is no end to them, and that they are not separated from those who are blessed with them. Therefore, a guarantee was given to the favored servants of Allah on both counts. By saying, gardens having an everlasting bliss for them, it was declared that the blessings were eternal. Then by saying, where they shall dwell forever, these successful people were assured that they shall never be separated from these blessings. The real bond is the bond of Islam, and man, all bonds of lineage and country must be sacrificed for it. The fifth point elaborated here is of basic importance. It settles that the relation with Allah and His Messenger should be given precedence over all relations of kinship and friendship. The relation that clashes against it deserves to be broken. This was the way of the noble companions. This was why they rose to be the superior most people of the Muslim Ummah. It was some trail they blazed by sacrificing all that was with them, their life, wealth, property, relatives, and bonds of all sorts, only for the sake of Allah and His Messenger. That the bond of Islam was supreme and universal stood proved when Bil from Ethiopia, Suhaib from Byzantium, Salman from Persia, the Quraysh from Mecca, and the Ansar from Medina became brothers to each other. And that the bonds of lineage and tribe had to be cast aside was also demonstrated when, on the battlefields of Badr and Uhud, swords were crossed between father and son and between brother and brother. These are significant evidences of the creed they held dear. Ya Allah, bless us with the ability to follow them, and make your love the dearest of everything in our sight, and make your fear the most fear, worthy of everything with us.
Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth which you have obtained, commerce wherein you fear decline, and dwellings with which you are pleased are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger and jihad in His cause, then wait until Allah executes His command, and Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people.
Commentary. This verse of At-Tawbah was revealed essentially about people who did not migrate from Makkah at the time migration was made obligatory for them. Their love for family and property had stopped them from carrying out their obligation to migrate. In their case, Allah Almighty asked the Holy Prophet to tell them what appears in the verse cited above. As for the statement, wait until Allah comes with His command, Tafsir authority Mujahid has said that command referred to here means the command to carry out jihad and conquer Makkah. The sense of the statement is that the time is near when the evil end of those who sacrifice their relationship with Allah and His Messenger for the sake of worldly bonds shall become visible to all. That is the time when Makkah shall stand conquered. Those who chose to discard their appointed duty shall face disgrace, and their bonds with people and things they fancy shall be of no avail to them. Then there is the interpretation of the famous Hassan al-Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, who has said the command at this place means the command of punishment. The sense is that those who sacrifice their spiritual bonds as related to the hereafter just for the sake of their attachment to what was blandly material and did not migrate as instructed were people who would be seized by the divine command of punishment fairly soon. Either this punishment would come upon them right here in this mortal world, or they shall have to face the punishment of the hereafter, which is certain. The purpose at this place is to serve a note of warning against the abandonment of the obligation of migration, but what has been mentioned here is jihad and not hijra, migration, which is the next step after hijra. The hint embedded here is that the real thing has not happened yet. What has come up right now is no more than the initial command to migrate. There are people who did not have the courage to do even that. Ahead of them is the forthcoming command of jihad, following which they would have to surrender all worldly attachments for the sake of love for Allah and His Messenger, even stake their lives for that noble cause. And it is also possible that this may be a place where migration itself has been made to stand for jihad, because in reality, the two is nothing but a department of jihad. Finally, by saying, and Allah does not lead the sinning people to the right path, at the end of the verse, it was made amply clear that those who, despite the standing command of migration, opted for their temporal relationships and kept clinging to their family, relatives, wealth, and property, shall soon find out that this conduct of theirs was not going to serve their purpose even in this mortal world. If they were thinking that they would keep basking in the sunshine of family, wealth, and property, and everlasting peace and tranquility, then they would never realize this dream. Once the command of jihad comes, these very attractions will turn into burdens too cumbersome to go along with, because Allah Ta'ala does not allow the sinning and the disobedient to achieve their desired objective. Standing rules of hijra, migration. First of all, when hijra from Makkah to Medina was made obligatory, it was not simply a matter of obligation. In fact, it was also a hallmark and a symbol of being a Muslim. Anyone who did not migrate at that time, despite having the ability to do so, was not taken to be a Muslim. This injunction was abrogated after the conquest of Makkah. After that, the basic injunction which remained operative was, should there be a land where it is not possible for one to comply with his or her religious obligations, such as praying and fasting in accordance with the injunctions of Allah, migrating from there shall remain a matter of duty, fard, forever, on condition that one is capable of undertaking such migration. This is the first degree of compliance. Compliance in the second degree is that one should leave every such place where sin and disobedience have a dominant role in life. This act remains recommended mustahab forever. See details in Fath al-Bari. It will be noticed that the address in the verse understudied is direct. Those being addressed are people who did not migrate when they were asked to do so because they cared more about their worldly bonds. But the generality of the words of the verse is telling all Muslims that their love for Allah and His Messenger is obligatory on them in a special degree. That degree is the highest, the foremost. This degree requires that no other bond or love for anything or anyone should ever prevail over it. So, whoever fails to come up with this level of love becomes deserving of punishment from Allah. Let him then wait for it. The touchstone of true faith. A man, therefore, it has been reported in an authentic hadith narrated by Sayyidina Anas ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, which appears in the two collections of Al-Bukhari and Muslim, that the Holy Prophet said, "No one can be a true believer until I become to him dearer than his father, children, and everyone else in this world." According to a hadith from Sayyidina Abu Umama, may Allah be pleased with him, appearing in Abu Dawud and Tirmidhi, the Holy Prophet has said, "Anyone who takes a friend or makes an enemy for the sake of Allah, or spends his wealth or withholds it for the sake of Allah, has made his faith perfect." These narrations from hadith prove that perfection of faith depends on the dominance of the love of the Holy Prophet over all other kinds of love, friendship and enmity, concession and reservation, all of which must remain subservient to the will and command of Allah and His Messenger. Tafsir authority, Qadi al-Baydawi and other commentators have said that there are very few people who could be considered exempt from the warning given in this verse. The reason is that even the greatest among those who practice and teach religious precepts and virtues seem to be subdued by their love for family and belongings, of course, with the exception of those Allah wills to be otherwise. However, Qadi al-Baydawi explains further by saying that love here means love that is within one's control. It has nothing to do with love which one does not control, that which is natural, because Allah Ta'ala does not obligate anyone beyond one's capacity and control. Therefore, a person may have his heart full of natural love for worldly bonds, but he should not let it overpower him to the limit that he starts acting against the will and command of Allah and His Messenger. If so, this warning will not apply to him, and he will be taken as one who keeps his love for Allah and His Messenger above everything. This is very much like the case of a patient who gets nervous about an unpleasant medicine or unexpected surgery. This is natural, but he does agree to it rationally since it is for his own good. If so, it is not blameworthy. Then, common sense never forces him to get rid of his natural nervousness and dislike. Similarly, if someone feels naturally uncomfortable while complying with some divine injunctions due to his love for wealth and children, yet bears by the discomfort and carries those injunctions out, then that is not blameworthy either. In fact, it is praiseworthy, for he would be regarded as one who keeps his love for Allah and His Messenger on top of everything in the light of this verse. Nevertheless, as for the high station of love is concerned, there is no doubt about the ideal that love must come to prevail over one's nature as well, and go on to turn every discomfort welcome while complying with what your beloved would like you to do. This is not so difficult to comprehend. Think of the seekers of material comfort in this world. Day in and day out, they would embrace the hardest conceivable labor with a smile to get what they want. For a salary check at the end of the month, one would sacrifice sleep, comfort, and social relationships. Honestly or dishonestly, such a seeker would let his desire dominate everything else to achieve his goal. Moving away from the seekers of the material, let us consider the charisma of the people of Allah. When they seek Allah and His Messenger, and the blessings of the life to come, they too reach a station of love which pales out any thoughts of pain and discomfort. According to a hadith in Al-Bukhari and Muslim, the Holy Prophet said, "There are 3 traits which, if found in a person, would bless him or her with the sweetness of faith. Those 3 traits are that Allah and His Messenger are, in His sight, dearer than anything other than them, that one loves a servant of Allah for His sake only, and that the very thought of kufr and shirk gives one the feeling of being thrown away into the fire." The sweetness of faith mentioned in the hadith quoted above means this very station of love that makes the hardest possible labor most welcome for the true seeker. Love has its own chemistry of turning the sour into the sweet. Some Muslim scholars have pointed out that a heart, when enriched with the sweetness of faith, starts passing it on to other parts of the body, which begin to relish it during acts of worship and obedience. In some reports, the same thing has been equated with the ecstasy of faith, and in hadith, the Holy Prophet said, "The delight of my eyes is in Salah." Qadi Thanul of Panipat has said in Tafsir Majari, "This station of love for Allah and His Messenger is a great blessing, but it can be acquired only when one stays close to the people of Allah. It is for this reason that Muslim mystics consider it necessary that it be sought with sheikhs. The author of Rut al-Bayan has said that this station of friendship can be acquired by the one who is ready to sacrifice, like Sayyidina Ibrahim Khalilullah, everything for the love of Allah, wealth, children, life, everything. Finally, says commentator al-Baydawi, the preservation and protection of the Sunnah and Sharia of the Holy Prophet, and the rebuttal of and the defense against those who oppose or malign them is also an open sign of love for Allah and His Messenger. May Allah bless us, and bless all Muslims with love for Him and the love for His Messenger.
Allah has already given you victory in many regions, and even on the day of Hunayn, when your great number pleased you. But it did not avail you at all, and the earth was confining for you with its vastness. Then you turned back, fleeing.
Commentary. Described in the verses cited about are events relating to the scenario of defeat and victory at the Battle of Hunayn. Along with it, several primary and subsidiary problems have also been resolved as a corollary. As the verse opens, Allah Ta'ala mentions His favor and grace which has descended upon Muslims on all occasions and under all conditions. It was said, Allah has surely blessed you with His help on many battlefields. Particularly cited soon after this opener was, and on the day of Hunayn, that is, Muslims were blessed with the help of Allah on the day of the Battle of Hunayn as well. The Battle of Hunayn was specially mentioned because many events and circumstances unfolded unexpectedly and extraordinarily during the course of this encounter. If you were to think about these happenings, you would realize that they make one stronger in faith and bolder in deed. Therefore, before we take up a literal explanation of the verses under study, it is appropriate to describe the major events of this battle. They appear in authentic books of hadith and history. We are describing them in a somewhat detailed manner so that it becomes easier to understand not only the verses mentioned above, but also the lessons that these events teach. The major portion of these events has been taken from Tafsir Maarif-ul-Qur'an. Necessary references to books of hadith and history may be seen there. Hunayn is the name of a place between Makkah al-Mukarramah and Taif. It is located at a distance of about 10 miles from Mecca. When Mecca was conquered in Ramadan of Hijrah 8, the Quraysh of Mecca laid down their arms before the Holy Prophet. This alarmed the tribe of Banu Thaqif from Taif, who were a branch of the tribe of Hawazin known all over Arabia as big, brave, rich and warring. They got together and considered the challenge posed by the newly gained strength of Muslims after their conquest of Mecca. Once the Muslims settled down, they concluded they would turn to them. Therefore, they decided the wisest course for them was to launch a preemptive attack on Muslims much before they came upon them. To carry out this plan, the tribe of Hawazin brought all its branches spread out from Makkah to Taif together. Included, there were all big and small units of this tribe, except a few individuals who were less than 100 in number. The leader of this movement was Malik ibn Auf, who became a Muslim later on and rose to be a major standard bearer of Islam. However, at that particular time, his zeal to attack Muslims was the highest. Going along with him, the overwhelming majority of the tribes started preparing for war. Two small branches of this tribe, Banu Kab and Banu Kilab, did not approve of this action plan. Allah Ta'ala had blessed them with some foresight. They said, even if the forces of the whole world from the east to the west came together against Muhammad, he would still overcome all of them. We cannot fight the power of God with him. As for the rest of them, they all gave their pledges to fight. Malik ibn Auf devised a plan to ensure that all of them abided by their commitment to the war. He proposed that all participants should take their families and valuables with them. The catch was that, in case they thought of bolting away from the battlefield, the love of wife, children, and things of value with them would hold them back like shackles on their feet, and they would be left with no freedom to desert the battlefield. As for their numbers, historians differ. According to the master of hadith, Allama ibn Hajar and some others, the weightier opinion is that they were 24 or 28,000 in number. Some others have given a number of 4,000. It is possible that, with the inclusion of women and children, the total number could be 24 or 28,000, while the actual number of fighting men among them remained 4,000. Anyway, when the news of their dangerous intentions reached the Holy Prophet in Makkah al-Mukarramah, he decided to confront them. He appointed Sayyidina Hattab ibn Asid, may Allah be pleased with him, as the Amir of Makkah al-Mukarramah, left Sayyidina Mu'ad ibn Jabal, may Allah be pleased with him, behind to teach people Islam, and asked the Quraysh of Makkah for weapons and other war supplies, of course, as a borrowing. The Quraysh chief, Safwan ibn Umayyah, spoke out, "Do you want to take this war material forcibly against our will?" He said, "No, we would rather like to borrow it from you, a borrowing guaranteed to be returned." After hearing that, he gave 100 coats of mail, and Nawfal ibn Harith offered 3,000 spears likewise. According to a narration of Imam Zuhri, the Holy Prophet was now ready to launch the jihad with an army of 14,000 companions, may Allah be pleased with him, which included 12,000 Ansar of Medina who had accompanied him for the conquest of Mecca. Then there were 2,000 Muslims who were residents of Mecca and its environs, and who had embraced Islam at the time of its conquest. They are known as Al-Jalaka. It was on Saturday, the 6th of Shawwal, that he marched out for this battle, saying that the next day, inshallah, they shall be camping at the spot in Ka, if Bani Kinana, where the Quraysh of Mecca had assembled to write down their pledge to excommunicate Muslims. As for the army of 14,000 Mujahideen, it did march out of the city for jihad. But there was another crowd of people, many men and women of the city of Mecca, who also came out of their homes as spectators. Their hearts were excited with conflicting emotions. Speaking generally, if Muslims were to be defeated on this occasion, they thought, they would have a good chance of taking their revenge against Muslims, and if they were to win, they consoled themselves that they were not going to lose anything after all. Shaybah ibn Uthman was one of these spectators. When he embraced Islam later on, he narrated what had happened to him in the Battle of Badr. My father was killed by Hamza, and my uncle by Sayyidina Ali. My heart was full of anger. I was bent on taking my revenge. I took advantage of this opportunity and started walking alongside the Muslim forces. The purpose was to find an opportunity and attack the Holy Prophet. I kept hanging with them, always on the lookout for that opportunity, until came the time during the initial stage of this jihad when some Muslims had started losing their ground. When I found them running, I seized the opportunity and reached close to the Holy Prophet, but I saw that Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, was guarding him on the right, and Abu Sufyan ibn Harith, may Allah be pleased with him, on the left. Therefore, I dashed towards the rear with the intention of attacking him with my sword. All of a sudden, right then, he happened to look at me and he called out to me, "Shaybah, come here." He asked me to come closer. Then he put his blessed hand on my chest and prayed, "O Allah, remove the shaitan away from him." Now, when I raise my eyes, the Holy Prophet becomes in my heart dearer than my own eye and ear and life. He said to me, "Go and fight the disbelievers." Now, there I was taking my life for him, fighting the enemy valiantly right to the end. When the Holy Prophet returned from this jihad, I presented myself before him. At that time, he told me about the thoughts I had when I started off from Mecca with a particular intention, and how I was shadowing him in order to kill him. But since Allah had intended that I must do something good, I did what I did. Something similar happened to Nadr ibn Harith. He too had gone to Hunayn with the same intention. However, when he reached there, Allah Ta'ala put in his heart the thought of the innocence of the Holy Prophet and a feeling of love for him. This turned him into a valiant mujahid who took no time in piercing through the enemy lines. During the course of this very expedition, yet another event took place. This concerns Abu Burda ibn Niyar. When he reached the place known as Autaz, he saw that the Holy Prophet was sitting under a tree, and there was someone else with him. The Holy Prophet told Abu Burda that he was sleeping when the man sitting with him came, grabbed his sword, positioned by the side of his head, and said, "O Muhammad, now tell me who can save you from me." I said, "Allah." When he heard this, the sword fell down from his hands. Abu Burda said, "O Messenger of Allah, please allow me to behead this enemy of Allah. He looks like a spy." The Holy Prophet said, "Abu Burda, say no more. Allah Ta'ala is my protector until my religion prevails over all others." After all that, he uttered not a single word of reproach for that person. In fact, let him go free. When Muslims camped after reaching Hunayn, Sayyidina Suhail ibn Hanzala, may Allah be pleased with him, came to the Holy Prophet with the news that one of their riders had brought a report that the entire tribe of Hawazin had arrived with an array of their war materials. Hearing this, the Holy Prophet smiled and said, "Do not worry. All this material has come as war spoils for Muslims." Once settled at the camping grounds, the Holy Prophet sent Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Hanat to gather intelligence from the area controlled by the enemy. He went there and stayed with them for 2 days, watching all prevailing conditions closely. He saw the enemy leader and commander, Malik ibn Auf, and heard him saying to his people, "Muhammad has yet to face a nation of experienced warriors. That fight against the innocent Quraysh of Mecca has given him false notions. He has become proud of his power. Now he will find out where he stands. Let all of you go in battle formation at the early hour of dawn in a manner that each warrior has his wife, children, and articles of value behind him. Then take your swords out of the sheaths, break the sheaths, and attack all together in one go." These people were really very experienced in warfare. They had deployed their forces not only openly, but secretly too. For example, they had hidden some units of their army in different mountain passes. This was a view of how the army of disbelievers was getting ready to fight. On the other side, this was the first jihad of Muslims in which 14,000 fighters had come out to confront the enemy. The war material they had with them was much more than they ever had. Then, they had the experience of Badr and Uhud, where they had seen how a negligible number of 313 ill-equipped men had triumphed over a strong army of 1,000 well-equipped fighters. Under these circumstances, when they came to think about their numbers and preparations on that day, some unfortunate words today, it is impossible that anyone can defeat us, for today, once the fighting starts, the enemy will run, were uttered by some of them, as reported by Hakim and Bazar. This attitude that someone relies solely on one's own power was something disliked by the supreme master of humans, jinns and angels. Hence, Muslims were taught a lesson for their lack of discretion. They got a taste of it when the tribe of Hawazin, following their battle plan, launched a surprise attack, and their army units lurking in mountain passes encircled Muslims from all sides. The dust kicked up by their sudden tactical advance turned the day into night. The companions, may Allah be pleased with him, lost their foothold and started running. In contrast, the Holy Prophet was the lone figure seen advancing on his mount, forward and not backwards. A counted few of his noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, reportedly 300 or even less than 100 as said by others, did, however, stay with him, but they too wished that he would not continue advancing. Then the Holy Prophet realized that the situation was grave. He asked Zayd ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, to call his companions, may Allah be pleased with him. These were his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, who had given him a pledge to fight when they had assembled under the tree. Then he pointed out to those who had been mentioned in the Qur'an, as well as to the Ansar of Medina, who had promised to stake their lives in this jihad. He wanted all of them to come back and wanted them to know that the messenger of Allah was present on the battlefield. The call given by Zayd ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, ran through the battlefield like some power current. All deserters were smitten with remorse. They regrouped with fresh vigor and valor and fought against the enemy fully and decisively. First, the enemy commander, Malik ibn Auf, ran away from the battlefield, leaving his family and belongings behind, and took refuge in the fort of Taif. After him, the rest of his people deserted the battlefield. 70 of their chiefs were killed. Incidentally, when some children received wounds at the hands of Muslim soldiers, the Holy Prophet took immediate notice and prohibited them sternly against any such action in future. Everything they left fell into Muslim hands. It included 6,000 prisoners of war, 24,000 camels, 40,000 goats, and 4,000 ukiah of silver. Ukiah equals grams approximately. Mufti Muhammad Shafi, the same subject has been taken up in the first and second verses. The gist of what was said there is, when you wax proud of your numbers, it did not work for you, and you found yourself all cornered, as if the earth was straightened for you despite its vastness. Then you showed your backs and ran. Then Allah Ta'ala sent down upon you his tranquility, sending forces of angels for his messenger and the believers with him, something you did not see. Thus the disbelievers were punished at your hands.
Then Allah sent down his tranquility upon his messenger and upon the believers, and sent down angels whom you did not see, and punished those who disbelieved. And that is the recompense of the disbelievers.
It will be useful to explain this statement, and Allah sent down his tranquility upon his messenger and upon the believers, appearing in verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayat 26 a little further. It means that Allah Ta'ala sent down his tranquility upon the hearts of the noble companions who had lost their foothold on the battlefield during the initial attack of the enemy at Hunayn. This caused their feet to become firm again, and those who had run away came back. As for the sending of tranquility upon the Holy Prophet and the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, who had stayed on the war front with firmness and determination, it means that they could see victory close at hand. And since the tranquility mentioned here was of two kinds, one for those who ran, and the other for those who stayed on with the Holy Prophet with firmness and determination, it is to point out to this refinement that the expressions upon his messenger and upon the believers have been placed separately and introduced one after the other with the repetition of the preposition Allah upon. After that it was said, and sent down forces which you did not see. This means that the people at large did not see. That some reports mention the seeing of these forces should not be taken as contrary to this. After that, in conclusion, it was said, it means that Allah punished those who disbelieved, and those who disbelieved deserved that punishment. This punishment or recompense refers to their subjugation at the hands of Muslims, which was something witnessed openly. In sum, what was their worldly punishment, they received promptly. As for their fate in the hereafter, it has been mentioned in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 27.
Then Allah will accept repentance after that from whom He wills, and Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Yet Allah relents, after that, to whomsoever He wills. As for the details of events that came to pass during the Battle of Hunayn, part of it has been mentioned in the Quran, while the rest has been taken from authentic narrations of Hadith. Majari and Ibn Kathir, Injunctions and Rulings. Many injunctions, rulings, and subsidiary elements of guidance appear here under the shadows of these events. In fact, they are the very purpose of the narration of these events. The very first instruction given in these verses is that Muslims should never wax proud of their power or numerical superiority. They should realize that the way they look towards Allah and His help at times when they are weak and deficient, very similarly, when they are strong and powerful, their total trust should also remain on nothing but the help of Allah alone. In the Battle of Hunayn, Muslims enjoyed numerical superiority. They had sufficient weapons and supplies. This led some companions to utter words of pride to the effect that no one could dare defeat them on that particular day. Allah Ta'ala did not like that a group of people so dear to Him would say something like that. The result was that Muslims lost their foothold on the battlefield at the time the enemy launched the initial attack. They started running. Then it was only with unseen help from Allah that this battle was won. Properties of defeated non-believers, the need for justice and caution. The second instruction given here relates to the need for observing caution and justice when handling properties owned by non-believers who have been defeated and overpowered. This is illustrated by the action taken by the Holy Prophet when he had taken war materials for the Battle of Hunayn from the vanquished non-Muslims of Makkah. This was an occasion when these supplies could have been taken from them by force too, but the Rasul of Allah took these as borrowing, and then he returned everything so borrowed back to them. This event taught Muslims an essential lesson, that they should maintain perfect justice and show mercy and magnanimity even when they are dealing with enemies. The third instruction is embedded in what he said while making a stopover at If Bani Kinana en route Hunayn. Tomorrow, he said, we shall be staying at the place where our enemies, the Quraysh of Makkah, had once sat and resolved to excommunicate Muslims. The hint given here is clear. When Allah Ta'ala has blessed Muslims with victory and power, they should not forget about the days of distress in the past, so that they remain grateful to Allah under all conditions. It will also be recalled that the defeated Hawazin forces had taken refuge in the Taif fortress, from where they were shooting arrows against Muslims repeatedly. The Holy Prophet was requested to pray for a curse to fall on them. He did not respond to their arrows in that manner. He prayed that they be guided to the right path. Being mercy for all the worlds, this prayer for his enemies is teaching Muslims a lesson that Muslims, when they fight in a jihad, do not intend to subdue the enemy. Instead, their objective is to bring them to guidance. Therefore, making efforts to achieve this objective should not be neglected at any time. The third verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 27, instructs Muslims that they should not write off disbelievers who have been defeated at war, because it is likely that Allah Ta'ala may give them the ability to embrace Islam and be blessed with the light of faith. The Hawazin deputation's entry into the fold of Islam proves it. The same deputation from the tribe of Hawazin had requested the return of their prisoners, and the Holy Prophet had asked the gathering of companions, may Allah be pleased with him, if they agreed to do that out of their free will. The response came in the form of voiced ayes from the audience. The Holy Prophet did not consider it to be sufficient. Instead, he took elaborate steps to ascertain the approval of each and every individual before he would act. This proves that the matter of rights is serious. It is not permissible to take what belongs to a person as a matter of right unless it becomes certain that this was done on the basis of his or her free will. The silence of a person, either due to the awe of the crowd or the sense of shame before people, is not a sufficient proof of the person's free will and heartfelt consent. From here, Muslim jurists have deduced a ruling that it is not correct to solicit contributions, even for some religious purpose, when it is done to impress a person by one's personal office, power, or influence. The reason is that there are many gentle people who would be affected by such conditions around and decide to get away by giving something just to avoid being embarrassed, of course. This does not have the backing of genuine free will, approval, and pleasure. Incidentally, What is given in that spirit does not have any barak either.
O you who have believed, indeed the polytheists are unclean, so let them not approach Al-Masjid Al-Haram after this their final year. And if you fear privation, Allah will enrich you from His bounty if He wills. Indeed, Allah is knowing and wise.
Commentary. A proclamation of withdrawal was made against mushriks and disbelievers at the beginning of At-Tawbah. The verse appearing above describes injunctions related to this proclamation. In substance, it stipulated that treaties with disbelievers should be terminated or fulfilled within a year, and after the passage of 1 year from this proclamation, no mushrik should remain within the sacred precincts of the harem. This has been stated in the present verse in a particular manner that accomplishes two objectives simultaneously. It points out to the wisdom behind this injunction, and it also alleviates the apprehensions of some Muslims about its implementation. Here, the word najis has been used with fatha on the letter jim, which carries the sense of filth, and filth denotes every impurity which one averts naturally. Imam Raghib al-Bahani has said, it also includes impurity that is perceived through the senses, such as the eye, the nose, or the hand, as well as that which one is able to know about through knowledge and reason. Therefore, the word najis is inclusive of filth or impurity of 3 types. The first one is real. Everyone perceives it as such. Then there's the second type. This is known as legal because it makes wudu, ablution, or ghusl, bath, legally necessary. Examples are the state of janaba, intercourse, ejaculation, or wet dream, etc., as well as the post-menstruation and post-childbed states known as hayd and nifas. And then there is the spiritual impurity that relates to the human heart, for example, false beliefs and evil morals. The word najis covers all of these. The word nama, introduced in this verse, has been used for hasr or restriction. Therefore, the sentence comes to mean that mushriks, those who ascribe partners to Allah, are impure indeed, in the sense of are but filth. The truth of the matter is that all 3 types of impurities are found in mushriks because they just do not take a lot of impure things as really impure. The outcome is that they do not make any effort to stay away from smearing themselves with obvious impurities, such as liquor and things made with it. As for the modalities of purification against acquired impurities provided by religious codes, such as the prescribed bath, after having fallen into the state of janaba, they simply do not believe in them. Similarly, spiritual impurities like false beliefs and evil morals do not make much sense to them. Therefore, by declaring mushriks to be impure in this verse, the injunction given was, so let them not come near Al-Masjid Al-Haram after this year of theirs. The word Al-Masjid Al-Haram is generally used to denote the place that is surrounded by a walled structure around the Baytullah. But in the Quran and Hadith, this word, at times, has been used for the sacred precincts of the entire Haram of Makkah as well, which is an area of several square miles and is hemmed in by limits originally appointed by Sayyidina Ibrahim. It is in this very sense that words of the text of the Quran referring to the event of Mi'raj from Al-Masjid Al-Haram Surah Al-Isra, Ayah 1, have been taken. This interpretation has the backing of a consensus because the event of Mi'raj did not originate from inside what is commonly known as Al-Masjid Al-Haram, instead of which it started from the home of Sayyid Hani, may Allah be pleased with him. Similarly, in the noble verse, except those with whom you made a treaty near Al-Masjid Al-Haram Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 7, Al-Masjid Al-Haram means the whole Haram because the event of making a peace treaty mentioned there took place at Hudaybiyah, which is located outside the limits of the Haram close by. Al-Jassas, therefore, the verse comes to mean that the entry of the mushriks into the sacred precincts of the Haram shall be banned after this year. Which year is this year? Some commentators say that it means the Hijri year 10, but according to the majority of commentators, the preferred year is Hira because the Holy Prophet had made the proclamation of withdrawal through Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, during the Hajj season of this very Hira year 9. Therefore, the period between Hira and Hira is the year of respite. It was only after Hira that this law came into force. Does the rule stop mushriks from entering the sacred mosque only, or does it apply to all mosques? About the injunction appearing in the cited verse, that no mushrik should be allowed to come near Al-Masjid Al-Haram, the sacred mosque, after Hira 10, 3 things need consideration. Firstly, we have to determine if this injunction is particular to the sacred mosque, or other mosques of the world also fall under its jurisdiction. Secondly, if this is particular to the sacred mosque, then is the entry of the mushrik in the sacred mosque banned in an absolute sense. or the ban of such entry applies only in the case of Hajj and Umrah, not otherwise. Thirdly, this injunction appearing in the verse relates to mushriks. In that case, are the disbelievers, kuffar, among the people of the book included here, or are they not? Since the words of the Qur'an are silent about these details, therefore, the Mujtahid Imams have, by turning to the hints of the Qur'an and the reports of Hadith, given a description of injunctions in accordance with their respective ijtihad. The first investigation in this connection is about the terms of reference in which the Holy Qur'an has declared mushriks as najas, filth, if this means physical filth or some major legal impurity, janaba, etc. Then, as evident, allowing the entry of filth in any masjid is not permissible. Similarly, allowing any person in the state of major impurity, or a woman in the state of menstruation or childbed in any masjid is not permissible. And if najasa in this verse means the spiritual filthiness of kufr and shirk, then it is possible that the injunction which covers it may be different from the injunction which covers outward filth. According to Tafsir Al-Qur'an, Imam Malik and other jurists of Medina, may Allah have mercy on them, said, mushriks are filthy on all counts. They generally do not abstain from obvious filth, are not very particular about taking a bath after having fallen into the state of major impurity, and as for the spiritual impurity of kufr and shirk, they already suffer from it. Therefore, this injunction is equally applicable to all mushriks in mosques. To prove this, they have cited an executive order given by Sayyid Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, may Allah have mercy on him, in which he had instructed the administrators of cities that they should not allow disbelievers to enter mosques. He had quoted this very verse as part of his executive order. In addition to that, there is a hadith of the Holy Prophet in which he said, I do not make entry into the masjid lawful for any woman in menstruation or for any person in a state of major impurity, and since the mushriks and disbelievers do not generally take a bath when in a state of janaba, their entry into the masjid has been prohibited. Imam Shafi'i, may Allah have mercy on him, has said that this injunction is applicable to all mushriks and disbelievers among the people of the book, but is restricted to the sacred mosque. Their entry into other mosques is not prohibited. Qutubah, in proof, he has cited the event relating to Thumama ibn Athal, according to which Thumama was arrested. The Holy Prophet had him tied to a pillar of his mosque before he embraced Islam. According to Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, not letting mushriks come near the sacred mosque as commanded in the verse means that they will not be allowed to perform Hajj and Umrah in their peculiar polytheistic manner from the next year. Its proof lies in the proclamation of withdrawal which was made through Sayyid Ali al-Murtada, may Allah be pleased with him, at the time of the Hajj season. This proclamation made was for nothing but, which made it very clear that no mushrik will be able to perform Hajj after that year. Therefore, the meaning of this statement, so let them not come near al-Masjid al-Haram, in this verse is in accordance with this proclamation nothing but that they have been prohibited to perform Hajj and Umrah, with the exception of entering there on the basis of a particular need which would be subject to the permission of the Muslim Amir. This is proved by what happened in the case of the deputation from the tribe of Thaqif. When, after the conquest of Mecca, their deputation came to the Holy Prophet, he let them stay in the masjid, although they were kafirs at that time. Thereupon, the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, submitted. Ya Rasulallah, these are filthy people. He said, the floor of the masjid is not affected by their impurity. Jah says this report from Hadith also makes it very clear that the Holy Qur'an, when it calls mushriks najas, filth, it refers to the filth of their kufr and shirk, as interpreted by the great Imam Abu Hanifa. May Allah have mercy on him. Similarly, according to a narration of the companion, Sayyidina Jabir ibn Abdullah, the Holy Prophet said that no mushrik should go near the masjid except that the person be a bondman or bondwoman of a Muslim, then he could be admitted if needed. Qutubah, this hadith too confirms that the mushriks were not prevented from entering into the sacred mosque on the basis of their outward impurity as the cause otherwise. There was nothing particular about a bondman or bondwoman. In fact, the real basis is the danger of kufr and shirk, lest these come to dominate. In the case of a bondman or bondwoman, this danger does not exist, so they were allowed. In addition to that, as far as outward impurity is concerned, even Muslims stand included under this restriction, for they too, if in a state of full impurity, janaba or hayd or nifas, are not allowed to enter the sacred mosque. Besides, when according to the explanation given by the majority of commentators, al-Masjid al-Haram at this place means the entire haram, then that too lends support to the view that this prohibition is not based on outward impurity. Instead, it is based on the impurity of kufr and shirk. It is for this reason that their entry was banned not simply in the sacred mosque, in fact, it was banned in the entire area known as the harem. This was done because the harem is the sanctuary and fortress of Islam, and having some non-Muslim inside it cannot be tolerated. To sum up the investigative approach of the great Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, it can be said that the concern for maintaining masajid in a state of perfect purity, free from all sorts of outward and inward pollution, is an issue of major importance, having its proof from the Quran and Hadith. But this verse is not connected with this problem. It is, in fact, connected with the particular political order of Islam that was announced at the beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah, and wherein the purpose was to have the sacred harem vacated by all mushriks present in Makkah. But such was the dictate of justice and mercy that all of them were not ordered to vacate immediately and en bloc soon after the conquest of Makkah. Instead of that, the plan was to be implemented within the time span of 1 year by allowing people who had a treaty for a specified period to complete a period subject to its solemn fulfillment, and by giving others available periods of respite. This is what was stated in the verse under study, that the entry of mushriks will stand prohibited within the sacred precincts of the harem after that year, and they would no more be able to perform Hajj and Umrah in their polytheistic style. After it was clearly stated in the ayat of At-Tawbah that no mushrik would be able to enter the sacred precincts of the harem after Hira 9, the Holy Prophet had increased this injunction to cover the whole of the Arabian Peninsula. Hadith reports confirm it, but its implementation could not take effect during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet. Then Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, remained unable to attend to it because of other emergent problems on hand. It was Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, who, during his period, put this legal order in force. As for the problem of the impurity of disbelievers and the problem of keeping masjids secured from impurities of all kinds, that has its own place. These problems and their solutions have been taken up in books of fiqh, Islamic jurisprudence. Details can be seen there. In brief, no Muslim can enter any masjid in the state of najasa or janaba. As for disbelievers and mushriks or the people of the book, they too are not generally free and duly purified from these impurities, therefore their entry too is not permissible in any masjid unless needed acutely. When according to this verse, the entry of kafirs and mushriks into the harem was banned, Muslims had to face an economic problem. Makkah had no produce of its own. Visitors from far and near brought the needed supplies with them. Thus, during the Hajj season, the people of Makkah found what they needed available locally. Now that their entry was banned, the Makkans worried how things would work for them. In response, they were told in the Quran, "And if you apprehend poverty, then Allah shall, if He wills, make you self-sufficient with His grace." In other words, the sense is, if you foresee any economic hardships, then you must realize that the economic support of the entire creation rests with Allah Almighty. If He wills, He shall make you self-sufficient, free from any dependence on Allah's kafirs. Incidentally, the restriction of "if He wills" placed here does not mean that there is any doubt or hesitation in carrying out the divine will. On the contrary, this is to point out that those who have their sights trained on nothing but material causes find it very difficult to understand and accept a situation like this. Here, the ground reality was that these non-Muslims were the apparent source of all economic support. Putting a ban on the entry of disbelievers amounted to nothing but the termination of the means of livelihood for believers. So this restriction was placed to remove any such doubts and apprehensions. The strong message given to them was that Allah Ta'ala does not depend on material causes as such. When He intends to do something, all related causes start falling in line with His will. So, His will is what matters, the rest follows. Hence, insha, at the end of the sentence serves as a wise indicator of this truth.
Fight those who do not believe in Allah or in the last day, and who do not consider unlawful what Allah and His Messenger have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth from those who were given the scripture. Fight until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled.
Commentary. Verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 28, appearing earlier, referred to jihad against the mushriks of Makkah. The present verses talk about jihad against the people of the book. In a sense, this is a prelude to the battle of Tabuk that was fought against the people of the book. In Tafsir al-Maarif-ul-Qur'an, it has been reported from the Quran commentator Mujahid that these verses have been revealed about the battle of Tabuk. Then there is the reference to those who were given the book. In Islamic religious terminology, they are referred to as al-Awqi, or people of the book. In its literal sense, It covers every disbelieving group of people who believe in a scripture, but in the terminology of the Holy Quran, this term is used for Jews and Christians only because only these two groups from the people of the book were well known in and around Arabia. Therefore, addressing the mushriks of Arabia, the Holy Quran has said, "Lest you should say, the book was sent down only upon two groups before us, and we were ignorant of what they studied." Surah Al-An'am, Ayah 156. As for the injunction of jihad against the people of the book given in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 29, it is really not particular to the people of the book. Fact is that this very injunction applies to all disbelieving groups because the reasons for the injunction to fight mentioned next are common to all disbelievers. If so, the injunction has to be common too. But the people of the book were mentioned here particularly to serve a purpose, since it was possible that Muslims may hesitate to fight against them on the ground that they too are believers in a certain degree, believers in Torah and Injil, and in Sayyidina Musa and Isa, may peace be upon them both. So it was possible that their connection with past prophets and their books may become a factor in dissuading them from jihad. Therefore, fighting with them was mentioned particularly. There is yet another element of coherence at this place. This particularization of the people of the book in the verse is also releasing a hint that, in a certain way, these people are deserving of greater punishment. The reasons were simple. They were people with knowledge. They had the knowledge of Torah and Injil. These scriptures referred to the last among prophets, Sayyidina Muhammad al-Mustafa, giving his blessed identity and details. They knew all this, yet elected to reject the truth and went on to mount conspiracies against Islam and Muslims. When they did what they did, their crime became much more serious. That explains why fighting against them was mentioned particularly. The injunction to fight spells out 4 reasons in this verse Surah At-Tawbah. Ayah 1. They do not believe in Allah. They do not believe in the hereafter. They do not take as prohibited what Allah and His Messenger have prohibited. They do not submit to the faith of truth. This raises a doubt. Is it not that the people of the book, that is, the Jews and Christians, obviously believe in Allah and in hereafter and a last day too? Why then, their faith in man in these things has been negated? The reason is that mere words of faith are hardly sufficient to prove one's actual belief in it. Not having the kind of faith desirable in the sight of Allah would amount to having no faith at all. Of course, the Jews and Christians did not openly reject the belief in Tawhid, that is, oneness of Allah or pure monotheism. But as says the next verse, the Jews took Sayyidina Uzair and the Christians took Sayyidina Isa to be the sons of God, and thereby assigned to them partnership in His divinity. Therefore, their confession of pure monotheism became ineffectual and any claim to faith false. Similarly, the kind of faith desirable in the hereafter was something not to be found with the people of the book. Many of them went by the belief that, on the last day, the Qiyamah, there will be no return to life in body forms they had in the mortal world. Instead, it will be a kind of spiritual life. As for paradise and hell, they did not consider them to be any particular places. Spirit when happy was paradise, and spirit when gloomy was hell. Since all this is patently contrary to what Allah says, therefore, even their faith in the last day, too, turns out to be no faith in real terms. The third thing that these people do not take what Allah has declared to be unlawful, as unlawful means that they do not believe in the unlawfulness of many things prohibited by Torah or Injil, for example, riba, interest. Similarly, there were many edibles prohibited in Torah and Injil. They just did not consider these unlawful and indulged in them freely. This tells us about a religious rule of conduct. According to this rule, taking anything declared unlawful by Allah Ta'ala as lawful is not simply the commitment of a sin. In fact, it is kufr, a flat rejection of the faith itself. Similarly, taking something lawful to be unlawful is also kufr. However, should someone inadvertently fall short in practice while still taking the unlawful as unlawful, then that would be sin, not kufr. Since all wars must end, a limit and end of the action of fighting against those people has also been set forth in this verse, where it has been said, until they pay jizya with their own hands while they are humble. Literally, jizya means return or recompense. In the terminology of the Sharia, it refers to the amount of money taken from disbelievers in lieu of killing. The reason is that kufr and shirk are rebellion against Allah and Rasul. Killing is the real punishment for it. But Allah Ta'ala has in His perfect mercy reduced their punishment by giving them an option. The option is that, should they agree to live as subjects of the Islamic State under the general Islamic legal framework, they may be allowed to remain there against the payment of a nominal amount of jizya. Since they would be living there as citizens of a Muslim state, the protection of their life, property and honor will be the responsibility of the Islamic government, and no hindrance will be placed in the observance of their religious duties. The amount thus taken is called jizya. Should jizya be fixed by mutual conciliation and agreement, there is no prescribed limit imposed by the Sharia. It accepts the amount and thing for which a mutual peace treaty is arrived at, as was done by the Holy Prophet with the people of Najran. A peace pact was concluded between him and the whole group of these people. They agreed to give him 2,000 hullahs annually. A hullat is a pair of clothes. It could be a waist wrap for the lower part of the body with a top sheet wrap, or a long, loose shirt or cloak. Even the estimated monetary worth of every hullah was predetermined. The value of each hullah was supposed to be 1 ukiah of silver. An ukiah is equal to approximately grams of silver, according to our weights. Ozamai Shari'iyah Hadrat Maulana Mufti Muhammad Shafi. A similar agreement was reached between Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, and the Christians of Bani Taglib, which stipulated that the jizya on them be levied at the rate of Islamic zakah, but twice the zakah. Furthermore, in the event Muslims conquered a certain land through war, then allowed the properties of its residents to remain under their ownership and possession, and they too agreed to continue living there as law-abiding citizens, a jizya was levied on them. The rate of jizya fixed and implemented by Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, during the period of his khilafat was 4 dirhams from the rich, 2 dirhams from the middle class, and only 1 dirham from the active poor who earned by working on wages, or by making or vending things. This monthly payment of 1 dirham was equal to about grams of silver, or its equivalent amount. According to rules, nothing was to be taken from the very poor, disabled, or handicapped. Similarly, nothing was to be taken from women, children, aged people, and religious leaders living in seclusion. These were small amounts, yet there were instructions from the Holy Prophet that no one should be made to pay more than he could afford. If anyone oppressed a non-Muslim, the Holy Prophet himself will support the non-Muslim against his oppressor on the day of Qiyamah. Majari reports such as these have led some Muslim jurists to hold the position that there is no particular rate of jizya payment as fixed by the Sharia. Instead, this has been left for the ruler of the time to determine the appropriate action in terms of existing conditions. The comments appearing above also make it clear that jizya is a compensation for removing the punishment of killing from disbelievers, not a substitute for Islam. Therefore, there is no justification for doubting as to why were they given the permission to keep staying on their policy of aversion from and denial of Islam for a paltry price. The proof is that permission is given to many other people also who live in an Islamic country with the freedom to keep observing the precepts of their religion. Jizya is not taken from them, for example, women, children, the aged, religious leaders, the disabled, and the handicapped. Had jizya been taken in lieu of Islam, it should have been taken from these as well. It should be noted that the paying of jizya in this verse has been qualified with the words, with their own hands. Here, the first word, and with denotes cause, and yad, hands, signifies power and subjugation. It means that the payment of this jizya should not be in the spirit of some voluntary contribution or charity. Instead of that, it has to be in the spirit of recognition and acceptance of Islamic victory and of the willingness to live under it, as in Ra'al-Mahani, as for the later part of the sentence. While they are humbled, it means, according to the explanation given by Imam Shafi'i, may Allah have mercy on him, that they should subscribe to the common law of Islam and take the responsibility of remaining obedient to it. Ra'al-Mahani and Mashari, regarding the instruction given in this verse that once these people have agreed to pay jizya, fighting should be stopped. A little explanation may be useful. According to the majority of Muslim jurists, it includes all disbelievers, whether from the people of the book or from those other than them. However, the mushriks of Arabia stand excluded from it, for jizya was not accepted from them.
The Jews say, Ezra is the son of Allah, and the Christians say, the Messiah is the son of Allah. That is their statement from their mouths. They imitate the saying of those who disbelieved before them. May Allah destroy them. How are they deluded?
In the second verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 30, the subject taken up briefly in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 29, where it was said that these people do not believe in Allah, has been enlarged. In the second verse, it has been said that the Jews take Ibn Uzair to be the son of God, else so do the Christians. They say Ibn Isa is the son of God. Therefore, their claim that Allah is one and that they have faith turns out to be false. This is not the belief of all the Jews. It was the belief of some Jews of the Arabia. Now, the Dead Sea Scrolls have also proved the fact that some Jewish sects believe Ezra to be the Son of God. It is learned from some scholars who have studied the scrolls. Muhammad Taqi Asmani, after that it was said, that is their saying invented by their mouths. This could also mean that these people profess it openly and clearly through their own tongues. There is nothing secret about it. Then it could also mean that this blasphemy they utter remains the work of their tongues. They can give no reason or justification for it. Finally, it was said, they resemble the earlier disbelievers in their saying, "Be they killed by Allah, how far turned away they are." It means that the Jews and Christians, by calling prophets sons of Allah, became the same as disbelievers and mushriks of past ages, for they used to say that the angels and their idols, Latin manna, were daughters of God.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah, and also the Messiah, the son of Mary. And they were not commanded except to worship one God. There is no deity except Him. Exalted is He above whatever they associate with Him.
Commentary. The 4 verses cited above mention how astray the learned and the devoted and the abstaining among the Jews and Christians had gone, and what blasphemies of word and deed they had come up with. The word Albar is the plural form of Hibr, and Reuben is the plural of Rahib. Hibr refers to a religious scholar among the Jews and Christians, while Rahib denotes someone who devotes to worship and abstains from a worldly role in life. In the first verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 31, it has been said that these people have taken their rabbis and monks as gods beside Allah, and they have done the same with Sayyidina Isa ibn Maryam, whom they have given the status of their Lord. This is, of course, obvious in the case of Sayyidina Isa, whom they took to be the Son of God, and did not demur from saying so. As for the charge against them that they had taken their rabbis and monks as gods, it has its reason. They used to call them as their Lord in clear terms, but even if it is presumed that they did not believe their religious leaders to be their gods, they had virtually transferred to them the right to be obeyed, which is the right of Allah Jalla Thana, absolutely and exclusively. They would, so to say, follow the dictates of these leaders under all circumstance, even if their dictates happened to be against Allah and His Messenger. With that attitude, one is bound to land in a valley of no return. How can one go about obeying someone even if that person says things contrary to the dictates of Allah and His Messenger? And how can one who has reached this ultimate limit still not refuse to obey that person? This is like taking someone as God an act of flagrant blasphemy, an open kufr. This tells us that the present verse is not related in any way to the popular religious issue of following a particular juristic school, taqlid, which has 2 main aspects. Firstly, common people who are not aware of religious precepts and their details trust ulama and follow their fatwa. Secondly, mujtahid imams are followed in juristic issues requiring ijtihad. So this verse has no bearing on that count, because such following is, in real terms, nothing but the following of the dictates of Allah and His Rasul. Those whom Allah has blessed with knowledge and insight have a direct access to the original resources of Sharia, whereby they know what Allah and His Rasul have said. They see it and act accordingly. The unaware masses act in accordance with the same injunctions by asking those who have knowledge. Then there are those who have knowledge, but are not competent enough to occupy the station of ijtihad. They too follow the mujtahid imams in matters requiring ijtihad. This following is in accordance with the injunction of the Holy Qur'an and is nothing but obedience to Allah Ta'ala, says the Qur'an. It means, if you yourself are not aware of the injunctions of Allah and the Messenger, act by asking the people of knowledge. Surah An-Nahl, Ayah 43. The basic point of difference is that the one who follows an imam does not believe him to be an independent point of obedience, but simply consults him as an interpreter of the Holy Qur'an and Sunnah. That is why he will not follow him if there is a clear clash between his view and a clear-cut ruling given by the Holy Qur'an and Sunnah. The case of Jews and Christians is totally different. They believe their religious leaders, rabbis and popes, as lawgivers. They believe them to be infallible, who cannot commit mistakes, and their rulings are to be obeyed in any case, even though they contradict the ruling given by the scriptures. For more details on the subject, see my book on Taqlid or on Ulum al-Quran. Muhammad Taqi Asmani. In sum, the masses of people among the Jews and Christians had ignored scriptures, divine commandments, and the teachings of the apostles totally, and in its place, they had taken the word and deed of self, serving scholars and ignorant pseudo-devotees as the core of their religion. This is what has been condemned in the verse.
They want to extinguish the light of Allah with their mouths, but Allah refuses except to perfect His light, although the disbelievers dislike it.
Then it was said that these people chose to take the way of error, although they were asked by Allah to worship only one God who is free and pure from what they associated with him. This verse limits itself to saying that they followed the false and obeyed people other than Allah, something they were not permitted to do. In the verse that follows, mention there is another error they make. It is said that they do not stop at the error they have already made. They rather like to compound their errors when they try to subvert divine guidance and black out the faith of truth. The statement has been dressed in a similitude. They want to blow out the light of Allah with their mouths, although this is something they cannot do. Allah Ta'ala has already decided that he shall see to it that his light, that is, the religion of Islam, reaches its perfection, no matter how displeasing this may turn out to be for those who disbelieve.
It is he who has sent his messenger with guidance and the religion of truth to manifest it over all religion, although they who associate others with Allah dislike it.
After that, the same subject has been further stressed in the third verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 33, by saying that Allah Ta'ala has sent his messenger with guidance, that is, the Quran, and with the faith of truth, that is, Islam, in order to have it prevail over all other faiths. Appearing in almost the same words, there are several other verses of the Holy Quran promising that the religion of Islam shall be made to prevail over all other faiths of the world. This glad tidings regarding the ascendancy of Islam is, as in Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an, for most times and circumstances. In a hadith from Sayyidina Miqdad, may Allah be pleased with him, the Holy Prophet said, "No mud or mortar home shall remain on the face of the earth where the word of Islam has not entered with the honor of the honor and the disgrace of the disgraced. Whoever Allah blesses with honor shall embrace Islam, and whoever is to face disgrace shall not, though, accept Islam, but shall become a subject of the Islamic government." This promise of Allah Ta'ala was fulfilled. For about 1,000 years, the primacy of Islam remained operative throughout the world. How this light of Allah reached its perfection during the blessed period of the Holy Prophet and the most righteous and worthy elders of the Muslim community is a spectacle the world has already witnessed. Then, in future too, in terms of its legitimacy and truth for all times to come, the religion of Islam is a perfect religion no sensible person would elect to criticize. For this reason, this faith of truth, in terms of its arguments and proofs, has always been powerful. And should Muslims follow this religion fully and faithfully, outward ascendancy, power and governance also turn out to be its inevitable results. As proved by the annals of the history of Islam, whenever Muslims acted wholeheartedly in accordance with the Quran and Sunnah, no impediment in their way could defeat their determination, and their presence was felt all over the world as a dominant force. And whenever and wherever they have reached the limits of being subjugated or oppressed, it was but the evil consequence of heedlessness to and contravention of the injunctions of Quran and Sunnah which came before them. As for the religion of truth, it stood its ground as always, august and protected.
O you who have believed, indeed many of the scholars and the monks devour the wealth of people unjustly and avert them from the way of Allah. And those who hoard gold and silver and spend it not in the way of Allah, give them tidings of a painful punishment.
In the fourth verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 34, the address is to Muslims, but the subject taken up concerns the conduct of rabbis and monks among the Jews and Christians, a conduct which led common people astray. Perhaps the address to Muslims indicates a purpose behind the description of the conduct of Jewish rabbis and Christian monks. The purpose is to warn them as well in order that they too remain alert against such conditions prevailing among Muslims. The verse states that many rabbis and monks among the Jews and Christians eat up the wealth of the people by false means and prevent them from the way of Allah. Most rabbis and monks among the Jews and Christians were involved in this practice, and under such conditions, people generally tend to make a sweeping statement and call everyone bad. But at this place, the Holy Quran, by adding the word kathira, many, has prompted Muslims to mind their words even when dealing with enemies. It was clearly demonstrated here by not attributing the practice to all of them. Instead, what was said here was that many of them do so. Then, it was said that they were not doing the right thing when they eat up the wealth of people by false means. False means refers to their practice of giving fatwa, religious edict or ruling, counter to the injunction of Torah, for money. In doing so, on occasions, they would misinterpret divine injunctions through concealment and falsification. Further on from here, yet another error of their conduct was pointed out by saying that they were unfortunate people who, not only that they themselves had gone astray, but were also ready to prevent others from seeking the way of Allah in the hope of finding right guidance. The reason is that people, when they see their leaders doing things like that, the inherent love for truth in them dies out. In addition to that, when they start basing their conduct on such false rulings, they end up taking the error and waywardness to be as good as correct. Since this disease among the rabbis and monks of the Jews and Christians that they give false rulings for money showed up because of worldly greed and love for money, the verse takes up the subject in its own way. It says that excess in love for money and property produces bad results, even punishment if not spent in the way of Allah, and suggests how to get rid of this disease. The exact words of the text are, "As for those who accumulate gold and silver and do not spend it in the way of Allah, give them the good news of a painful punishment." The words, "and do not spend it," indicate that people who spend in the way of Allah as necessary for them the rest of their accumulated wealth brings no harm. In Hadith 2, the Holy Prophet has said, "Wealth for which zakah has been paid is not included under." Ken asked him, "You have accumulated," Abu Dawud, Ahmad and others. This tells us that keeping wealth which remains after taking out zakah is no sin. The majority of Muslim jurists and imams have taken this approach. It should be noted that the pronoun in and do not spend it reverts to fida, which means silver. Two things, gold and silver, were mentioned immediately earlier, but the pronoun was made to revert to silver only. Tafsir Majari takes it to be a clear indicator of the rule that should a person have a little of both gold and silver, his threshold, nisab, will be determined in terms of silver. His zakah will be paid by calculating the price of gold in terms of the price of silver.
The day when it will be heated in the fire of hell and seared therewith will be their foreheads, their flanks, and their backs. It will be said, "This is what you hoarded for yourself. So taste what you used to hoard."
Explained in the 5th verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 35 is the detail of the painful punishment referred to at the end of verse Surah At-Tawbah. Ayah 34 there, it has been said, "On the day it will be heated up in the fire of Jahannam, and their foreheads and their sides and their backs shall be branded with it. This is what you had accumulated for yourselves. So taste what you have been accumulating." It means that this painful punishment will be for those who do not pay zakah. It will come on a day when the gold and silver accumulated by them will be heated up in the fire of Jahannam. Then their foreheads, sides, and backs shall be branded with it, and they shall be told, as a sort of verbal punishment, that it was what they had accumulated for themselves, and in consequence they better have a taste of what they had accumulated. The return of a deed is the deed itself. That which was accumulated illegally or that which was accumulated legally, but without having paid its zakah ultimately became, by itself, the punishment of these people. In this verse, mention has been made of branding foreheads, sides, and backs. Either it means the whole body, or these three parts have been particularized for the reason that a miser who does not like to spend his wealth in the way of Allah would usually greet a needy visitor looking for charity or zakah with a forehead all wrinkled with distaste. After that, when to avoid him, he tries to turn away to the right or the left side. And if the needy person still persists, he would turn his back on him. Perhaps the forehead, the sides, and the back were thus particularized for this punishment.
Indeed, the number of months with Allah is 12 lunar months in the register of Allah, from the day He created the heavens and the earth. Of these 4 are sacred. That is the correct religion, so do not wrong yourselves during them. And fight against the disbelievers collectively as they fight against you collectively. And know that Allah is with the righteous who fear Him.
Commentary. Mentioned in the previous verses were the errors and misdeeds of disbelievers and mushriks who persisted with their disbelief and kept associating others in the pristine divinity of Allah. In the present 2 verses, mentioned there is another bad custom prevailing in Arabia since its age of ignorance, which Muslims have been instructed to abstain from. That bad custom relates to a chain of happenings. Details go back to the distant past since when a year was accepted as having 12 months by the religious codes of all past prophets. Out of these 12 months, 4 were considered sacred, therefore worthy of great reverence. They were 3 consecutive months of Dhul al-Qa'dah, Dhul al-Hijjah, Muharram, and the month of Rajab. All religious codes of past prophets agree that every act of worship during these 4 months is more reward-worthy, and should someone commit a sin during these months, the curse and punishment resulting from it is also more blameworthy. Under these past religious codes, fighting and killing was prohibited during these months. Since the Arabs of Makkah al-Mukarramah are the progeny of Sayyidina Ibrahim through Sayyidina Ismail, they all professed belief in Sayyidina Ibrahim as a prophet and messenger of Allah and claimed to follow his Sharia. However, as fighting, killing and hunting was also prohibited during these 4 sacred months among the followers of the Abrahamic community, the people of the arid age of ignorance found the implementation of this injunction extremely hard. The reason was that, during the pagan period, fighting and killing had become the only vocation for them. Therefore, in order to make this restriction somewhat easy on them, they spun out all sorts of excuses to satisfy their self-serving motives. Whenever they needed to fight during one of the sacred months, or whenever a sacred month approached while they were already fighting, then they would say, "This year, this month is not sacred. The next month will be the sacred one." For example, when Muharram arrived, they would say that this year, the month of Muharram is not sacred. Instead of that, the month of Safar will be sacred. And if they had some other exigency, they would say, "This year, the month of Rabi al-Awwal will be sacred," or say, "This year, the month of Safar has come earlier and Muharram will come later." Thus, in one stroke, they made the month of Muharram the month of Safar. In short, they would somehow complete the count of 4 months during 1 year, but would not bother to retain the order and signification of what was divinely determined. It was up to them to give any name to any month, call it Dhul al-Hijjah, or call it Ramadan, or make one come earlier and make the other come later. If another emergency came, for example, when they would remain engaged in fighting for a period as long as 10 months, leaving only 2 months to the year, then, on this occasion, they would increase the number of months in a year, saying, "This year will be of 14 months. In this way, they would make the remaining 4 months the sacred months. In short, they did show their reverence for the Abrahamic faith, at least by doing it during 4 months of the year, when they would abstain from fighting and killing. But they did not observe the order of the months in a year, according to which 4 of them were fixed as the sacred months. This was what they juggled with, seeking interpretations to suit their needs or fancies. The outcome was that, during those days, it had become difficult to determine as to which month was Ramadan or Shawwal, or Dhul al-Qa'dah, Dhul al-Hijjah, or Rajab. When Makkah al-Mukarramah was conquered in the 8th year of Hira, and the Holy Prophet sent Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, to make the proclamation of withdrawal from disbelievers and mushriks at the Hajj season of Hira, year 9, this month was, according to the genuine calculation, the month of Dhul al-Hijjah. But according to the same old custom of the Jahiliyyah, this month was declared to be that of Dhul al-Qa'dah, and that year, according to them, not Dhul al-Hijjah, but Dhul al-Qa'dah was fixed to be the month of Hajj. Then came the Hira, year 10, which was the year the Holy Prophet went for his last Hajj. As nature would have it, this brought about a unique arrangement when the genuine month was that of Dhul al-Hijjah, and according to the arbitrary reckoning of the people of Jahiliyyah too, that turned out to be Dhul al-Hijjah itself. Therefore the Holy Prophet said in his address at Mina, "Time has come back to its position Allah had set the day He created the heavens and the earth." It means that the month, the real month of Dhul al-Hijjah, turned out to be the same month of Dhul al-Hijjah that year, even in the sight of the people of Jahiliyyah. This was a window to the custom of Jahiliyyah, a custom that changed the number, the order and the specification of months in a year, even made deletions and alterations at will. The activity of making a few changes here and there may appear to be small and innocuous. A month is a month. Call it by any name, it remains a month. But things were not that simple in the given situation. These changes disturbed the implementation of Islamic laws connected with a particular month or a specific date in it. They also affected duties fixed for the beginning or the end of the year, such as the injunctions of Hajj during the 10 days of the month of Dhul al-Hijjah, fasting during the 10 days of Muharram, and the rules of Zakat at the end of the year. As a direct result of this practice, hundreds of Islamic laws were distorted, making their compliance useless. In these 2 verses of the Holy Qur'an, Muslims have been instructed to remain on guard against the evil in this pagan custom. Explanation of the verses. In the first verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 36, it is said, "Surely, the number of months with Allah is 12. Here the word Ida appears in the sense of number, and Shuhr is the plural of Shar, which means month. The sense of the verse is that the number of months, in the sight of Allah, is set as 12. No one has the right to decrease or increase it. Then by placing the phrase, Fikit Tabila, as written in the Book of Allah, it was stressed that this numerical setting of the months stood recorded in the preserved tablet, Allah al-Mahfuz, since eternity. Then by saying, on the day He created the heavens and the earth, it was indicated that the divine decree was, though promulgated in eternity, but this order and setting of the months came into being when the heavens and the earth were created. After that, it was said, of which there are 4 sacred months. It means that, out of these 12 months, 4 are sacred. They have been called Hiram, sanctified ones, in the sense that fighting and killing is prohibited during these months, and also in the sense that these months are blessed and it is obligatory to hold them in due esteem, and that acts of worship during these become more reward-worthy. The first injunction out of the two was abrogated in the Sharia of Islam, but the second one, of increased reverence, esteem, and devotion to ibadah during this period still remains operative in Islam. In his addressal of the Day of Sacrifice during the last Hajj 3, the Holy Prophet explained these months by saying, 3 months are consecutive to Al-Qa'dah, to Al-Hijjah, Muharram, and 1 month is that of Rajab. But there were 2 sayings of the Arabs regarding the month of Rajab. Some tribes used to call the month we know as Ramadan the month of Rajab, while, as seen by the tribe of Mudar, Rajab was the month which comes in between Jumada Athaniya and Sha'ban. Therefore, the Holy Prophet, by mentioning this month as Rajab Mudar, also made it clear that it means the month of Rajab, which is in between Jumada Athaniya and Sha'ban. Qatba. Yamu and Nar, a term used for Idu el-Adha, the feast or festival of sacrifice. Idatai Wada. Thereafter appears the statement, that is the right faith. It means that keeping the setting and serial order of months, especially the injunctions pertaining to the 4 sacred months, according to the very original decree of Allah Almighty, is the right faith to hold. Making any changes, alterations, additions, or deletions therein is a sign of crookedness in comprehension and temperament. The next sentence, do not wrong yourselves therein, means, do not become unjust to your own selves either by acting against the compliance-worthy injunctions pertaining to these months, or by not observing proper respect for them, or by falling short in devoting yourselves to ibadah therein. In his Ahkam al-Quran, Imam Abu Bakr al-Jassis has said, the hint given here is that these blessed months have an exclusive characteristic of their own. Whoever devotes to ibadah during these is awarded with the ability and encouragement to engage in it during the rest of the months. Similarly, a person who makes the necessary effort to stay safe from sins and other bad deeds during these months finds that remaining safe from these evils during the rest of the months of the year has become easier on him. Therefore, not making the best out of these months is a terrible loss. Up to this point, the text has described and refuted a particular custom of Jahiliyyah practiced by the mushriks of Makkah. At the end of the verse, the text reverts to the command given at the beginning of the verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 5, requiring that, soon after the expiry of the treaty deadline, jihad is obligatory against all mushriks and disbelievers.
Indeed, the postponing of restriction within sacred months is an increase in disbelief by which those who have disbelieved are led further astray. They make it lawful 1 year and unlawful another year to correspond to the number made unlawful by Allah, and thus make lawful what Allah has made unlawful. Made pleasing to them is the evil of their deeds, and Allah does not guide the disbelieving people.
The second verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 37, also refers to this very custom of Jahiliyyah by saying, "It is nothing but an increase in the infidelity." The word nasi is a verbal noun that means to move back or postpone. It is also used in the sense of that which is delayed, mukkar. By putting these months back and forth, the mushriks of Arabia thought they would be achieving 2 things, that it will serve their material interests, and that it would also give them the credit of complying with the divine injunction. This approach was not approved by Allah Ta'ala, for their act of postponing and moving months from where they belonged was nothing but an addition to their stance of denial, which was going to lead them further astray. That they go about declaring that a sacred month was not sacred in some year, and then be ready to name it as sacred in some other year, was simply unacceptable. The sentence, so that they may conform only to the number of what Allah has sanctified, following soon after, means that a mere act of conforming to the given number cannot stand for the correct compliance of the injunction. The truth of the matter is that the month for which the injunction has been given should be the month in which the injunction must be carried out. This is imperative. Injunctions and rulings. The verses cited above prove that the order of months and the names by which they are known in Islam should not be taken as terms coined by human beings. In fact, the day the Lord of all the worlds created the heavens and the earth, He had also settled this order and these names, and along with it particular injunctions to be carried out during particular months. From here, we also come to know that in all Islamic legal injunctions, only lunar months are credible in the sight of Allah Ta'ala. In other words, all injunctions of the Sharia of Islam, such as fasting, Hajj, Zakah, and many others, relate to the lunar calendar. But when it comes to finding out the day, date, and year, the way the Holy Quran has declared the moon as its indicator, it has very similarly identified the sun too as the other sign, so that you may know the number of years and the count of time. Surah Yunus, Ayah 5. Therefore, keeping track of days and years through lunar or solar calendar is equally permissible. But Allah Ta'ala has favored the lunar calendar for His injunctions and has made it the pivot round which the laws of the Sharia of Islam revolve. Therefore, the preservation of the lunar calendar is Fard al-Kifaya, a religious obligation which, if fulfilled by some, will absolve others. If the entire community of Muslims were to abandon the lunar calendar and forget all about it, then everyone will be a sinner. However, if it remains viably preserved, the use of another calendar is also permissible, but there is no doubt that it is against the way of Allah and the way of the worthy forebears of Islam. Therefore, it is not good to opt for it unnecessarily. The month intercalated to complete the count of years has also been considered by some as impermissible under this verse. But that is not correct, because the system of reckoning under which the intercalation of a month is made has nothing to do with the laws of the Sharia of Islam. The people of Jahiliyyah changed these religious laws by adding to the lunar and legal months, therefore they were censured. As for the practice of intercalation, it does not affect Islamic legal injunctions, therefore it is not included under this prohibition.
O you who have believed, what is the matter with you that, when you are told to go forth in the cause of Allah, you adhere heavily to the earth? Are you satisfied with the life of this world rather than the hereafter? But what is the enjoyment of worldly life compared to the hereafter, except a very little?
Commentary. The verses quoted above describe an important battle from among those fought by the Holy Prophet as a corollary. Also given, there are many injunctions and instructions. This battle is known as the Battle of Tabuk, and is almost the last battle of the Holy Prophet. Tabuk is the name of a place located close to the Syrian border towards the north of Medina. Syria was at that time a province of the government controlled by Byzantine Christians. When the Holy Prophet reached Medina in the 8th year of Hijrah after the conquest of Mecca and the Battle of Hunain, that was a time major parts of the Arabian Peninsula had come under the control of the Islamic State. This was a period of some peace Muslims could enjoy after their 8-year-long battles against the mushriks of Mecca. But destiny has its own workings. Is it not that Allah had already revealed about the blessed person of the Holy Prophet, so that He makes it prevail over every faith? Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 33, Surah Al-Fath, Ayah 28, Surah As-Saf, Ayah 9, which was the glad tidings of a world of victories and the ascendancy of the faith of truth. The Prophet and his companions in the mission would hardly have the respite to relax. Soon after they reached Medina, Syrian traders of olive oil informed them that the Byzantine ruler, Heraclius, had assembled his forces at Tabuk, on the border of Syria. They were also told that soldiers of the Byzantine army had been placated by the payment of advanced salaries for 1 year, and that they had sinister understanding with some Arab tribes, and that they all had plans to mount a surprise attack on Medina. When this information reached the Holy Prophet, he decided that their attack plans should be preempted, and they should be challenged where they are gathered together with their forces. Tafsir Majari, with reference to Muhammad ibn Yusuf Salihi, by chance. This was a terribly hot summer. People in Medina were generally devoted to agriculture. Their farms were close to being harvested. On this depended their economy, rather the sustenance of the whole year. Like people in vocations who had empty pockets by the end of the month, people who depend on agricultural produce are empty-handed close to the harvesting time. On the one hand, they have poverty, while on the other, they have hopes of income in the near future. Then there was the scorching heat of the summer for a people who had their first breather after 8 years of incessant wars. No doubt this was an exacting trial, but equally crucial was the time. This jihad was different. It was not like the wars they had fought before. At that time, they were fighting common people like them. Here, they were to confront the trained armed forces of Heraclius, the ruler of Byzantine. Therefore, the Holy Prophet ordered all Muslims of Medina to come out for this jihad. He also invited some other tribes living around Medina to join in. This general call was a tough test for those who were willing to make sacrifices for Islam, as well as a challenge to the hypocrites who would have to prove their claim to be Muslims by joining the jihad or be exposed as false pretenders. Apart from this consideration, the inevitable consequence was that those who professed belief in Islam reacted to the call in terms of the conditions they were in. The Holy Qur'an has enumerated them as separate groups of people and has pointed out to their condition as well. The first group included those who were strong and perfect in their faith. They were ready for jihad without any hesitation. The second group was composed of those who hesitated at the initial stage but later on joined up with those ready for jihad. About these two groups of people, the Holy Qur'an said, who followed him in the hour of hardship after the hearts of a group of them were about to turn crooked. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 117. The third group was of those who were unable to join this jihad on the basis of some genuine excuse. About that by saying, there is no blame on the weak, nor on the sick. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 91. The Holy Qur'an has announced the acceptance of their excuse. Belonging to the fourth group were people who, despite that they had no excuse to offer, simply did not participate in the jihad out of sheer laziness. Several verses were revealed about them. For example, there are others who admitted their sins. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102. Indeed, there are others whose matter is deferred till the command of Allah comes. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 106. And he relented towards the three whose matter was deferred. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 118. These three verses were revealed about similar people. They carry admonition for their inertia as well as the good news that their tawbah or repentance has been accepted. The fifth group was that of the hypocrites, the munafiqs. Their hypocrisy was deep-seated, and saying yes to jihad was hard. Finally, they failed to cover it up and stayed away from jihad. Hypocrites have been mentioned in the verses of the Quran on many places. The sixth group included munafiqs who had joined up with Muslims with the objective of spying and mischief-making. The Holy Quran mentions their conduct in the following verse. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 1, and among you there are their listeners. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 47, and if you ask them, they will say Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 65, and had planned for what they could not achieve. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 74. Given above were details about those who stayed away from the jihad, but the fact is that their total number was negligible. The majority did belong to those Muslims who, despite many prohibitive factors, chose to sacrifice all gains and comforts and were ready to face expected hardships in the way of Allah. This is the reason why the total number of the Islamic army which set out for this jihad was 30,000, a number never seen in a jihad before. The outcome of this jihad expedition was that Herakl, the Byzantine ruler, when he heard about such a large Muslim force coming up against him, was overtaken by awe. He simply did not turn up on the battlefield. The Holy Prophet camped on the war front with the army of his angelic companions for a few days in the hope that the enemy may decide to come. When totally disappointed, he returned back to Medina. The verses quoted above obviously relate to the fourth group of people who did not take part in the jihad because of their inertia and without any valid excuse. In the beginning of this set of verses, they were admonished for their lethargy, then they were told why they behaved the way they did, and finally, they were told how to correct themselves. This wise approach unfolds major lessons. Regard for dunya and disregard for the hereafter, the root of all crimes. No doubt what has been said above is related to a particular event. But if we were to think about it, we shall realize that the real cause of negligence towards faith and of every crime and sin is nothing but this love for the material and heedlessness towards the life to come. Therefore, the Holy Prophet said, the love for dunya, material life of the present world, is at the top of every error and sin. That is why it was said in the verse, O those who believe, what is wrong with you that, when it is said to you, come out in the way of Allah, you turn heavy and cling to the ground? Have you become happy with the worldly life instead of the hereafter? This was the diagnosis of the disease. Its treatment appears next when it was said, so the enjoyment of the worldly life is but little as compared with the hereafter. The thrust of the argument is that one's major concern in life should be that of the eternal life in the hereafter. It is this concern for the hereafter that offers the only and the most perfect treatment of all diseases. Incidentally, this also happens to be the master prescription for eradication of crimes that bother human societies all over the world. The Aqid of Islam, articles of faith, are based on three principles: Tawhid, oneness of Allah, Risalah, the true mission of the messenger and prophet sent by Allah, and the hereafter. Out of these, the belief in the hereafter is, in all reality, the moving spirit for correction of deeds and serves as an iron wall before crimes and sins. A little thought would make it amply clear that there can be no peace in the world without subscribing to this belief. The world as we see it today has reached its zenith in terms of its material progress. Then there is no dearth of functional solutions and plans designed to eradicate crimes. Laws proliferate. So does the administrative machinery to interpret and implement the objective. No doubt there is progress in those terms. But along with it, everyone is witnessing crimes increasing day by day, everywhere, in all societies. The reason, in our humble view, is no other but that the disease has not been properly diagnosed and the line of treatment is not sound. The root of the disease is materialism, excessive indulgence in the temporal, and negligence or avoidance of the thought of any life to come. The only way this frame of mind can be corrected is to remember Allah and think about the hereafter, the life to come. Whenever and wherever in this world this master prescription was used, whole nations and their societies became models of humanity at its best, earning the admiration of angels. That this happened during the blessed period of the Holy Prophet and during the age of his noble companions is sufficient as its proof.
If you do not go forth, He will punish you with a painful punishment and will replace you with another people, and you will not harm him at all, and Allah is over all things competent.
It is interesting that the modern world would very much like to eradicate crimes, but it would do so by not having to bother about God and the hereafter. To achieve this purpose, it invents, introduces, and surrounds itself with things to live with a lifestyle which would never allow human beings to turn their attention towards God and hereafter. The result of this negative approach is no mystery. We are watching it with our own eyes. Even in the face of ever better laws, all legal systems seem to be failing. Crimes are there as they were in fact. They are increasing with dangerous speed. To conclude, we wish that intelligent people among countries and nations of the world would think of using this Quranic prescription, at least for once, and discover for themselves how easily crimes can be controlled. Now, as we move to the second verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 39, the text has, after serving a notice of warning to the lazy and the listless about their disease and its treatment, delivered its verdict by saying, "If you do not come out for jihad, Allah will have you go through a painful punishment and bring in your place a nation other than you, and by your refusal to follow Islam, you can bring no loss to Allah or His Messenger, because Allah is powerful over everything."
If you do not aid the Prophet, Allah has already aided him when those who disbelieved had driven him out of Makkah as one of two. When they were in the cave, and he said to his companion, "Do not grieve, indeed Allah is with us." And Allah sent down His tranquility upon him, and supported him with angels you did not see, and made the word of those who disbelieved the lowest, while the word of Allah, that is the highest. And Allah is exalted in might and wise.
In the third verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 40, by citing the event of the Hera of the Holy Prophet, it has been stressed that the Rasul of Allah has no need to depend on any human help and support. Allah can help him directly through unseen factors, as it happened at the time of Hera when his own people had forced him to leave his homeland. On this journey, the only companion he had was Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, the True One. Enemy foot soldiers and riders were looking for them in hot pursuit. The place to hide he had found was no fortified fortress. It was just a cave, and the enemy's search party had reached close to its edges. Inside it, the companion of the cave, Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, was worried, not for his own safety, but about his master. He was in fear lest the enemy outside were to harm the Holy Prophet. But the master himself was sitting calm like a mountain at peace. Not simply that he was himself cool and collected, he was telling his companion, Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, "La tahzan inna Allaha ma'ana," do not grieve. Allah is with us. What has been said here is composed of a couple of words, easy and effortless as they sound. But let those listening place the blueprint of conditions prevailing before their eyes, cross their hearts and ask, can someone dependent on mere material means be that tranquil? Every honest person would say that it was just not possible. The reason for this was no other but that which the Quran has given in the next sentence. So Allah sent down His tranquility on him, and strengthened him with troops you did not see. These troops could be troops of angels, and of the elemental forces of the entire universe too, for they are, so to say, a virtual army of Allah. When this happened, the ultimate came to be. The word of disbelievers was rendered low, and the word of Allah remained the highest.
Go forth, whether light or heavy, and strive with your wealth and your lives in the cause of Allah. That is better for you, if you only knew.
In the fourth verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 41, the command given earlier has been repeated for emphasis. It is being said here that, once the Prophet, Allah orders people to come out for jihad, they must come out as a matter of absolute obligation, for on the compliance of this command hinges all that is good for them.
Had it been an easy gain and a moderate trip, the hypocrites would have followed you, but distant to them was the journey, and they will swear by Allah, if we were able, we would have gone forth with you, destroying themselves through false oaths, and Allah knows that indeed they are liars.
The 5th verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 42 mentions an excuse offered by those who did not participate in the jihad because of negligence and lethargy. It was rejected as unacceptable because they did not use the ability given by Allah to pick and choose the right thing to do in His way. Therefore, the excuse of not having that ability is not valid.
May Allah pardon you, O Muhammad. Why did you give them permission to remain behind? You should not have until it was evident to you who were truthful and you knew who were the liars.
Commentary. Mentioned in most of the 17 verses of this entire section are hypocrites who had, on false pretexts, secured permission from the Holy Prophet that they would not go to participate in the Jihad of Tabuk. Falling under it, there are many injunctions, rulings, and instructions that have been pointed out in the commentary. The 1st verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 43 begins in a subtle manner. Here, a complaint has been made to the Holy Prophet. He has been told that those hypocrites were lying when they presented themselves as deserving of being excused from active service in jihad. But he accepted their plea without first having made an inquiry about the real state of affairs with them, which would have made the true and false of it comes out clearly. This gave them the opportunity to go about congratulating themselves on how smartly they had deceived the Holy Prophet. Though in verses coming next, Allah Ta'ala has also clarified that those people were asking to be excused from jihad just to play tricks otherwise, even if they were not permitted, still then, they would have never gone. And in another verse, it was also pointed out that, in case these people did go to this jihad, it would have been of no use to Muslims. In fact, their conspiracy and mischief would have been far more dangerous. But the drift of the argument is that, in case permission was not given, they were still not going to go anyway. However, their hypocrisy would have definitely been exposed, and they would not have had the opportunity to throw taunts at Muslims and exult that they had fooled them. And the real purpose here is not to show wrath or displeasure. Instead of that, it is a way of saying that in future, the motives and moves of such people should be watched and screened carefully. Then it can be conceded that there does exist a certain kind of displeasure in the external framework of words, but it has been coated with a delightful concern for sensitivities, particularly that of His dear Prophet. We can see that the expression of displeasure, which begins with the words, "Why did you permit them?" does not actually begin until said ahead of it was, "Allah has forgiven you." It has been said by people having insight in the nature of God-Prophet relationship that the Holy Prophet had a special attachment to Allah Jalla Thana. His heart could not simply bear the shock of being in a situation where he is subjected to questioning from Allah Ta'ala. For instance, if the words, "Why did you permit them?" which translate as interrogation in their formal appearance were said in the very beginning, the blessed heart of the Holy Prophet would have been simply unable to take it. Therefore, the words, "Allah has forgiven you," have been placed earlier. This serves two purposes. Firstly, it gives him the information that something has happened, something that was not liked by Allah. Secondly, the information that he has been forgiven for whatever had happened was being given beforehand so that what is said next should not break his blessed heart. As for the word of forgiveness, let there be no doubt about it, and let no one say that forgiveness is usually given for crimes and sins, and the Holy Prophet was masum, protected from sin. What then would be the sense of forgiveness at this place? The answer is that the way there is forgiveness for sin, similarly, there could also be forgiveness for what is contrary to the preferred way. Khilaf al-Allah, or is simply undesirable, and that does not violate the concept of the isma, infallibility, of a prophet.
Those who believe in Allah and the Last Day would not ask permission of you to be excused from striving with their wealth and their lives, and Allah is knowing of those who fear Him.
In the 2nd and 3rd verses given, there was a difference between believers and hypocrites. Those who believe in Allah Ta'ala truly and staunchly do not pick an occasion like that only to seek desertion from jihad just for the sake of love for their lives and wealth and go about asking the permission of their Prophet to stay back. In fact, this is the behavior of only those who do not believe in Allah and the Day of Judgment, the hereafter, truly and correctly, and as for Allah, He knows that God-fearing perfectly well.
Only those would ask permission of you who do not believe in Allah and the Last Day, and whose hearts have doubted, and they, in their doubt, are hesitating.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 44 with the Tafsir.
And if they had intended to go forth, they would have prepared for it some preparation. But Allah disliked their being sent, so He kept them back, and they were told, "Remain behind with those who remain."
At least, One aspect of why their excuse was false has been given in the fourth, where it has been said, "And had they really wished to set out for jihad, they would have of necessity made at least some preparation for it, but they made none." This shows that the plea of having an excuse was false. The truth of the matter was that they just did not have any intention to come out for jihad. How do we know if an excuse is reasonable or unreasonable? An important principle comes out from this verse, a principle that can be used to distinguish between a reasonable and an unreasonable excuse. To wit, an excuse presented only by those who are ready to carry out orders but were rendered helpless by some accident can be entertained and accepted. This rule applies to all matters pertaining to the excusable. As for a person who made no preparation to carry out orders, did not even make the intention to carry them out when called, thereafter came some excuse, then this excuse will be like the excuse of sin, which is worse than the sin. This will not be taken as a genuine excuse. Take the example of a person who has made all preparations to present himself in the masjid for his Jummah prayers and is intending to go there when, all of a sudden, came an impediment which prevented him from going there. Then his excuse is reasonable, and Allah Ta'ala blesses such a person with the full reward of his ibadah, worship. As for the person who just did not make any preparation, but later on, by chance, there came an excuse before him, then this will be taken as nothing but a ruse and pretext. Take an example from everyday life. One makes the necessary preparations to get up early in the morning and get ready for the Fajr Salah. An alarm was set in the family clock, or somebody was assigned to give a wake-up call. After that, by chance, whatever arrangements were made did not work, and because of this, the Salah was missed. This is similar to what happened to the Holy Prophet when he camped on a journey late at night, Laylatul Tigris, in order to get up on time for Fajr Salah. He arranged with Sayyidina Nabil, may Allah be pleased with him, that he would sit the night out and wake up everybody when morning comes. But by chance sleep overtook him too. Everyone got up only when the sun had risen. So this excuse is correct and reasonable. Based on this, consoling his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, the Holy Prophet said, "There is no negligence in sleep. Negligence occurs only when awake, that is, one is excusable in sleep." The reason was that, as far as it was possible to do, arrangements had already been made to get up on time. In short, a decision about an excuse being reasonable or unreasonable can be taken only by knowing whether or not preparation was made to carry out orders. Simply using a lot of words to make a point gets nothing done.
Had they gone forth with you, they would not have increased you except in confusion, and they would have been active among you, seeking to cause you fitna. And among you are avid listeners to them, and Allah is knowing of the wrongdoers.
In the 5th verse, it was explained that the hypocrites had procured the permission to stay away from jihad by deceit, and now it was better that they just did not participate in it. Had they gone there, they would have done nothing but hatch conspiracies, circulate rumors, and spread disorder. The Quranic statement, "and among you there are their listeners," means that, among Muslims, there were some simple people too, people who could be easily taken advantage of, and who may have likely been affected by their false rumors.
They had already desired dissension before, and had upset matters for you until the truth came, and the ordinance of Allah appeared, while they were averse.
The opening sentence of the 6th verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 48, "They sought disorder even earlier," refers to what had happened in the Battle of Uhud. The statement, "and the will of Allah prevailed," though they disliked it, at the end of the verse indicates that victory is in the hands of Allah. This has been proved on earlier occasions when the Holy Prophet was blessed with victory. The same will happen in this jihad as well, when all tricks played by hypocrites will fail.
And among them is he who says, "Permit me to remain at home and do not put me to trial." Unquestionably, into trial they have fallen, and indeed, hell will encompass the disbelievers.
In the 7th verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 49, after citing a particular excuse made by a noted hypocrite called Jad ibn Qais, a comment has been made which shows how astray he had gone. The excuse for not going on jihad he came up with was that he happened to be a young man. If he went out against the Roman Christians in their territory, there were chances that he might fall into the snare of their beautiful women. "Do not expose me to an ordeal." The Quran responded by saying, "Look, they have already fallen into an ordeal." It means that such people were not very smart. They were trying to hide behind the excuse of an imaginary ordeal, not realizing that they had already fallen into the sin of a certain ordeal, the ordeal acting against the command of Allah and His Messenger, and of deserting the jihad effort, right on the spot. The last sentence of the verse, and certainly the Jahannam has the disbelievers encircled, could have two meanings. It could either mean that the hell would encircle them in the hereafter, or it could mean that the very chain of causes which are operating to take them to hell, and which have them all encircled at that time, are what has been equated with hell. Given this interpretation, it would suggest that they happen to be, even now, within the larger circle of nothing but hell.
If good befalls you, it distresses them. But if disaster strikes you, they say, "We took our matter in hand before," and turn away while they are rejoicing.
In the 8th verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 50, yet another aspect of their low nature has been mentioned by saying that, though these people live among Muslims giving the outward impression that they are one of them, that they are soon exposed by their inner reactions to what happens to the Holy Prophet. The text illustrates it by saying, if some good comes to you, it annoys them, and if some suffering visits you, they say, "We had already taken care of our problem." They would take it as expedient in their favor that they did not go along with Muslims and found the results satisfying enough to go away delighted.
Say, never will we be struck except by what Allah has decreed for us. He is our protector. And upon Allah let the believers rely.
In the 9th verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 51, Allah Ta'ala has instructed the Holy Prophet and Muslims that they should not allow themselves to be affected by things like that said by the hypocrites, and that they must always keep reality as it is before them. The words of the Holy Qur'an are, say, nothing can ever reach us except what Allah has written for us. He is our Master, and in Allah alone the believers must place their trust. In other words, the Holy Prophet is being asked that he should tell those who worship material causes such as these, that they were in a serious deception. These material causes were no more than a curtain. Power that moves inside them belongs to none but Allah. Whatever happens to us is exactly whatever Allah has written for us, and He is our Master, Guardian, and Helper. And Muslims must place their real trust in Him alone. Consequently, they must see material causes as no more than effective agents and signs, while never taking them to be the real dispensers of any good or evil. Belief in destiny includes management of affairs. Giving inaction or mismanagement the name of trust is wrong. This verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 51, brings into sharp focus the essential reality of the religious issue of taqdir, destiny, and tawakkul, trust. The outcome of believing in taqdir and tawakkul should never be that one goes home, sits tight, does nothing, and says what will be will be. This is no belief in destiny, and this is no practice of trust. Instead, the thing to do is that one should devote full personal energy and courage to put together whatever lawful material means one can arrange for within the range of what lies in control. After this has been done, the matter should be resigned to destiny and trust. However, the caveat is that one has to keep his or her sight trained toward Allah alone, for it is He who has the ultimate outcome of everything one does under His absolute power and control. Speaking generally, people around the world are found in great confusion about the religious problem of taqdir and tawakkul. Some of them are plain irreligious. They just do not recognize the very possibility that something like that exists. They are content with material means as the deity they are comfortable with. Then there are other people who lack proper awareness. They have turned destiny and trust into a pretext for their sloth and inertia. The Prophet of Islam, may the blessing of Allah and peace be upon him, made full preparation for jihad. After which, the revelation of this verse put an end to this cycle of excess and deficiency and showed the right way, as put in the lively Persian saying, with tawakkul, trust. Do tie the knees of the camel. To sum up, means which you have the option to utilize are nothing but blessings given by Allah Ta'ala. Not taking advantage of these means is ingratitude, even stupidity. Of course, do not give means the status they do not have, and believe that results and outcomes are not subservient to these means. Instead of all that, they obey the command of Allah Almighty.
Say, do you await for us except one of the two best things, while we await for you that Allah will afflict you with punishment from Himself or at our hands? So wait, indeed we, along with you, are waiting.
The 10th verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 52, while mentioning the charming demeanor of the man of true faith, has given an answer to hypocrites delighted over the discomfort of Muslims. According to the man of true faith, the thing that hypocrites take as suffering for Muslims and which makes them happy is really no suffering for them. In fact, it is another form of comfort and success. The reason is that a man of true faith becomes deserving of eternal returns and rewards even after having failed in his strong resolve, something that is the real objective of all his successes. Therefore, he succeeds even in failure and gains even in loss. The first sentence of the verse say, "Is it not that you are expecting for us but one of the two good things, martyrdom and victory?" means exactly this. However, along with it, it was also said that the fate of the disbelievers was quite contrary, for they will find no respite from suffering or punishment under any condition. Either they would be punished at the hands of Muslims right here in this world, in which case they will taste the punishment in the mortal and the eternal world both. And in case they somehow escaped unscathed in the mortal world, there is no possibility of deliverance from the punishment of the hereafter.
Say, spend willingly or unwillingly, never will it be accepted from you. Indeed, you have been a defiantly disobedient people.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 52 for the Tafsir.
And what prevents their expenditures from being accepted from them, but that they have disbelieved in Allah and in His Messenger, and that they come not to prayer except while they are lazy, and that they do not spend except while they are unwilling.
Commentary. Mentioned in the previous verses were bad morals and bad deeds of the hypocrites. The same subject continues in the verses quoted above. As for the statement in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 55, where it has been declared that the wealth and children of hypocrites should not be taken as a blessing for them, as these are, in fact, a form of punishment from Allah, it has a reason. Is it not that love for an engrossment in worldly life becomes a punishment right here in this world? One starts with desires to acquire worldly wealth, then goes through a series of hard work to establish the necessary channels day in and day out, sacrificing sleep, comfort, and family life. After that, if one succeeds, come the concerns of increasing and retaining it around-the-clock punishment indeed. A serious loss or sickness could become unwelcome cans of worries. And if one happens to get everything one wants, the vicious circle continues either through apprehensions of decreasing wealth or cravings of increasing it further. There is just no respite any time. Finally, these things go out of one's hands. This may happen at the time of death or much earlier. Whenever it does, despair takes over. What is this if not punishment? Man surrounds himself with articles of comfort and calls it comfort. Real comfort, the peace and comfort of the heart, is something man has yet to find. But in the meantime, man has to rely on material means and things for satisfaction, not realizing that these agents will keep snatching away his share of peace in this world and will also become the prelude to the punishment in the world to come. Can sadaqah be given to a disbeliever? The last two verses show that the hypocrites used to receive a share from properties available as sadaqat, plural of sadaqah, meaning a donation through which one seeks reward with Allah Ta'ala, usually referred to as alms or charity. But when they did not get these as they wished, they became angry and started accusing and cursing. If at this place sadaqat are taken in their general sense, which includes all sadaqat, necessary, wajib, and voluntary, nafil, then there is no problem, because non-Muslims can be given out of the voluntary sadaqat. This is permissible on the basis of the consensus of Muslim Ummah and stands proved from Sunnah. However, even if sadaqat at this place mean what is obligatory, like zakah and ushr, then we should remember that the hypocrites were given a share from it on the basis that they claimed to be Muslims. Since they claimed to believe in all the necessary articles of faith, and their kufr was hidden in their hearts, with no conclusive proof in their apparent claims, they were treated as Muslims to the extent of this worldly life, and Allah Ta'ala had, in His wisdom, given the orders that the hypocrites should be treated as Muslims. Bayan al-Quran, signs of hypocrites and warning for Muslims. In verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 54, two signs of hypocrites have been given. They come to the Sa'ah lazily and listlessly, and that they spend in the way of Allah unwillingly. Muslims have been warned here that sloth and salah, and being sour at heart while spending in the way of Allah, that is, zakah and sadaqah, are signs of nifaq, hypocrisy. All Muslims should make conscious effort to stay safe from these signs.
So let not their wealth or their children impress you. Allah only intends to punish them through them in worldly life, and that their souls should depart at death while they are disbelievers.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 54 for the Tafsir.
And they swear by Allah that they are from among you, while they are not from among you, but they are a people who are afraid.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 54 for the Tafsir.
If they could find a refuge or some caves or any place to enter and hide, they would turn to it while they run heedlessly.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 54 for the Tafsir.
And among them are some who criticize you concerning the distribution of charities. If they are given from them, they approve, but if they are not given from them, at once they become angry.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 54 for the Tafsir.
If only they had been satisfied with what Allah and His Messenger gave them, and said, "Sufficient for us is Allah. Allah will give us of His bounty, and so will His Messenger. Indeed, we are desirous toward Allah. It would have been better for them."
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 54 for the Tafsir.
Zakah expenditures are only for the poor and for the needy, and for those employed to collect zakah, and for bringing hearts together for Islam, and for freeing captives or slaves, and for those in debt, and for the cause of Allah, and for the stranded traveler, an obligation imposed by Allah, and Allah is knowing and wise.
Commentary. Recipients of Zakat. Objection raised by some hypocrites against the Holy Prophet, and the answer to that was given in verses previous to this. It will be recalled that the hypocrites had blamed the Holy Prophet that he, God forbid, does not observe justice while dispersing Zakat and gives whatever he wishes to whomsoever he chooses. In the present verse, by listing the recipients of Zakat category-wise, Allah Ta'ala has removed their misunderstanding and told them that He has Himself determined as to who should receive Zakat. The Holy Prophet only complies with the divine decree while dispersing Zakat, doing nothing on his own or with his personal opinion. This is also confirmed by the hadith reported in Abu Dawud and Darqutni as based on a narration by Sayyid Ziyad ibn Harith al-Sud. May Allah be pleased with him, who says, "I visited the Holy Prophet where I noticed that he was sending Muslim forces against my people. I said to him, 'Ya Rasulullah, you do not have to send any troops. I guarantee that all of them will submit before you with pleasure.' Then I wrote a letter to my people, and all of them embraced Islam. Thereupon, he said, which was like a title saying that this person was the beloved one of his people who followed him. I submitted, I deserve no credit for that. Allah, in His grace, guided them right, and they embraced Islam. I was still present in the sitting," says the narrator, "when a person came in asking for something. The answer he gave to him was, Allah Ta'ala has never handed over the distribution of Zakat to any prophet, even to anyone other than a prophet. Instead of that, He has Himself determined 8 categories for it. If you are included under one of those 8, I can let you have it." Tafsir al-Qur'an by p. 168 v. 8. This was the background in which this verse was revealed. Now, before going to its explanation in full, please understand that Allah Jalla Thana has promised sustenance for the entire creation. Says the Quran, "And there is no creature on earth but that upon Allah is its provision." Surah Hud, Ayah 6. However, in His infinite wisdom, He has not done something like making all of them equal in the matter of provision or sustenance or rizq, as the Quran says. This would have done away with the difference of rich and poor. This is a vast field of inquiry full of hundreds of wise insights into the moral grooming of human beings and into the proper ordering of a universal system. They live under something that cannot be taken up in details at this place. So, it was in His wisdom that He made someone rich and someone else poor, and then fixed a share for the poor and needy in the riches of the rich. It was said, "And in their wealth there is a share fixed for the asking and the deprived." Surah Al-Ma'arij, Ayah 24, which was theirs as a matter of right. First of all, this tells us that the command to take out sadaqah from the wealth of the wealthy is no favor from them. In fact, this is a right of the needy, the fulfillment of which is their duty. Then, it also tells us that this right is fixed in the sight of Allah Ta'ala, not that someone decreases or increases it at will and at time. Pursuant to that, the duty of making the amount of this fixed right widely known was assigned to the Holy Prophet. Therefore, he acted with marked diligence and land in this matter. He could have informed his companions about it orally, but he did not consider it to be sufficient. Instead, he had detailed executive orders written and placed in the custody of Say ibn Umar and Say ibn Amr ibn Hayz, and may Allah be pleased with him. This clearly proves that the nisab threshold of zakah and the amount of zakah in each nisab have been fixed by Allah Ta'ala and promulgated through His Messenger to remain valid forever. No one at any time and in any country has any right to decrease, increase, change, or alter what has been prescribed. It is correct to say that the obligation of sadaqah and zakah was already decreed by revelation during the early stage of Islam in Makkah al-Mukarramah. Tafsir authority Ibn Kathir has cited the verse of Surah Al-Muzammil, so establish salah and give zakat, Surah Al-Muzammil, ayah 20, in proof because this surah is among those that belong to the initial period of revelation, and along with salah, it carries the injunction of zakah. However, the narratives of Illidat seem to indicate that during the initial period of Islam, any particular nisab for zakah, or a particular amount, was not fixed. In its absence, whatever was left behind after having served the needs of a Muslim was spent in the way of Allah. The fixation of nisab and the declaration of the amount of zakah came after Hira in Medina at-Tayyibah. After that, the firmly established system of the receipts of zakah and sadaqat was something that came into existence only after the conquest of Makkah. This verse, with the consensus of the Sahaba, may Allah be pleased with him, and the Tabi'in, describes the disbursement of the same obligatory wajib, sadaqah, which is obligatory on Muslims like salah, because the heads of disbursement fixed in this verse are the heads of the obligatory sadaqat. As for the voluntary nafil sadaqat, given the clear statements of hadith narratives, their range is quite vast. To be precise, they are not restricted to these 8 heads of expenditure, though in the verse appearing above, the general word sadaqat has been used, which apparently may include the obligatory and the voluntary both, but there is a consensus of the Muslim Ummah on the point that this verse refers only to the obligatory wajib sadaqat. It appears in Tafsir al-Qur'an that the word sadaqah, whenever used in an absolute sense anywhere in the Quran, while there is no textual evidence to prove that it is voluntary sadaqah, it invariably means obligatory sadaqah at that place. This verse has been initiated with the word innama, which is used for restriction, has certain inhisar. Thereby, the very first word in the beginning of the statement speaks for itself, that the recipients of sadaqat being enumerated next are obligatory sadaqat and must therefore be spent on them. In fact, obligatory sadaqat cannot be spent on any good cause other than them, such as the preparation for jihad, or making masjids and religious schools or other institutions of public welfare. Though all these projects are necessary, and there's great reward for investing in them, but obligatory sadaqah, the quantum of which stands fixed, cannot be applied to such projects. The second word, sadaqat, appearing in the verse is the plural form of sadaqah. Lexically, it denotes a portion of the wealth or property that is spent for the sake of Allah. Kamas, in Mufradat al-Quran, Imam Raghib al-Asbahani has said that sadaqah is called sadaqah because it is derived from the root of sit, which means truth, and the one who gives something in sadaqah purports that he is true in his word and deed. He has no worldly motives, and is spending for the pleasure of Allah only. Therefore, a sadaqah mixed up with the desire to earn a fair name or to project one's personality or any other worldly motive conceivable has been declared to be null and void by the Holy Quran. As stated earlier too, the word sadaqah is general in terms of its real meaning. It is used for voluntary sadaqah as well as for obligatory zakah. Its use for nafil, voluntary or supererogatory charity, is already very common. However, it has also been used for fard, obligatory or prescribed alms at several places in the Quran. For example, take out of their wealth the sadaqah obligatory alms, Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 103, and the verse, the sadaqat prescribed alms are only for, under discussion right now. In fact, according to the verification of commentator Al-Qurtubi, when the Quran mentions the word sadaqat in an absolute sense, it invariably means the fard, obligatory sadaqah. In hadith narratives, the word sadaqah has also been used for every good deed. For instance, says the hadith, meeting a Muslim with a smile is also a sadaqah. Or, helping the bearer of a burden carry it is also a sadaqah. Or, to share the water drawn from a well for personal use with someone else is also a sadaqah. In these hadith references, the word sadaqah has been used in its general sense with a figurative touch. The third word after that begins with lil, faqara. It will be noted that the letter lam appears in the very beginning, a letter used to carry the sense of particularization. Therefore, the sentence would mean that all sadaqat rightfully belong only to those who have been mentioned later. Now, we can go to a detailed description of the 8 recipients mentioned after that. Out of these, the first category of recipients is that of al-fuqara, the poor, followed by the second, which is that of al-masakin, the needy or indigent. There is, though, difference of opinion about the real meaning of fakir and miskin. A fakir is one who has nothing, while a miskin is one who has less than the nisab, but they remain the same under the injunction of zakah. No difference exists there. The outcome is that a person who does not own wealth or property to the value of nis at an excess of his or her basic needs shall be a person to whom zakah can be given, and for that person too this taking of zakah is permissible. As for basic needs, included therein is everything like the residential house, utensils in use, clothes and furniture, etc. Anyone who has the nisab, that is, 7 tolas gold, or 52 tolas of silver, or its equivalent in cash, and is not in debt, then it is not permissible for such a person to receive zakah, nor is it permissible for anyone to give it to him. Similarly, a person who has some silver or cash and some gold, and the combined market price equals the price of 52 tolas, 612, 36 grams of silver, then this person too is deemed to have the nisab. It is not permissible for him to take zakah, nor is it permissible for anyone to give it to him. But a person who is not a man of nisab, however, is strong and healthy to earn his livelihood, and has enough for a day, then giving zakah to him is, no doubt, permissible. But what is not permissible is that he goes about asking people to help him out. Many such people ignore this restriction, not realizing that stretching their hand before others is haram, unlawful. Whatever such a person acquires by soliciting has been equated by a holy prophet with an ember from hell. Abu Dawud, on the authority of a report from Sayyidina al-Qutubi, the minimum quantity or amount or threshold of wealth or property liable to payment of obligatory zakah, prescribed alms or pordu, 2 equals 87. 48 grams. 3 equals 612. 36 grams. 23 is determined by Hadrat Maulana Mufti Muhammad Shafi. May Allah have mercy on him in his. So the outcome is that there is no difference in a fakir and a miskin as far as zakah is concerned. But it does make a difference in the injunction of wasiya, will, if a will is made for the masakin, what kind of people will be eligible to receive the bequeathed amount. And if the will is made for fukara, what kind of people will be its recipients. There is no need to describe its details at this place. In brief, the common thing between the two categories, the fakir and the miskin, is that whoever of the two receives from the property of zakah should be a Muslim, and should not be the owner of property which is more than his basic needs, or the standard of nisab. Common sadaqat can, however, be given to non-Muslims as well. The Holy Prophet has said, "Give sadaqah to people of all religions." But about the sadaqah of zakah, the Holy Prophet, while sending Sayyidina Mu'adh ibn Jabal, may Allah be pleased with him, to Yemen, had instructed him that zakah should be taken from the rich among Muslims and be spent over their poor. Therefore zakah can be spent only among Muslim fukara, the poor, and masakin, the needy. However, with the exception of zakah, it is permissible to give other sadaqah, even the sadaqah to al-fitr, to a non-Muslim fakir. Hidayah, incidentally, the second condition, that a person should not be the owner of nisab, mentioned a little earlier, becomes self-evident from the very meaning of a fakir and a miskin, because either he would have nothing, or at the least would have less than the fixed amount of nisab holdings. Therefore a fakir and a miskin are common in the sense that they both do not possess property matching the standard value of nisab. After having mentioned these two categories of recipients, the text describes 6 more. Out of these, the first, which is the third in the aggregate list, is that of the collectors of sadaqah, which has been described in the text, and those employed to collect them. This refers to those who are appointed by the Islamic government to collect the zakat of zakah and usher, etc. from the people and deposit it in the Baitul Mal, the state treasury. Since these appointees spend all their time in carrying out this service, therefore taking care of their needs is a responsibility that falls on the Islamic government. This verse of the Quran has, by allotting a share to them in the disbursement of zakah, has categorically determined that the payment for the services rendered by them shall be made from the head of zakah. Actually, Allah Ta'ala has entrusted the duty of taking zakah and sadaqat from Muslims directly with the Holy Prophet, as said in the verse, "Take out of their wealth as sadaqah obligatory on Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 103, which appears later on in this very Salah." Detailed comments about it will be taken up there. However, it is sufficient to mention here that, in the light of this verse, the duty of taking zakah and sadaqat has been placed on the shoulders of the Amir of Muslims. It is obvious that the Amir cannot carry out this duty all by himself throughout the country without functional executives and assistants. It is these executives and assistants who have been mentioned in the words, and those employed to collect them. It was to implement the command given in these verses that the Holy Prophet had sent many companions as functional executives responsible for collecting zakah and sadaqat to many regions of the Islamic State. The payment he had made for the services rendered by them was as instructed in the verse, from the very amount collected as zakah. Included among such people were Sahaba who were rich. In Hadith, the Holy Prophet said, Sadaqah is not halal for anyone rich, al-Ghani, owner of mal, that is, wealth and property, except 5 persons. One who has set out for jihad where he does not have necessary financial support with him, though he may be rich back home. The amil of sadaqah, the collector employed to carry out this duty. One who, though owns wealth and property, but is in debt for more than the worth of what he has. One who buys sadaqah property from a miskin, needy person against cash. One who has been given a gift of property acquired as sadaqah by some poor person, fakir. As for the trouble of determining the proportion of the amount of money to be paid to those employed to collect sadaqat, the answer lies in the rule that it will be paid in accordance with the status of their working hours and performance. Jasas, upon Al-Quran and Kutubah, of course, it will be necessary that the salaries of the employees do not go higher than a half of the total zakah. If the collection of zakah is low, so low that after the disbursement of salaries to employees, not even that half remains available, then salaries would have to be reduced. More than half shall not be spent. Tafsir Majari Zahiriya. What has been said above shows that the amount of money given to those employed to collect sadaqah from a head of zakat is not given to them as sadaqah, instead of which it is a payment in return for their service. Therefore, they deserve to get this amount despite being rich, and it is permissible to give this amount to them from the zakah funds. Out of the 8 heads of zakah disbursement, this is the only head in which the amount of zakah is given as payment in return for services rendered. Otherwise, zakah is the very name of the gift given to the poor without being a return for any services, and if a poor person was given something from zakah funds against some service rendered, zakah remained unpaid. For this reason, 2 questions arise here. Firstly, how was zakah property given in return for services rendered? And secondly, how could this zakah property become halal, lawful, for the rich person? Both these questions have the same answer, that we should understand the real status of those employed to collect sadaqah. The status of these employees is that of the authorized representatives of fuqara, the poor ones, and everyone knows that the taking of possession by an authorized representative is regarded to be as good as the possession taken by the principal himself. If a person makes someone his representative authorized to recover his debt, and the other person in debt hands over the amount of debt to this authorized representative, then, soon after the possession taken by the representative, the liability of the debtor stands discharged. So, when the amount of zakah has been recovered by those employed to collect it in their capacity as the authorized representatives of the poor, i.e. the fuqara, then the amount of zakah received from people stands duly paid. Now, this whole amount lies under the ownership of the fuqara, on whose behalf the amilin have received it in the capacity of their authorized representative. Hence, the amount given to them in return for their services is in fact given to them by the fuqara as a compensation of services they have rendered for them, because once zakah is received by a fakir or his agent, he may give it to anyone against his services. Now remains the question: the fuqara never made these people their authorized representatives. How then did they become their agents in fact? The answer is that the head of a Muslim state, the Amir, has been appointed by Allah Ta'ala as a representative of all the poor to collect and disperse zakah on their behalf. The logical consequence of this arrangement is that the persons appointed by an Amir, being his deputies, are also taken to be the representatives of the poor. To sum up, that which was given to those employed to collect sadaqat, prescribed alms, was really no zakah as such. Instead of that, it was given to them as compensation in return for the service rendered by them on behalf of the poor recipients of zakah. It is like a poor person making someone an attorney for his case and paying for his services from what he has received from zakah funds. In this situation, the payment of attorney's fee cannot be termed as the payment of zakah. Special note: details given above also tell us that those who collect sadaqat and zakah for Islamic religious schools and organizations, without being appointed by an Islamic state for that purpose, are not included in amilin, collectors of zakah, as contemplated in the Holy Quran. The reason is that neither the individual poor persons have authorized them to receive zakah on their behalf, nor the head of an Islamic state has appointed them as such. Their correct position is that the zakah payers have made them their agent to disperse zakah among the deserving people. Therefore, they can neither draw their salaries from zakah, nor can the obligation of a zakah payer be discharged by their possession, unless they pay it to a person entitled to receive zakah. Generally, serious negligence is shown in this matter. Many institutions collect zakah funds and keep it for years. Zakah payers think that their zakah stands paid, although their zakah will stand paid only when the amount given by them has been dispersed in favor of its recipients. Similarly, there are many others who would unknowingly take such people to be included under the Quranic injunction about the collectors of sadaqah and go on to pay their salaries from the funds of zakah itself. This is not permissible for the givers and the takers both. Another question, payment for ibadah. Another question should be clarified here. It is inferred from some Quranic indicators and narrations of hadith that taking wages and compensation on ibadah is haram, unlawful, forbidden. The Musnad of Ahmad reports a hadith from Sayyidina Abd al-Rahman ibn Shibl, may Allah be pleased with him, according to which the Holy Prophet has said, recite the Quran, but do not eat by means of it. In some other reports, the compensation taken on the Quran has been called a piece of hell. It is on this basis that many jurists of Muslim Ummah have held that the taking of wages or compensation for any act of ibadah, worship, is not permissible. Then, it is also evident that the function of collecting prescribed alms is a religious mission and an act of ibadah. The Holy Prophet has called it a kind of jihad. According to this principle, it should not have been lawful to receive any remuneration for collecting zakah. But this verse of the Holy Quran has clearly declared it to be permissible and has included it as one of the 8 heads under which zakah can be dispersed. Imam Al-Qurtubi has taken up this question in his commentary. He has said that taking compensation for ibadah, acts of worship that are obligatory, fard, or compulsory individually, wajib al-ain, is absolutely haram, unlawful, but taking any compensation for duties called fard al-kifaya is permissible in accordance with this very verse. Fard al-kifaya means that a duty has been imposed on the entire Muslim community or on a whole city as a collective obligation, but it is not the duty of every individual to do it. If some of the people there fulfill the duty, the rest stand absolved. Yes, if no one does it, everyone becomes a sinner. Imam Al-Qurtubi has also said that this very verse proves that taking a compensation for leading congregational prayers, imamah, and delivering sermons, khitabat, is also permissible because they too are wajib al-kifaya, compulsory in the degree of sufficiency, and not wajib al-ain, compulsory individually. Similarly, the areas of teaching Quran, hadith, and other religious sciences are no different. These are duties that must be carried out. The entire Muslim Ummah is responsible for it. This is fard al-kifaya on the community. If some people fulfill this obligation, others stand absolved. Therefore, if some compensation or salary is taken for it, that too will be permissible. The fourth among the 8 categories of recipients of zakah is that of people whose hearts are to be won. The Quran calls them. These were people who were given zakat so that their attitude towards Islam could be mollified. The general impression about this category is that it included both Muslims and non-Muslims. The object was to persuade non-Muslims in favor of Islam and neo-Muslims to become more firm. Those who were already staunch Muslims were helped to guide their people right through such measures. Then there were people among non-Muslims whose evil had to be avoided through a policy of appeasement. And there were people who would listen to no sermon or sword. The only language they understood was the language of favor and generosity. They too came closer to reconciliation through this policy. At that time, the Holy Prophet did whatever was legally possible to bring people from the darkness of disbelief into the light of faith. However, after the passing away of the Holy Prophet, Islam had become politically strong, and the initial plans to avoid the threat of disbelievers or to provide support to neo-Muslims did not remain valid anymore. What was expedient then had lost its expediency. So that share also came to an end. Some Muslim jurists have taken the position that it has been abrogated. This position is attributed to Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, Hassan al-Basri, Abu Hanifa, and Malik ibn Anas, may the mercy of Allah be upon them. However, many others hold that the share of this category has not been abrogated, that it was allowed to lapse during the period of Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, means that it was allowed to lapse because there was no need for it. However, if such a need does come up at some later time, it could be given again. This is the juristic view of Imam Zuhri, Qadi Abd al-Wahhab, Ibn al-Arabi, Imam Shafi'i, and Ahmad. But the most authentic position is that non-Muslims were never given a share from zakat at any time whatsoever, nor are they included under the category of Mu'allafat al-Qulub as contemplated in the present verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayat 60. In his Tafsir, Imam Al-Qurtubi has given a detailed list of people to whom the Holy Prophet had given a share from the head of zakat. The purpose was to win their hearts through persuasion. At the end of his list, Al-Qurtubi has this to say. It means, to sum it up, it can be said that all recipients under this category were Muslims and there was no kafir included therein. Similarly, it appears in Tafsir Majari. It means there is no report to prove that the Holy Prophet has ever given a share to a kafir, disbeliever, from zakah property in order to persuade him favorably. This is supported by what is said in Tafsir al-Kashaf. The details of the recipients of Sadaqat have been given here to refute the allegations of disbelievers and hypocrites who used to raise objections against the Holy Prophet that he did not give them their share from the Sadaqat. The purpose of giving these details in this verse is to tell them that disbelievers had no right in Sadaqah properties. If the disbelievers were also included under the category of Malaf al-Hulu, there was no need for this answer in refutation. Tafsir Majari has also clarified the error into which some people have fallen because of some hadith narratives, which seem to prove that the Holy Prophet has given gifts to some non-Muslims. For example, there is a report in the Sahih of Muslim and Tirmidhi which says that the Holy Prophet gave some gifts to Safwan ibn Umayyah when he was a kafir. About it, quoting Imam al-Nawawi, the author of the Tafsir says that these gifts were not from zakah. Rather, they were given from the khums, 1/5 of the spoils of the Battle of Hunain deposited in the Bayt al-Mal, and it is obvious that spending from this head of the Bayt al-Mal both on Muslims or non-Muslims is permissible under the consensus of Muslim jurists. Then, he says, Imam al-Bayhaqi, Ibn Sayyid al-Nas, Imam ibn Kathir and others have concurred that this gift was not given from zakah but was given from the 1/5 of spoils. The useful supplementary note. From here we also come to know that wealth and property belonging to Sadaqat were, though, deposited in the Bayt al-Mal during the blessed period of the Holy Prophet himself, but they were kept under a totally separate account. Similarly, other heads of the Bayt al-Mal, such as the khums of Ghanima, 1/5 of spoils, or the khums of Ma'adim, 1/5 of mines and quarries, etc., had their own separate accounts and modes of disbursement. Muslim jurists have given details in this connection. According to them, there should be 4 heads of accounts in the Bayt al-Mal separate from each other. The main instruction given is that keeping the accounts separate is not enough. Instead of that, each head should have a separate Bayt al-Mal so that each one of them exercises full control when spending it on approved recipients and categories. Of course, if a particular head faces shortage of funds, these can be borrowed from another head of accounts and spent as necessary. These heads of the Bayt al-Mal are as follows. Khums al-Ghanim, the 1/5 of spoils. This is property acquired from disbelievers as an outcome of war. Out of its 5 shares, 4 are distributed among mujahideen, while the 5th share is the right of the Bayt al-Mal. Then there is the 1/5 of mines, khums al-Ma'adin, a 1/5 of whatever is mined from different kinds of quarries is the right of the Bayt al-Mal. Then there is the 1/5 of buried treasures. This is known as the khums of rikas. It refers to any old treasure dug out of the ground. A 1/5 of this too is the right of the Bayt al-Mal. All these 3 kinds of khums, 1/5, are included in one single head of the Bayt al-Mal. Sadaqat, this includes zakah, Sadaqat al-Fitr, and usher of their lands paid by Muslims. Kharaj and Fi property, which includes tax collected from lands owned by non-Muslims, jizya paid by them, taxes on commercial enterprises run by them, al-Kharaj, and it included all properties acquired from non-Muslims with their consent and agreement. Al-Fi, Daway, lost properties, which included what lost or remained unclaimed as well as property left by a person having no heir. Though expenditures under these 4 heads are separate, but the right of the poor and the needy has been set aside in all 4 of these heads. This shows the particular care taken to empower the weaker section of the society, a certain hallmark of the Muslim state indeed. Otherwise, elite classes keep getting the opportunities to grow among the usual social systems of the world at the expense of the poor ones. Poor never see their day. What came up as a reaction of this situation in the form of socialism and communism was far from being natural. In fact, it was like running from the rain and resting under the drainpipe, not to say much about its harmful effects for human morals. To sum up, an Islamic government has 4 Bayt al-Mals for 4 different heads with the right of the poor and needy secured in all 4. The expenditures of the first 3 among these have been fixed and explained clearly by the Holy Qur'an as follows. The description of the expenditures of the first head, that is, of the 1/5 of spoils, khums al-Ghanim, appears at the beginning of the 10th part in Surah Al-Anfal, verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 41. The description of the expenditures of the second head, that is, of Sadaqat, has been taken up in verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 60 of At-Tawbah, that is under study right now. The third head, technically known as the property of Al-Fi, finds a detailed mention in Surah Al-Hashr. Many expenditures of the Islamic government, such as those on the military and on the salaries of civil servants, are dispersed from this head. The fourth head of al-Dawi covered loss for unclaimed property or property having no inheritor. It was set aside for the disabled, the handicapped, destitute men and women, and abandoned children, following the practice and teachings of the Holy Prophet to which the rightly guided caliphs of Islam faithfully adhered. Shami Kitab al-Zak, incidentally, the saying of Muslim jurists that the four heads of the Bayt al-Mal should be kept separate and that the expenditures therein should be incurred as approved, has its proof in the Quran, the practice of the Holy Prophet, and the adherence of the rightly guided caliphs to that practice. After this supplementary note, we can now revert to the original issue of Malafa al-Qulub. It is already established that no zakah was paid to a non-Muslim under this category. Therefore, they stand excluded from the recipients of zakah. Now, left there are the new Muslims who can fall under this head. All the Muslim jurists are unanimous on the point that the poor new Muslims are eligible to get their share under this category. However, there is a difference of opinion about the rich ones. Imam Shafi'i and Imam Ahmad are of the view that all the Muslim converts who need a sympathetic attitude to make them firm on Islamic beliefs can receive zakah under the category of malaf al-qulub, even though they are not poor in the sense that they own the nisab. The basic principle according to them is that poverty is not a condition for the eligibility for zakah under each head from the 8 categories mentioned in the verse. On the contrary, Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik are of the view that Muslim malaf al-qulub can be given zakah only if they are poor and do not own the nisab. If they own the nisab, they cannot receive zakah even under this category. Both these imams hold that poverty is the basic condition for all the 8 categories mentioned in the verse, with the sole exception of amam as explained earlier. The debtors, the wayfarers, and the slaves as well can receive zakah only if they are poor in their given state of affairs, even though may have wealth otherwise. This explanation shows that despite their difference of opinion in this particular aspect, all of them agree on the point that malaf al-qulub as a category of the recipients of zakah still holds good and has never been repealed or abrogated. Up to this point, 4 out of the 8 recipients of zakat have been identified. The right of these 4 has been introduced with the addition of the letter lam as in lil fuqara wal masakin, for the poor and for the needy. The form has been changed while mentioning the next 4 recipients where the initial letter lam has been replaced with the letter fal as in, and in freeing slaves and in releasing those in debt. Al-Zamakhshari has given a reason for this nuance of language in his Tafsir al-Kashaf. According to him, this is a device employed to indicate that the last 4 recipients are more deserving as compared to the first 4, because the letter fal is used to denote attending circumstances or conditions which yields the meaning that zakat should be placed in or within these people. Then the reason for their being more deserving is their being more in need because a slave owned by someone suffers more as compared to poor people in general. Similarly, a person in debt hounded by his lenders is in deeper trouble as compared to common poor and needy, for he has the additional worry as to how he is going to pay off his debt, which is certainly more disturbing than the rest of his usual needs. Out of the remaining 4 categories of recipients, the first one mentioned here is that of wafi rikab, and in freeing slaves. Rikab is the plural form of rakaba. Actually, it means the neck, but in recognized usage, it is also used to allude to a person whose neck is shackled in the chains of slavery. What is the meaning of our rikab in this verse? Interpretations of jurists differ. The majority of jurists and hadith experts agreed that it refers to slaves who enter into a deal with their masters that they would earn the amount specified by them, give it to them as they earn, and once the agreed amount is paid off, they shall be free. In the terminology of the Quran and Sunnah, such a slave is known as mukatab. The master of such a slave allows him to earn through business or employment and give the income to the master. In the present verse, firikab means that this person should be helped to secure his freedom from his master, who should be given a share from zakah funds to write off the amount due against the slave. There is a consensus of commentators and jurists that this kind of slaves is the intended sense of the expression wafirikab, and in freeing slaves, which requires that they should be helped to become free by paying the amount due from zakah funds. In cases other than this, such as buying other slaves and setting them free, or entering into a deal with their masters that they would set them free against an agreed amount of zakah, there is a difference of opinion among major Muslim jurists. The majority of the imams of Islamic jurisprudence, Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Umar ibn Hanbal, and others, may the mercy of Allah be on all of them, do not take this to be permissible. Imam Malik agrees with the majority in one version, Ruwayah, only when he declares the sense of furkab as restricted to mukatab slaves on freedom against money deal with master. In another version, Ruwaya, it has also been reported from Imam Malik that he included common slaves under the definition of furikab as well as gave the permission to buy slaves from zakah amounts and free them. Akam al-Quran ibn al-Arabi al-Maliki, the majority of imams and jurists, who do not consider it permissible, have a juristic difficulty in doing so. If a slave was bought from zakah funds and freed, the problem is that the very definition of zakah does not fit right in his case because zakah is a property given to someone deserving without getting something in return. Now, should the amount of zakah be given to the master then? It is obvious that he is neither deserving of zakah, nor the amount of money being given to him is without an expected return. As for the slave, who is deserving of zakah, the amount was never given to him personally. This is another matter that the benefit of the amount paid to the master somehow reached the slave and that he was bought and freed. But freeing does not get to be included under the definition of sadaqah. And why would someone surrender the real meaning without any reason and go by the figurative or general sense of sadaqah unnecessarily? This has no justification. Then it is also obvious that in the subject verse, what is being described is nothing but the categories of the recipients of zakah. Therefore, anything to which the definition of sadaqah does not fit simply cannot be meant by furikab. And if this amount was to be given to the slave himself, then the slave does not have the right to own. The result will be that it will automatically become the property of the master. Then, the matter of releasing or not releasing the slave will also continue to be in the control of his master. It is because of this juristic difficulty that the majority of imams and jurists hold the view that the Quranic expression, furikab, refers to mukatab slaves only. This also tells us about the standard rule of conduct in this matter. To give sadaqah properly, the condition is that its giver makes the deserving person its owner and sees to it that the amount has passed into his possession because, until the deserving person has taken the amount in his possession as its owner, zakah remains unpaid. The sixth category of recipients, al-bariman, and in releasing those in debt, is the plural of gariam, which means a person in debt. It has been mentioned earlier that the fifth and sixth categories of recipients introduced with the letter fight are ahead of the first four recipients in their claim of preference. Therefore, giving out to free a slave or to release a person from debt is more merit-worthy than giving to the poor and the needy in general. However, the condition is that the person in debt does not have enough funds to pay off that debt because, lexically, the word garan is applied only to such a person in debt. And some imams also add a condition that this person should not have borrowed for something impermissible. If someone goes in debt for something sinful, such as to pay for liquor and its likes, or spends on impermissible customs of marriages and deaths, then such a client will not be helped from the head of zakah so that he is not encouraged in his sin and extravagance. The seventh category of disbursement appears in the words, fi sabilillah, in the way of Allah. It will be noted that the letter fi has been repeated here once again. According to Tafsir al-Kashaf, the purpose of this repetition is to indicate that this area of expenditure is more merit-worthy as compared to those mentioned earlier. It has two benefits. The first is helping a poor person. The second is assisting in a religious cause. The reason is that fisabilillah either denotes a mujahid who does not have the means to buy necessary weapons and war supplies, or it means the person who must fulfill the obligation of Hajj but who does not have the necessary financial support to complete his due duty. These two duties are purely religious. They are acts of worship. Therefore, by spending zakah funds on them, one helps a poor person and supports someone do his ibadah. On the same analogy, Muslim jurists have included students of the schools of Islamic learning under this category as they too take it to fulfill what is an act of ibadah in the way of Allah. Ra'aman Nai, with reference to Zahiriya, the author of Bad, he has said that one who wishes to undertake an act of sincere ibadah and needs financial support to do it will be taken as included in the category of fisabilillah, subject to the condition that he does not have enough funds to carry it out. The work of teaching and transmitting religion along with the establishment of allied institutions of promotion and publication are some examples. If someone deserving zakah elects to take up this work, he may be helped out with zakah funds, but this help cannot be extended to a rich man who owns the nisab. Details appearing above show that all explanations of fisabilillah in the way of Allah, under different circumstances, carry the condition of poverty and need alongside. The rich man who owns the nisab does not have a share in this head too, except that his present holdings may be insufficient for the needs of jihad or hajj he is going to undertake. Call him rich because he has property above the nisab. In fact, such a person has been called rich in hadith. But in the final analysis, he too turns out to be a poor and needy person in terms of the amount of funds he needs for jihad or hajj, and this he does not have with him. Shaykh ibn Hammam has said in Fath al-Qadir, the words used to describe recipients mentioned in the verse of Sadaqat prove that they deserve what they do on the basis of poverty and need. The words for the poor and the needy are obvious by themselves. Other words used for freeing of slaves, releasing from debt, in the way of Allah, and for the wayfarer also suggest that they receive shares to alleviate their needs. However, those employed to collect Sadaqat receive their share in return for the services rendered by them. Therefore, in that, the rich and the poor are equal. This is similar to what has been briefly mentioned earlier under the category of those in debt. A person owes a debt of rupees 10,000. He has rupees 5,000 with him. He can be given zakah up to Rs. 5,000 because the funds he has with him will be taken as not with him due to the debt. Approximately a little less than $200 old rates, a word of caution. The literal meaning of fi sabilillah is very general and very common. Anything done for the good pleasure of Allah is included under fi sabilillah in the light of this popular sense. Unfortunately, there are people who wish to understand the Quran through a literal translation alone. They would skip the explanations and statements of the Holy Prophet and ignore the sayings of major commentators. As a result, they fall into error. One such error shows up when they look at fi sabilillah and find it spacious enough to accommodate everything they fancy. Under this head of zakah, they have included everything that is considered to be good or religious. Under this umbrella, they have included the building of mosques, religious schools, hospitals, inns, even the provision of public services like wells, bridges, and roads. Then, they do not seem to forget the salaries and contingent expenses of the institutions of public service. All these they include under fi sabilillah and declare them to be worth receiving zakah funds. This is absolutely wrong and very much against the consensus of the Muslim Ummah. This is something already decided clearly and categorically. There are statements of the noble Sahaba, the direct disciples of the Holy Prophet. They had learned and understood the Quran from him. Then there are explanations of this expression passed on to us from the most learned authorities from among the Tabi'in. All of them restrict the expression to Hajjaj and Mujahidin. It appears in a hadith that someone had given a camel as religious endowment in the way of Allah, fi sabilillah. For it, the Holy Prophet said, use this camel to carry Hajj pilgrims on their journey. Al-Mabsut al-Saraksi p. 10v. 3. Imam ibn Jarir and Imam ibn Kathir are known exegetes who limit themselves to explaining the Quran through hadith reports only. They both have particularized fi sabilillah with Mujahidin and Hajjaj, who do not have the wherewithal necessary for jihad or hajj. As for jurists who have included students in religion or servants of good causes in this category, they have done so subject to the condition that they should be poor and needy. And it is obvious that the poor and the needy are in themselves the first among the recipients of zakah. Even if they were not included under the sense of fi sabilillah, still, they would have deserved receiving zakah. But no one from among the four imams and jurists of Muslim Ummah ever said that expenditures on institutions of public welfare, building of mosques and religious schools and the rest of their functional needs are included under the head of zakah disbursements. In fact, they have made it very clear that spending zakah funds for this purpose is impermissible. Jurists from different schools of Islamic jurisprudence have written about it in great details. The names of some of them are being given as follows: Hanafi jurist al-Saraksi and al-Mabsut p. 202 v. 2 and Charles CRP. 244 v. 4. Shafi'i jurist Abu Ubaid and Kit and al-Amal, Maliki jurist Dardir and Al-Mukhtasar al-Qawl p. 161 v. 1 and al-Muwafaq and al-Muntni. Other than the clarifications from authorities of Tafsir and jurists of Islam referred to earlier, a little thought over this matter will help us understand the problem quickly. Let us think for a moment. If this field of zakah was so all-embracing that it could accommodate spending on every act of worship and virtue, then the identification of these 8 recipients in the Quran becomes, God forbid, totally redundant. So does the statement of the Holy Prophet cited earlier, where he said that Allah Ta'ala has not delegated the authority to determine the recipients of Sadaqat even to a prophet. In fact, he has himself determined the 8 categories of its recipients. This tells us that the element of universal application visible to an unaware person from a literal translation of fi sabilillah, in the way of Allah, is not what Allah means. Instead, It means what stands to prove from the words of the Holy Prophet and the related clarifications of the Sahaba and the Tabi'in. The 8th category of zakah disbursement is Ibn al-Sabil, wayfarer. Sabil means way, and the word Ibn is used essentially for a son. But in Arab usage, the words Ibn, son, and father, and that, brother, etc. are also used for things which are deeply related with someone. It is according to this usage that a wayfarer is referred to as Ibn al-Sabil for the simple reason that a wayfarer is deeply related to traversing distances and reaching destinations. As a technical term of zakah categories, it means a traveler who does not have necessary funds with him, even if he may be a rich person in his home country. Zakah may be given to such a traveler so that he can satisfy his needs en route and return home in peace. At this point, the discussion about the 8 categories of recipients of sadaqat and zakah mentioned in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 60 has reached its completion. Now follow some other religious issues which relate to all these categories equally. The issue of tamlik, transfer of ownership. The majority of Muslim jurists agree that, even in the fixed 8 categories of recipients, the condition for a valid payment of zakah is that someone deserving should be given possession of zakah property as its owner. If money was spent for the benefit of these very people without having made them possess it as its owner, zakah will remain unpaid. This is the reason why the 4 imams and the majority of Muslim jurists agree that it is not permissible to spend zakah funds either on the construction of mosques, religious schools, hospitals and orphanages, or on other functional needs related to them. There is no doubt that the benefit of such projects does reach the poor and all others who qualify as zakah recipients, but the fact that these things have not passed on into their possession as owners makes zakah invalid. However, in orphanages where meals and clothes are given to orphans as being owned by them, then it is possible to spend zakah funds to the extent of this specific expenditure. Similarly, the cost of the medicines supplied to the poor in need by making them its owner could be charged to the zakah fund. Likewise, Muslim jurists say that the coffin of an heirless dead body cannot be provided from zakah funds because the deceased is not capable of becoming an owner. Yes, it is possible that the amount of zakat is given to someone poor and deserving, and he, out of his free will, spends this amount on the coffin of the heirless deceased. In the same manner, if this deceased person is in debt, this debt cannot be paid off from zakah funds directly. Yes, if the deceased person's inheritors are poor and deserve zakah, then the amount can be given to them with the right to possess and own it. Once they become the owner of this amount, they can out of their choice and free will vacate the debt of the deceased from this amount. Correspondingly, as pointed out earlier, the construction of public works does bring benefits for those who deserve zakah, but because they have no right of ownership established into the arrangement, zakah remains invalid. As we have said before, all 4 mujtahid imams Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Malik and Ahmad ibn Hanbal, as well as the majority of Muslim jurists, agree with these rulings. Further clarifications appear in easily available writings of jurists from the 4 schools of Islamic jurisprudence. Also added here are a few points not mentioned during the earlier discussion. The Shafi'i jurist, Imam Abu Ubaid, has said in Kitabu Amwal that it was not permissible to spend zakah funds to pay off the debt owed by a deceased person, or in paying the cost of his funeral, or to build masajid, or to dig canals for public use. Imam Safi and Al-Thawri and other imams concur with the ruling that spending on these undertakings leaves zakah unpaid because these are not one of those 8 heads of expenditure mentioned in the Quran. Similarly, the Hanbali jurist Al-Muwafaq has said in Al-Mughni that spending zakah funds on any undertaking of public service other than the areas of spending mentioned in the Quran is not permissible. Building mosques, bridges, and drinking water facilities, or repairing public roads, supplying coffins for the deceased, feeding guests, and other undertakings of this nature are apparent examples. No doubt they are reward-worthy deeds, but are not included under the specified expenditures of sadaqat, zakah. The well-recognized author of Bada'i, while discussing the condition of tamlik, the act of transferring the possession and ownership to the recipient, as basic to making the payment of zakah proper and valid, has also provided textual proof for it. In the Quran, he points out, zakah and obligatory sadaqat have been generally mentioned with the word ida, meaning given in the sense of granting, offering. Listed here are some examples of the use of this word: establish salah and give zakah. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 277, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 5-11, Surah Al-Hajj, Ayah 41, establish salah and give zakah. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 43 to 83, Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 77, Surah Al-Hajj, Ayah 78, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 56, Surah Al-Muzammil, Ayah 20, Establishment of Salah and Giving of Zakah, Surah Al-Anbiya, Ayah 73, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 37, and give its due zakah on the day of its harvest, Surah Al-An'am, Ayah 141. So lexically this word is used in the sense of giving as gift. Imam Raghib Bahani says in Mufradat al-Quran, the word al-iya giving means giving as gift. Presenting and the giving of the obligatory sadaqah has been particularly associated with this word in the Quran. Thus, the real sense of presenting something to someone as gift could be no other, but that the recipient has been made its owner. Firstly, the use of the word al-ita in that sense is not restricted to zakah and sadaqah only. It has actually been used in the Quran in the very sense of making someone an owner of what is given. For instance, give women their dowers, Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 4. It is obvious that the payment of dower is recognized as valid only when the husband has passed on the amount of dower into the possession and ownership of his wife. Secondly, zakah has been expressed by the alternate word, sadaqah, in the Holy Quran. The sadaqat prescribed alms are only for the poor. This is a subtle explanation, because sadaqah, in the real sense, means to let a poor person possess, own, and spend it at will. It should be borne in mind that feeding someone out of mercy or spending in public welfare projects is not called sadaqah in the real sense. Shaykh Ibn al-Hammam says in Fath al-Qadir, making a poor person the owner of what is being given is sadaqah in the real sense. Similarly, Imam Abu Bakr al-Jassas has said in al-Quran, the word you, tilde sadaqah, is another name for tamla, transfer of ownership, Jassas p. 152v. 2. Some important points about the proper payment of zakah. One point arises out of a hadith where the Holy Prophet had given instructions about the collection of sadaqat to Sayyidina Mu'adh ibn Jabal by saying, take it, sadaqat, from the rich among them, Muslims, and disperse it back to the poor among them. Based on this, Muslim jurists have said that the zakah of a city or township should not be sent to another city or township without the need to do so. Instead of that, poor people living in the same city or township are more deserving of it. Of course, if the near relatives of a person are poor and live in another city, then he can send his zakah to them because the Holy Prophet has given the glad tidings of a twofold reward in that situation. Likewise, if the state of poverty and hunger prevailing in another township appears to be more acute than the condition in one's own city of residence, then it can be sent there as well, because the purpose of giving sadaqat is to remove the need of poor people. This was the reason why Ibn Mu'adh used to accept clothes as part of the sadaqat paid in Yemen, so that he could send these for the poor immigrants of Medina. Al-Qutubi, with reference to Darqutni, if a person lives in a certain city while his property is located in another, then the city where he lives in person shall be taken into consideration, because this is the person addressed for the payment of zakah. Qutubite rulings. For payment of zakah due against a certain property, it is also permissible to take out the 40th part of that particular property and give it to those deserving, such as cloth, crockery, furniture, and things like that stocked for commercial sales. Similarly, one can also determine the amount of zakah by calculating the total value of the property and distribute it over those deserving. Doing that stands proved on the authority of Sahih Hadith. Qutubi and some leading jurists recommend that in our time, giving the equivalent in cash is much better, because the needs of poor people vary in nature and number. Cash can be used for whatever is necessary. If one's near relatives are poor and deserve zakah, giving zakah and sadaqat to them is much better. It brings two rewards, one for the sadaqah itself and the other for taking care of a near relative, sila al-rahim. In this case, it is simply not necessary that the recipients be told that they were being given sadaqah or zakah. It may as well be given as some gift or favor, so that the nice person who takes it does not feel humiliated. There is a religious problem that bothers people frequently. For example, there is a person who, by his word or deed, gives the impression of being needy, and asks for help from sadaqat, etc. Now, is it necessary for people who give sadaqah to first investigate his real background and give him nothing of it when approached? According to relevant reports from Hadith and the statements of Muslim jurists, this is not necessary. Instead, if there is an overwhelming likelihood, as gathered from the obvious state he is in, suggesting that the person in question is really poor and needy, then zakah can be given to him. It appears in Hadith that some people came to the Holy Prophet in a very broken down condition. He asked people to collect sadaqat for them. The reasonably good collection thus made was given to them. He did not consider it necessary to investigate into their inward background. Qutubay, but in Ahkam al-Quran, Al-Qutubay says that one in debt is also one of the recipients of zakah. If a person says that he owes so much in debt and that he should be given zakah money to pay it back, then he should be asked to prove that debt. Qutubay, if so, it is fairly evident that such investigation is not difficult to make in the cases of Ifel Sabilillah, in the way of Allah, and Ibn al-Sabil wayfarer as well. Investigation should be made as necessary when spending on these heads. Giving zakah money to one's relatives is more reward-worthy, but husband and wife cannot give to each other, nor can parents and children do so. The reason is that giving to them amounts to keeping it in one's own pocket. Since their expenditures are generally combined, a husband giving zakah money to his wife or the wife to her husband does not mean much. In reality, the whole remains in their use. The same holds good for parents and children, and the same rule operates in the case of the children of children. The grandfather and the great-grandfather, in that giving zakah to them is not permissible. If a person gave zakah to another person, taking him to be, in his estimation, deserving and legally qualified to receive zakah, but found out later that he was either his own slave or kafir, then zakah will remain unpaid. It should be given again, because the ownership of a slave is nothing but the ownership of the master. Here, he is still owned by him, therefore zakah remains unpaid. As for the kafir, disbeliever, he is no recipient of zakah. In addition to that, if it is proved later that the person who was given zakah was rich, or a Hashemite Sayyid, that is, a lineal descendant of the Holy Prophet, or a father, or son, or wife, or husband, then it is not necessary to repay the zakah. The reason is that the amount of zakah has gone out of his ownership, and has already reached its place of reward with Allah. As for the error in determining the right recipient due to some misunderstanding, it should be taken as forgiven. Elder Al-Mukhtasar, the explanation of the verse of Sadiqat and the details of necessary issues related to it ends here.
And among them are those who abuse the Prophet and say, "He is an ear." Say, "It is an ear of goodness for you that believes in Allah and believes the believers, and is a mercy to those who believe among you. And those who abuse the Messenger of Allah, for them is a painful punishment."
Commentary. The present verses, like the previous ones, chastise hypocrites for their absurd objections, hostility to the Holy Prophet, and their feigned professions of faith on false oaths. The first verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 61, mentions the painful comment made by the hypocrites against the Holy Prophet. They thought, since he hears and believes everything, they had nothing to worry about. In the event their conspiracy was exposed, they would simply tell him on oath that they had nothing to do with it. Allah Almighty corrected them by saying that His Messenger preferred silence against baseless hostilities because of his high morals. He did not believe in what they said. He himself knew reality as it was. He simply avoided refuting them on their faces because of his inherent gentleness of nature.
They swear by Allah to you Muslims to satisfy you, but Allah and His Messenger are more worthy for them to satisfy if they should be believers.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 61 for the Tafsir.
Do they not know that whoever opposes Allah and His Messenger, that for him is the fire of hell, wherein he will abide eternally? That is the great disgrace.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 61 for the Tafsir.
The hypocrites are apprehensive lest a surah be revealed about them, informing them of what is in their hearts. Say, mock as you wish. Indeed, Allah will expose that which you fear.
Announced in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 64, Allah is surely to bring out what you are afraid of, is the news that Allah will expose their conspiracy and mischief. One such event came to pass while returning from the Battle of Tabuk, when some hypocrites had conspired to kill the Messenger of Allah. Allah Almighty informed him about the plan through Angel Jibril helping him to bypass the spot where the hypocrites were sitting in ambush. Majari, with reference to Al-Baghawi, and Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, says that Allah Ta'ala had informed the Holy Prophet Allah about the names of 70 hypocrites complete with their parentage and addresses. But being the universal mercy, He did not disclose these before His people. Majari.
And if you ask them, they will surely say, "We were only conversing and playing." Say, is it Allah and His verses and His Messenger that you were mocking?
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 64 for the Tafsir.
Make no excuse, you have disbelieved after your belief. If we pardon one faction of you, we will punish another faction because they were criminals.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 64, for the Tafsir.
The hypocrite men and hypocrite women are of one another. They enjoin what is wrong and forbid what is right and close their hands. They have forgotten Allah, so He has forgotten them accordingly. Indeed, the hypocrites, it is they who are the defiantly disobedient.
Commentary. The first verse begins with a profile of the hypocrites. One of the expressions used there, and they withhold their hands, has been explained in Tafsir Al-Qur'an as abandonment of jihad and non-compliance of obligatory rights and duties. Then the sentence that follows literally means they forgot Allah, so He forgot them. But Allah Ta'ala is free of forgetfulness. So the sense at this place is, those people had abandoned the commandments of Allah as if they had forgotten it, therefore Allah too abandoned their prospects of better life in the hereafter, to the extent that there remained just no trace of any good or reward in their name.
Allah has promised the hypocrite men and hypocrite women and the disbelievers the fire of hell, wherein they will abide eternally. It is sufficient for them, and Allah has cursed them, and for them is an enduring punishment.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 67, for the Tafsir.
You disbelievers are like those before you. They were stronger than you in power and more abundant in wealth and children. They enjoyed their portion of worldly enjoyment, and you have enjoyed your portion as those before you enjoyed their portion, and you have engaged in vanities like that in which they engaged. It is those whose deeds have become worthless in this world and in the hereafter, and it is they who are the losers.
Let us now consider the statement, "You are like those before you," in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 69, according to one exegetical explanation. This is addressed to hypocrites, while according to the other explanation, the address is to Muslims. The addition of "you are" in parenthesis points out in this direction. Thus it means that you too are like people before you. They went for worldly enjoyments and forgot all about the life to come. The result was that they sank into all sorts of sins. So shall you be. Explaining this verse, Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, narrates a hadith in which the Holy Prophet Al has been reported to have said that you too will take to the ways taken by communities before you. You will imitate them in toto as dittos and clones, to the limit that should you see one of them entering into the hole of a lizard, iguana, you will follow him there too. After having narrated this far, say, Ibn Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, said that should anyone wish to ascertain the thematic authenticity of this hadith, let him read this verse of the Quran, "You are like those before you." On hearing this, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, that is, how similar is this night, in our time, to the last night way back. They are the people of Bani Israel, and we have been likened to them. Qutubai, the aim of the hadith is fairly evident. It warns that Muslims too will start following the ways of the Jews and Christians by latter times. This statement appears only after a punishment has been announced for the hypocrites. It serves as an indicator that good Muslims would not do that. Only those among them who are weak in a man may do so because they are still infected with the germs of hypocrisy. All good men and women of the Muslim community have been instructed in this verse that they should themselves abstain from such ways, as well as help others do the same.
Has there not reached them the news of those before them? The people of Noah and the tribes of Ad and Thamud and the people of Abraham and the companions of Madian and the towns overturned? Their messengers came to them with clear proofs, and Allah would never have wronged them, but they were wronging themselves.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 69, for the Tafsir.
The believing men and believing women are allies of one another. They enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong, and establish prayer and give zakah, and obey Allah and His Messenger. Those, Allah will have mercy upon them. Indeed, Allah is exalted in might and wise.
Commentary. Previous verses mentioned hypocrites, their conspiracies, hostilities, and the punishment waiting for them. The characteristic style of the Quran required that true believers should also be mentioned at this place, giving a view of their lifestyle, rewards, and ranks. The verses cited above do just that. It is interesting that the text, while making a comparison between hypocrites and true believers on this occasion, has this to say: they are all alike. However, what it has to say about true believers is the believers are friends to each other. This releases a hint about the nature of their mutual relationships. Hypocrites base it on functional cooperation between kinsfolk or on self-interest. Such bonds do not last long, nor do they bring the kind of spiritual benefits that are the hallmarks of a heart-to-heart friendship. Juxtaposed against hypocrites there are the true believers. They are sincere friends and wish well of each other. Moreover, since this friendship and concern for each other is for Allah alone, it is always constant. It remains the same under all conditions, open or secret, present or absent, and it is lasting. This is the mark of a true believer. It is in the very nature of Iman, faith, and al-amalas, sali, good deed, that they generate mutual love and friendship. The Holy Quran confirms it when it says, Surah Maryam, Ayah 96. It means that among those who have believed and taken to consistent good conduct in life, Allah Ta'ala creates friendship that is deeply rooted into their hearts. What has happened to us in our time? Maybe we are short on the faith in our hearts and the concern for good in our conduct. That is why mutual relationships among Muslims do not seem to be what the Quran would like them to be. Unfortunately, these are subservient to worldly needs and interests and are not for the sake of Allah alone, as they should be.
Allah has promised the believing men and believing women gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they abide eternally, and pleasant dwellings in gardens of perpetual residence. But approval from Allah is greater. It is that which is the great attainment.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 71, for the Tafsir.
O Prophet, fight against the disbelievers and the hypocrites, and be harsh upon them, and their refuge is hell, and wretched is the destination.
In the last verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 73, carry out jihad against the disbelievers and hypocrites and be strict with them. The Holy Prophet has been commanded to wage jihad against disbelievers and hypocrites both, and to be strict in their case. The need to fight against belligerent disbelievers is self-evident. But the meaning of carrying out jihad against the hypocrites is explained by the very conduct of the Holy Prophet. It proves that jihad against them signifies vocal jihad through which they should be induced to understand the veracity of Islam, start to feel for it, and thus become sincere in their adherence to Islam. Hutubai and Majari. Please bear in mind that the real meaning of the word gilaz, used in, and be strict with them, is that one should not show any leniency or grant any concessions in taking a course of action which the person addressed deserves. This word is used as an antonym to rafa, which means mercy and kind-heartedness. In his comments, Imam al-Qurtubi has said that the use of the word gilza, strictness, at this place means that leniency should not be shown and concessions should not be granted when the injunctions of Sharia are enforced on them. This approach has nothing to do with being vocally strict because that is against the favored practice of the blessed prophets. They are never harsh in speech, nor do they curse and swear. In Hadith, the Holy Prophet is reported to have said, if a bondwoman of anyone among you commits fornication, just enforce the Islamic legal punishment for it on her, but do not denounce her verbally, hutubai, alluding to the persona of the Holy Prophet, the image he exuded in his presence before people. Allah Ta'ala has himself said, and had you been rough and hard-hearted, they would have dispersed from around you. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 159. Then, there is no evidence even from the actual dealings of the Holy Prophet that he ever demonstrated any harsh attitude in conversation or address before disbelievers and hypocrites. A warning signal. It is certainly a matter of regret that the attitude of harshness in address and conversation was something Islam never took to even against kuffar, the rigid and hostile disbelievers. But contemporary Muslims would not bat an eye and use it against other Muslims, not to say much about many of those who would congratulate themselves for having done this as some service to their religion. Inna lillahi.
They swear by Allah that they did not say anything against the Prophet, while they had said the word of disbelief and disbelieved after their pretense of Islam, and planned that which they were not to attain. And they were not resentful except for the fact that Allah and His Messenger had enriched them of His bounty. So if they repent, it is better for them. But if they turn away, Allah will punish them with a painful punishment in this world and the hereafter, and there will not be for them on earth any protector or helper.
Commentary. In the first verse, they swear by Allah. The text reverts to the hypocrites who keep uttering words of infidelity in their gatherings, but should Muslims come to know about that, they would promptly declare on oath that they had nothing to do with it. Giving the background in which this verse was revealed, Al-Bayhaqi reports that the Holy Prophet gave an address on the occasion of the Battle of Tabuk. He talked about the sorry state of affairs the hypocrites were in, and warned them of their sad end. Also present there was Julas, a hypocrite. When he returned to his people, he said, "If whatever Muhammad says is true, then we are worse than donkeys." By chance, a Sahabi whose name was Amr ibn Qais heard the comment. He told him that there is no doubt about what the Holy Prophet has said, for it is true, and you are really worse than donkeys. When the Holy Prophet returned to Medina back from his trip to Tabuk, Amr ibn Qais told him about this event, but Julas flatly disowned what he had said. On top of that, he charged Amr ibn Qais of having accused him falsely. The Holy Prophet ordered both of them to stand close to the Mimbar of the Nabi, the step platform used to deliver khutbah in the masjid originally occupied by the Holy Prophet and traditionally regarded as a symbol of his message, and take an oath. Julas was quick to take a false oath to the effect that he never said that and that Amir was lying. When it was Amir's turn, he took his oath. Then he raised his hands of prayer before Allah, saying, "O Allah, let your messenger know about the reality of this matter through a revelation to him." The Holy Prophet said Amen, Amen, following his prayer, and so did all Muslims present there. These people had yet to move from there when came Angel Jibril with the revelation which included this verse. When Julas heard this verse, he stood up immediately and started saying, "Ya Rasulallah, now I confess that I was the one in the wrong, and that which was said by Amir was the truth. But this very verse has also given me the right of making tawbah, repentance, hence I seek forgiveness from Allah and repent for what I did earlier." The Holy Prophet accepted his tawbah, after which he stayed for a minute and things turned towards the better in his life. Majari, some commentators have referred to similar events as the background of the revelation of this verse, especially as this verse includes the sentence, "and had intended what they could not achieve." This sentence seems to suggest that the verse is connected with some event when the hypocrites had hatched some conspiracy against the Holy Prophet and his Muslim followers in which they could not succeed. For example, there is a fairly well-known incident that came to pass during the return from this very battle of Tabuk. 12 men from among the hypocrites sat in ambush behind a mountain pass with the intention of taking the Holy Prophet by surprise and kill him. Angel Jibril informed him of their intention. He took a different route and their conspiracy went to dust. For that matter, several other events of this nature are also on record. But there is no element of contradiction or improbability in the likelihood that all those events are being referred to through this verse.
And among them are those who made a covenant with Allah, saying, "If He should give us from His bounty, we will surely spend in charity, and we will surely be among the righteous."
The second verse, "and among them there are those who made a pledge with Allah," is also connected with a particular event which has been reported by Ibn Jarir, Ibn Abi Haytham, Ibn Marjawayh, Al-Tabarani, and Al-Bayhaqi on the authority of a narration from Sayyidina Abu Umama Bahili, may Allah be pleased with him. According to this report, a person called Balaba ibn Hadib al-Ansari presented himself before the Holy Prophet and requested him to pray that he becomes rich. He said, "Is it that you do not like my way? By the being that holds my life in his hands, if I had wished, mountains of Medina would have turned into solid gold following behind me on my walkways. But I do not like being that wealthy." The man went away, but he returned later and repeated his request for the same prayer with the pledge that, should he get the wealth prayed for, he would give every deserving person his share from it. The Holy Prophet made the prayer. The effect of the prayer showed up in an unprecedented increase in the number of goats he owned. When the number increased further, the space in Medina became too small for him. So he moved out into the outskirts from where he used to come to Medina, where he offered the Salah of Zuhr and Asr with the Holy Prophet. As for the rest of the prayers, he used to perform these in the wilderness where his herd of goats, his prized possession, was located. Then, this very flock of goats became so large that even that area on the outskirts became insufficient. He moved farther away from Medina, coming there only on Fridays for the Jummah Salah. As for the 5 daily prayers, he did them where he was stationed. Then came further increases in his wealth, and he had to leave that spot too, only to go far away from Medina, where he sat deprived of his Jummah and Jamia both. After the passage of some time, the Holy Prophet asked people about him. They told him that his wealth had increased to such proportions that he had to go far away from Medina, and that is why he is not seen in the city." On hearing this, the Holy Prophet said, "Alas for Thalaba," 3 times. By chance, it was the time when came the revelation of the verse of Sadaqat, where the Holy Prophet has been commanded to collect Sadaqat from Muslims. He had the whole law of Sadaqat committed to writing, appointed 2 persons as the collectors of Sadaqah, and sent them to collect the Sadaqat due on livestock owned by Muslims. They were ordered to go to Thalaba ibn Hadib as well, and to another person from the tribe of Bani Sulaim also. When the 2 collectors reached Thalaba and presented the order of the Holy Prophet, he said that this thing had become a sort of jizya which is taken from non-Muslims. Then he hedged and asked them to leave on that occasion, however they could call on him on their way back. The 2 of them left. Something different happened in the case of the other person from the tribe of Bal Sulaim. When he heard about the order of the Holy Prophet, he himself called on the 2 emissaries of his master, carrying with him the best from out of his livestock of camels and goats, precisely according to his zacatableness of Sadaqah. They told him that they have orders not to pick out the best among animals. In fact, they were supposed to take the average ones, therefore they could not take these. The man from Bal Sulaim insisted that it was his pleasure to present those very animals and requested that they be accepted as they were. After that, when these 2 emissaries had completed their circuit of Sadaqah collection, they returned to Thalaba. He told them that he wanted to see that law of Sadaqah they were talking about. He looked at it and said no more than what he had said earlier. "This thing has become a sort of jizya that should not be taken from Muslims." "All right," he said. "You can go for now. I have to think about it first. I will decide later." When these 2 gentlemen reached Madinah, they went to see the Holy Prophet. At that time he, before hearing their report on the mission, repeated the words he had said earlier, "Alas for Thalaba." He said it 3 times. After that, he was pleased to hear about the Sulami deal and prayed for him. Thereupon came the verse, "And among them there are those who made a pledge with Allah." It means, if Allah gave them wealth, they would give out alms and charities and fulfill the rights of all deserving people, the relatives and the poor, as done by the righteous people of the community. But when Allah blessed them with wealth, out of His grace, they became misers overnight and turned away from their pledge of obedience to Allah and His Messenger.
But when He gave them from His bounty, they were stingy with it and turned away while they refused.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayat 75 for the Tafsir.
So He penalized them with hypocrisy in their hearts until the day they will meet Him, because they failed Allah in what they promised Him and because they habitually used to lie.
Verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayat 77. So Allah in turn put hypocrisy in their hearts, points out to its cause which lies in their lying and pledge breaking. As a consequence, Allah made the hypocrisy of their hearts become deep and firm. Now they would just not have the ability to make Tawbah itself. A serious note of warning. From here we learn that there are occasions when the curse of evil deeds assumes alarming proportions, so much so that one is deprived of the very ability, tawfiq, of making Tawbah. May Allah protect us from this misfortune. Let us now go back to the detailed narrative of Say, Ibn Abu Umama. May Allah be pleased with him, mentioned a little earlier. Ibn Jarir writes at the end of it, "And the Holy Prophet said was for Thalaba 3 times. Some of his relatives were present in the gathering. When they heard it, one of them immediately traveled to see Thalaba. When he reached there, he reproached him for his behavior, while informing him that it has caused the revelation of a particular verse of the Qur'an. This made Thalaba nervous. He reached Madinah and requested the Holy Prophet that his Sadaqah may be accepted. He said that Allah Ta'ala had told him not to accept his Sadaqah. Hearing this, Thalaba went crazy with disappointment and literally started throwing dust on his head. The Holy Prophet said, "This is something you have chosen to do on your own. I ordered you and you did not obey. Now your Sadaqah cannot be accepted." Thalaba returned disappointed. Then, some days later, the Holy Prophet departed from this mortal world, and Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, became the Khalifa. Thalaba came to Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, and requested that he should accept his Sadaqah. Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "When the Holy Prophet did not accept it, how can I do it?" Then, after the demise of Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, Thalaba came to Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him. He made the same request and got the same answer from him as was given by Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him. Again, he submitted this request to Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, during his period of Khilafah. He too refused it. It was during the tenure of the Khilafah of Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, that Thalaba died. We seek the protection of Allah from all evil deeds. Majari, a question and its answer. When Thalaba had submitted in repentance, the question is, why was his tawbah not accepted? The reason is evident. The Holy Prophet was informed through revelation that he was not making his tawbah with absolute sincerity. He had hypocrisy concealed in his heart. He was simply trying to deceive Muslims for the time being, only to put matters right between them. Therefore it was not acceptable. And when the Holy Prophet I himself declared him to be a hypocrite, the Khilafah who succeeded him were left with no right to accept his sadaqah, because being a Muslim is a condition for zakah. Now after the Holy Prophet Jai, no one knows the hypocrisy hidden in the heart of a person. Therefore the rule to follow in future is, anyone who makes tawbah and confesses to his Islam, and a man should be treated as Muslims are treated, no matter what lies in his heart. Bain al-Quran.
Did they not know that Allah knows their secrets and their private conversations, and that Allah is the knower of the unseen?
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 77, for the Tafsir.
Those who criticize the contributors among the believers concerning their charities, and criticize the ones who find nothing to spend except their effort, so they ridicule them. Allah will ridicule them, and they will have a painful punishment.
Commentary. Mentioned in the first verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayat 79, are taunts thrown at Muslims who gave away in charity on a voluntary basis. Nafli Sadqat, it appears, may Allah be pleased with him, in the Sahih of Muslim, that Sayyidina Abu Masad, may Allah be pleased with him, said, we had orders for Allah Ta'ala that we must give sadaqah and believe it. We used to do manual labor for that. That is, we had no money or thing with us. We used to take out that sadaqah too from whatever we earned through this very manual labor. Thus Abu Akil offered sadaqah to the measure of sa, approximately kilos. Then someone came and gave a little more than that. The hypocrites mocked at them for having brought something so insignificant in the name of sadaqah. Allah never needs things like that. And whoever gave a little more in sadaqah, they accused him that he had done it to show off before people. Thereupon, this verse was revealed. Please note that, in the sentence, mocked they are by Allah, the word mocked stands for punished for their mockery. In the second verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 80, there is a statement about the hypocrites. It has been addressed to the Holy Prophet. He has been told whether or not he seeks forgiveness for them makes no difference, and no matter how many times he seeks forgiveness for them, they shall not be forgiven. A detailed explanation of this appears under the comments on verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 84, and never offer a prayer on any one of them who dies, appearing a little later.
Ask forgiveness for them, O Muhammad, or do not ask forgiveness for them. If you should ask forgiveness for them 70 times, never will Allah forgive them. That is because they disbelieved in Allah and His Messenger, and Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 79, for the Tafsir.
Those who remained behind rejoiced in their staying at home after the departure of the Messenger of Allah, and disliked to strive with their wealth and their lives in the cause of Allah, and said, do not go forth in the heat. Say, the fire of hell is more intense in heat, if they would but understand.
Commentary. Behavior patterns of hypocrites who did not take part in the Battle of Tabuk, despite the general call of jihad, continue to be the main theme since several previous verses. The current verses give another example of their behavior. Then it was said that they will be punished in the hereafter. Their names will be eliminated from the list of the mujahideen of Islam forever in this mortal world, and that they will never be allowed to take part in any future jihad. The word, those who were left behind, is the plural of makalaf, which means abandoned or left out. The subtle hint thus released is that these people are pleased with the idea that they have stayed away from endangering their lives by not participating in the jihad. But the truth of the matter is that Allah Ta'ala did not consider them to be worthy of this supreme honor. Therefore, it is not they who have abandoned the jihad. In fact, it is jihad that has abandoned them. The reason is that Allah and His Messenger have, at their discretion, considered it fit that they should be left out. Following immediately, there is the word khilaf in, translated as to the displeasure of the Messenger of Allah. This word could be taken in the sense of behind or after as well. In fact, this is the meaning Abu Ubaid has gone by. If so, it would mean that these people were rejoicing in their staying at home after the departure of a Messenger of Allah, an occasion not really worth the mirth. As for the word the Mekadium, their sitting that, in the same verse, It appears here in the sense of qad, sitting, as a verbal noun. It is also possible to take the word khilaf in the sense of mukhalafat, contravention, opposition. In that case, it would mean that they sat home in contravention of the command of the Holy Prophet. Then, they did not leave it at that. They prompted others too by saying that they should not march in that hot weather. We already know that the command to fight the Battle of Tabuk was given at a time when the heat was intense. The rejoinder to their comment came from Allah Ta'ala. Say, O Prophet, the fire of Jahannam is more intense in heat. That is, these people are really unfortunate. They see the heat of a certain given time, and try to beat it one way or the other. But they do not realize that their disobedience to the command of Allah and His Messenger would bring them face to face with the fire of Jahannam. Why would they not worry about it? Is it that the heat of our seasons is more intense than the heat of hell?
So let them laugh a little and then weep much as recompense for what they used to earn.
After that it was said, so, let them laugh a little, and weep a lot, being a reward of what they used to earn. Though the word falia dihaku, so laugh, has been used in the imperative form, but commentators interpret it in the sense of the predicate of a nominal clause. The wisdom behind the use of the imperative form given by them is that this is categorical and certain. In other words, this is going to happen as a matter of certainty. Such people could laugh for the days they have in the mortal world, but in the hereafter, they must weep and weep forever. Commentator Ibn Abi Haytham reports the explanation of this verse from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, as follows: the dunya, present world, is short-lived. So, let them laugh therein as they wish, but when dunya will come to an end, and they will start coming to Allah, then they will start weeping, a weeping which will never come to an end. Mashari.
If Allah should return you to a faction of them after the expedition, and then they ask your permission to go out to battle, say, you will not go out with me ever, and you will never fight with me an enemy. Indeed, you were satisfied with sitting at home the first time, so sit now with those who stay behind.
The statement, Ian Takruju, you shall never march, in the second verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 83, has been explained by Maulana Ashraf Ali Thandavi, may Allah have mercy on him, in the summary of his Tafsir Bay and Al-Qur'an. According to him, even if these people intend to participate in the future jihad, they would get out of it when they want to, under one or the other pretext, and since they do not have faith in their heart, their intention too will not be backed by sincerity. Therefore, the Holy Prophet was commanded that, even if they want to take part in a jihad, he should tell them the truth that he does not trust their word and deed. So, they would neither go for jihad, nor fight an enemy of Islam in his company. Most of the commentators have said that this injunction has been enforced as their punishment in the present world, that is, even if they themselves were to make a request that they be allowed to take part in jihad, even then, they should not be allowed to do that.
And do not pray the funeral prayer, O Muhammad, over any of them who has died, ever, or stand at his grave. Indeed, they disbelieved in Allah and His Messenger, and died while they were defiantly disobedient.
Commentary. It stands established from Sahih Ahadith, and confirmed by a consensus of the Muslim Ummah that this verse was revealed at the time of the death of the hypocrite, Abdullah ibn Ubayy, and about the salah of janazah for him. Then, it also stands established from the report in Sahih of Muslim and the Sahih of Al-Bukhari that the Holy Prophet offered salah of janazah for him. After he had done it, this verse was revealed, and thereafter he never offered the salah of janazah for any munafiq, hypocrite. The background in which this verse was revealed appears in the Sahih of Muslim. According to this report from Ibn Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, when Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul died, his son Abdullah, may Allah be pleased with him, came to the Holy Prophet. He was a sincere Muslim and a Sahabi. When he requested for his shirt so that he could use it as a shroud for the dead body of his father, the Holy Prophet let him have it. Then he requested him to also lead the salah of janazah for his father. He accepted and rose to do that. At that point, Ibn Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, held the fall of his shirt cloth and said, you are going to lead the janazah salah for this munafiq, although Allah Ta'ala has prohibited you from doing that. The Holy Prophet said, Allah Ta'ala has given me a choice. I may pray for their forgiveness, or I may not, and as for forgiveness not to be granted, even if pray for it 70 times, as in the verse, I can say that I can do that more than 70 times. The verse referred to here is verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 80 of At-Tawbah, which you have gone through a little earlier. For your convenience, its words are, ask pardon for them or do not ask pardon for them. Even if you ask pardon for them 70 times, Allah shall never pardon them. Then the Holy Prophet offered the Salah of Janazah for him. Soon after the Salah, this verse, and never offer a prayer on any one of them, was revealed. So after that, he never led the Salah of Janazah for any munafiq. Removal of ambiguities concerning this event. A question arises here about Abdullah ibn Ubay, a munafiq whose hypocrisy was laid bare on many different occasions and who was regarded as ringleader of all hypocrites. How was it that he received such unusual treatment from the Holy Prophet when he gave his blessed shirt to be used as his funeral shroud? In answer, 2 reasons can be given for it. Firstly, it was done on the request of his son, who was a sincere Sahabi, and the motive was simply to console him on his loss. There could be a second reason as well. This has been reported in Al-Bukhari on the authority of Sayyid ibn Jabir, may Allah be pleased with him. When some Quraysh chiefs were arrested on the occasion of the Battle of Badr, one of them happened to be Abbas, the uncle of the Holy Prophet. When he saw that his uncle does not have a shirt on his body, he asked his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, to put a shirt on him. Sayyid ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, was tall. No shirt other than that of Abdullah ibn Ubay would fit him. So the Holy Prophet took the shirt from Abdullah ibn Ubay and had his uncle Abbas wear it. It was only to repay this favor that the Holy Prophet had given his shirt for him. At-Tawbah, the second question relates to what Sayyid ibn Umar had said to the Holy Prophet. It will be recalled that he had said, Allah Ta'ala has prohibited you from leading the Salah of Janazah for a hypocrite. We have to look for the basis on which he said that, because no verse had ever prohibited the Holy Prophet expressly from offering the Salah of Janazah for a hypocrite. From here it becomes fairly clear that Sayyid ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, must have deduced that sense of prohibition from this very verse of At-Tawbah referred earlier, that is, ask pardon for them. Now the question is, if this verse of prohibition refers to the Salah of Janazah, why would the Holy Prophet not let this be regarded as prohibited, instead of which, he said that the choice in the verse had been given to him? The answer is that, in reality, the formal arrangement of words in the verse does carry the sense of getting a choice, and it is also obvious that the mention of 70 times at this place is not for prescribing a limit. It is, rather, to express the sense of many times. Thus, the outcome of the verse, in terms of its obvious sense, turns out to be that a hypocrite will not be pardoned, no matter how many times you were to seek forgiveness for him. But he has not been expressly prohibited from praying for the forgiveness as such. Another verse of the Holy Qur'an from Surah Yasin is a parallel example. There it has been said, and it is all the same for them whether or not you warn them, they are not going to believe. Surah Yasin, Ayah 10. This verse has not categorically stopped him from warning people of evils and inviting them to what is good. For that matter, some other verses of the Qur'an also prove that the ongoing mission of calling people towards the faith never stopped. Of course, it included such people as well. For example, Messenger, convey all that has been sent down to you from your Lord. Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 67, and you are only a warner, and for every people. There is a guide. Surah Ar-Ra'd, Ayah 7. The outcome is that the verse of Surah Yasin, Ayah 10 quoted above prove that choice was given to the Holy Prophet, though in a limited frame of reference. Then, the later verses quoted immediately earlier provided the standing proof of the continuance of the mission of warning people against evils. From the verse under study 2, the Holy Prophet had gathered that they will not be pardoned, but the situation was that he had not been restrained from seeking forgiveness for them through some other verse either, till then. Then, the Holy Prophet also knew that neither his shirt nor the Salah of Janazah he offered for the deceased hypocrite were to bring forgiveness for him. But he did hope that his action would yield benefits for other aspects of Islamic public policy. People of his family, and the disbelieving people in general, were bound to observe the way the Holy Prophet deals with their leader. This was likely to bring them closer to Islam, even embracing it. As for some clear prohibition of offering the Salah of Janazah, it just did not exist until that time. Therefore, he led the Salah. Perhaps the other answer lies in the sentence that has been reported in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari on the authority of Sayyid ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. There, the Holy Prophet has been quoted to have said, had I known that he will be pardoned by praying for his forgiveness more than 70 times, I would have done that too. At-Tawbah, the second evidence comes from another hadith in which the following words from the Holy Prophet have been reported. My shirt cannot save him from the punishment of Allah. But I did it in the hope that on the basis of this action thousands of his people will embrace Islam. So, according to what was said, After having witnessed this event, 1,000 people from the tribe of Khazraj embraced Islam, as reported in the books of Mekhazi and in some books of Tafsir. Summary. To sum up, the Holy Prophet knew from previous verses that no matter what they do, the munafiqs, the hypocrites, will not be pardoned. But there were some factors that explained the rationale of his action. The words of the verse seemed to have given him the choice. No other verse had yet prohibited him from doing so. Then there was the opportunity to pay back the favor of a disbeliever here in this world. Last, but not the least, was the hope of other disbelievers embracing Islam as a result of this action. Therefore, he preferred to lead the Salah of Janazah. As for the action of Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, he thought that once it stands proved through the verse in question that a hypocrite will not be pardoned, he found no reason for offering a Salah of Janazah for him and praying that he may be forgiven. According to him, it might be redundant and against the station of a prophet. Therefore, he deemed it prohibited to offer the janazah. The position of the Holy Prophet was that he did not, though, consider this action as beneficial in its own right, but he did have the likelihood of others embracing Islam in sight. Therefore, this action did not remain futile. To conclude, in this manner, no ambiguity remains either in the conduct of the Holy Prophet or in the words of Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him. In Al-Quran now came the verse, and never offer a prayer, revealed in clear terms. It was realized that, no doubt, there was a religiously expedient advantage visible to the Holy Prophet in offering the Salah, but it also carried a disturbing factor in it, almost the reverse of what was expected to be expedient. This element somehow did not attract the attention of the Holy Prophet. The likelihood of this action creating dissatisfaction among sincere Muslims was strong. They may have thought that sincere Muslims and wily hypocrites have been equated officially. To offset this danger, this particular prohibition was revealed in the Quran, and after that, the Holy Prophet never offered the Salah of Janazah for any munafiq. Rulings. This verse tells us that offering Salah on the Janazah of a kafir or the making of dua seeking his or her forgiveness is not permissible. This verse also proves that to stand before the grave of a kafir as a mark of respect for him, or to go to visit it, is haram. Should this be to learn some lesson therefrom, or because of some compulsion, then it is not contrary to this. For example, it appears in Hidayah that, should a kafir relative of a Muslim die without leaving a guardian or heir behind, the Muslim relative can put the deceased into hallowed ground as is, without having to make it conform to the standard practice of the Holy Prophet, Bayan al-Quran.
And let not their wealth and their children impress you. Allah only intends to punish them through them in this world, and that their souls should depart at death while they are disbelievers.
Commentary. Once again, the present verses carry the description of hypocrites who had avoided participating in the battle of Tabuk under one or the other pretext. Among such hypocrites, there were some rich people as well. Their affluent life could have made Muslims ask, when these people are so unacceptable with Allah, why did they have to get all those blessings in this world? In response, it was said that a little thinking would unfold the reality behind what they possessed in the form of wealth and children. These are no mercy and blessing for them. Instead, these are their trial and punishment in this world, not to say much about the additional punishment due in the hereafter. It is not difficult to understand the reason. They love wealth, guard it, and keep worrying as to how they can go on increasing it. They are never at peace. They collect things of comfort around them, but genuine peace and comfort never knock at their doors, for they are things of the heart. And since this engrossment in the pursuit of wealth makes them heedless towards the concerns of the hereafter, they indulge in acts of disobedience to their Creator that in turn becomes the cause of their punishment. So whether a cause or its effect, it remains a punishment. This is the reason why the Quran has used the words, to punish them with these, in the sense that Allah Ta'ala wants to punish them by and through these very possessions.
And when a surah was revealed enjoining them to believe in Allah and to fight with His Messenger, those of wealth among them asked your permission to stay back and said, "Leave us to be with them who sit at home."
The expression wuluat call, translated as the capable ones, is not for particularization. Instead, it serves a purpose. It tells that there were others too, the ones not so capable, and the incapable ones had, at least, some obvious excuse to stay behind.
They were satisfied to be with those who stay behind, and their hearts were sealed over, so they do not understand.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 86, for the Tafsir.
But the Messenger and those who believed with him fought with their wealth and their lives. Those will have all that is good, and it is those who are the successful.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 86 for the Tafsir.
Allah has prepared for them gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they will abide eternally. That is the great attainment.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 86 for the Tafsir.
And those with excuses among the Bedouins came to be permitted to remain, and they who had lied to Allah and His Messenger sat at home. There will strike those who disbelieved among them a painful punishment.
Commentary. The details given in the verse tell us that there were two kinds of people among the Bedouins of the desert. First, there were those who visited the Holy Prophet and requested that they might be excused from jihad and allowed to stay behind. Then there were the arrogant and rebellious among them who did not even bother to take the trouble of excusing themselves out of it. They just stayed behind. When the Holy Prophet allowed Jad ibn Qais that he may not go on jihad, says Sayyidina Jabir ibn Abdullah, may Allah be pleased with him, some hypocrites also came to him, offered their excuses and sought his permission to stay out of jihad. As for the permission, he let them have it, but he did realize that they were making false excuses, therefore he turned away from them. Thereupon this verse was revealed. It made it clear that their excuse was unacceptable. Therefore they were served with the warning of a painful punishment. However, by saying, those of them who disbelieve, a hint was given that the excuse given by some of them was not because of their disbelief or hypocrisy, rather, it was because of their natural laziness. So, they were not to be affected by the punishment to fall upon those disbelievers.
There is not upon the weak, or upon the ill, or upon those who do not find anything to spend, any discomfort when they are sincere to Allah and His Messenger. There is not upon the doers of good any cause for blame, and Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Commentary. Previous verses mentioned people who were not really excusable from participation in jihad, but sat it out because of laziness. Then there were hypocrites who had taken permission from the Holy Prophet under false pretexts because of their disbelief and hypocrisy. And then there were the arrogant ones who did not bother about excuses and permissions and just sat back. They were told there that they were not excusable, and that there was a painful punishment waiting for those of them who practiced disbelief and hypocrisy. The present verses mention sincere Muslims who were deprived of participation in jihad because they were genuinely incapable of doing so. Some of them were blind, or sick, or handicapped. Their excuse was all too evident. Then there were some of those who were ready to take part in jihad, in fact, were dying to go into the jihad, but they could not make the trip because they did not have an animal to ride on. The journey was long, and the weather was very hot. They told the Holy Prophet how eager they were to participate in the jihad, but how unfortunate that they had nothing to ride on. They requested him to see if they could have some mounts. There are many events of this nature recorded in books of exegesis and history. So, different things happened. To some of them who came initially, the Holy Prophet had no choice but to say that they had no arrangements to provide mounts to warriors. But these people returned from him weeping, and when they kept weeping in despair, Allah Ta'ala took care of them in His own way. 6 camels arrived before the Holy Prophet right at that time. He let them have these. Majari then, say, Ibn Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, arranged mounts for 3 of them, although he had already made similar arrangements for many more of them earlier.
Nor is there blame upon those who, when they came to you that you might give them mounts, you said, I can find nothing for you to ride upon. They turned back while their eyes overflowed with tears out of grief that they could not find something to spend for the cause of Allah.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 91 for the Tafsir.
The cause for blame is only upon those who ask permission of you while they are rich. They are satisfied to be with those who stay behind, and Allah has sealed over their hearts, so they do not know.
Ultimately, there were some of them still left out for the simple reason that they could not find a mount. Rendered totally helpless, they could do nothing about their aspirations for jihad. These are the kinds of people mentioned in the cited verses whose excuse was accepted by Allah Ta'ala. However, at the end, the warning was repeated by saying that particularly cursed are those who, despite their ability, elected to stay away from jihad like women. The sentence, blame lies, in fact, on those who ask your permis. Sien, despite being rich, means exactly this.
They will make excuses to you when you have returned to them. Say, make no excuse, never will we believe you. Allah has already informed us of your news, and Allah will observe your deeds, and so will His Messenger. Then you will be taken back to the knower of the unseen and the witnessed, and He will inform you of what you used to do.
Commentary. Mentioned in the previous verses were hypocrites who came up with false excuses at the time jihad forces were getting ready to march out, and succeeded in being allowed to stay behind. The present verses mention those who visited the Holy Prophet after his return from jihad and offered false excuses for their absence from it. These verses had been revealed before his return to Medina, and had told him beforehand about the forthcoming event, that is, the hypocrites will come to him as soon as he reaches Medina, and will offer their excuses. And so it happened. 3 instructions about them have been given to the Holy Prophet in the verses cited above. These are as follows. When they come to make excuses, they should be told that they do not have to make false excuses, for they were not going to be believed in their word. Allah Ta'ala had already told the Holy Prophet about the condition of their thinking and doing, including the details of their wicked plans and secret intentions. This was enough to prove that they were liars, therefore offering excuses makes no sense. After that it was said, and Allah will see what you do. Here, respite has been given to them so that they could still make their tawbah, repentance, renounce nifaq, hypocrisy, and become true Muslims, because the wording of the text stipulates that Allah and His Messenger shall see what they do and how they do it. In other words, action shall be taken in consonance with their behavior pattern. If they repented sincerely and became true Muslims, their sins shall stand forgiven. Otherwise, these false excuses were not going to do them any good.
They will swear by Allah to you when you return to them that you would leave them alone. So leave them alone. Indeed, they are evil, and their refuge is hell as recompense for what they had been earning.
The second instruction to the Holy Prophet appears in the second verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 95, where it has been said that these people will come to him after his return to Medina, impress him with their feigned oaths, and try to satisfy him. What they would wish to achieve from this initiative is, so that you may ignore their misdeed, that is, ignore their absence from jihad and spare the reproach due on it. Thereupon, it was said that he might as well grant their wish. The text says you ignore them. Thus, the instruction carries the sense, neither reproach and admonish, nor deal with pleasantly, because reproach usually brings no good. When they have no faith in their heart, and they do not want to have it, either what would come out of reproach. So why waste good time?
They swear to you so that you might be satisfied with them. But if you should be satisfied with them, indeed, Allah is not satisfied with the defiantly disobedient people.
The third instruction given to the Holy Prophet appears in the third verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 96. They swear before you so that you may be pleased with them. The order of Allah Ta'ala is that their wish was not to be granted, and He was not to be pleased with them. However, it was also said that, even if you were to be pleased with them, it was not going to work for them in any manner, because Allah is not pleased with them. And how can Allah be pleased with them when they are still adamant about their denial and hypocrisy?
The Bedouins are stronger in disbelief and hypocrisy, and more likely not to know the limits of what laws Allah has revealed to His Messenger, and Allah is knowing and wise.
Commentary. Described in the previous verses were the hypocrites of Medina. The present verses mention hypocrites who lived on the desert around the outskirts of Medina. The word al-Arab is not a plural form of al-Arab, it is ism al-Jam, collective noun, and is used for the Bedouins of the desert. In its singular form, it becomes al-Arabi, similar to al-Ansari, the singular form of al-Ansar, according to their condition described in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 97. They outdid city dwellers in disbelief and hypocrisy. The reason given is that these people generally remained ignorant and hard-hearted as they lived far away from knowledge and the knowledgeable. And the text says, the Bedouins are more likely to be ignorant of the limits of what Allah has sent down. It means that the very surroundings in which they live are such as would keep them in the dark about the limits set by Allah through the revelation, because the Qur'an does not come before them, nor do they have access to its meanings, explanations, and injunctions.
And among the Bedouins are some who consider what they spend as a loss, and await for you turns of misfortune. Upon them will be a misfortune of evil, and Allah is hearing and knowing.
In the second verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 98-2, yet another aspect of the condition of these very Bedouins has been described as those who take what they spend in zakah, etc., as a penalty. Why would they do so? The reason is that they hardly have any faith in their heart. When it comes to making salah, they would, though, do that, but just to camouflage their disbelief. They would even fulfill the obligation of zakah, but their hearts would keep worrying as to why they had to put good money down the drain. Therefore, they always look forward to the time when Muslims are hit by some calamity or defeat that may possibly deliver them from having to pay this penalty. The word al-dawar, the cycles of time, is the plural of dara. According to the Arabic lexicon, dara is the changed state that shifts away from the good state into a bad one. Therefore, the Holy Qur'an says in response to them, upon them is the evil cycle. In other words, the evil state of affairs they wish would strike at Muslims is going to descend upon them all right, and because their words and deeds are such, they will find themselves far more disgraced.
But among the Bedouins are some who believe in Allah and the Last Day, and consider what they spend as means of nearness to Allah and of obtaining invocations of the Messenger. Unquestionably, it is a means of nearness for them. Allah will admit them to His mercy. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
After having described the state of affairs prevailing among hypocrites of distant deserts, it was considered appropriate that the true and staunch Muslims from among the same stock of Bedouins should also be mentioned. This was done in verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 99, very much in line with the typical style of the Quran, so that it stands established that Bedouins too are not all alike. Among them, there are many sincere Muslims and people of sense and discernment as well. Their style of life is different. When they give an obligatory alms, zakah, or involuntary charities, sadaqat, they regard these as a source of nearness to Allah Ta'ala and hope that the Holy Prophet would be praying for them. That sadaqat are a source of nearness to Allah Ta'ala is obvious. However, the hope of prayers from the Holy Prophet is on a different basis. It should be borne in mind that the Holy Quran, wherever it has asked the Holy Prophet to collect zakah on the wealth and property of Muslims, has also directed him that he should also pray for those who pay zakah. The forthcoming verse Surah At-Tawbah, ayah 103, take out of their wealth a sadaqah, obligatory alms through which you may cleanse and purify them, and pray for them, is a good example. The instruction to the Holy Prophet that he should pray for these people has been termed, and pray for them, using the word salat for it. Therefore, in the present verse as well, the sense of the prayers of the Holy Prophet has been expressed by the use of the word salat.
And the first forerunners in the faith among the Muhajireen and the Ansar, and those who followed them with good conduct. Allah is pleased with them, and they are pleased with Him. And He has prepared for them gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they will abide forever. That is the great attainment.
Commentary. The verse before this carried a description of sincere and true Muslims among the Bedouins of the desert. The present verse mentions all sincere and true Muslims along with their relative degrees of excellence. Let us begin with the opening statement, the first and foremost of the emigrants and the supporters, that most commentators have taken the preposition min for tabid, which denotes a part of something and may be translated as out of, and thus have set up two categories of the noble Sahaba from among the emigrants, Al-Muhajirin, and the supporters, Al-Ansar, the first and foremost, then the rest of them. This interpretation implies that it is only first category it is referred to in the above verse, i.e., the first and foremost. Then, for identifying the first and foremost, the commentators have different views. Some consider the first and foremost from among the noble companions to be those who have offered their salah by turning to both the qiblas, that is, those who had embraced Islam before the change of qibla were the first and foremost. This is the view of Said ibn al-Musayyab and Qatada. Ibn Abi Rabah has said that the first and foremost are the Sahaba who participated in the Battle of Badr. Shabai said that the Sahaba who were a party to the Bay'at Ridwan, the pledge taken at the time of the expedition of Hudaybiyah, are the first and foremost. And according to each view, after respective first and foremost, the rest of the Sahaba Muhajir, emigrant, or Ansar, supporter, are in the second category. Mahari, Qutubai. All these views were based on the interpretation that takes the preposition min in this verse for tabit as aforesaid. Tafsir Majari has, however, reported another interpretation. According to this interpretation, the preposition min is not for tabit here. It is rather for bayan, which explains the preceding words and stands for that is. The translation of the verse in this case would be as follows: as for the first and the foremost people, that is, all the emigrants, the Muhajirin, and the supporters, the Ansar, the sentence thus will mean that all the Muhajirin and the Ansar are the first and foremost as compared to the rest of the Muslim community. To sum up, in accordance with the first tafsir, there are two categories of Sahaba, being that of the first and foremost, and that of those who embraced Islam after the change of Qibla, or the Battle of Badr, or the Bay'at Ridwan. The substance of the last tafsir is that the noble Sahaba, all of them, are but the first and the foremost because their iman, faith, is first and foremost as compared to that of the rest of the Muslim Ummah. The second sentence of the verse has been translated as "and those who followed them in goodness." It means Muslims who followed the footsteps of the first and foremost precisely and perfectly in all fields of deeds and morals. According to the first tafsir of the first sentence, the first category belongs to those emigrants and supporters among Sahaba who embraced Islam after the change of Qibla, or the Battle of Badr, or the Bay'at of Hudaybiyah. After them, all Muslims fall in the second category, Muslims who followed the model set by the noble Sahaba in all matters of faith, deeds and morals honestly and staunchly right through the last day of Qiyamah. And according to the other tafsir, the expression, those who followed them, includes great people who came after the noble Sahaba and who are called tabi'i in the Islamic terminology. After these technically specified tabi'in or successors of the Sahaba, included here are all Muslims who shall keep appearing right through the last day of Qiyamah and who shall follow the noble Sahaba precisely and perfectly in purity of faith and goodness of deeds. All man and ulama, as Sali, all the Sahaba are the people of Jannah and are blessed with the pleasure of Allah. Someone asked Muhammad ibn Ka'b al-Qurazi, "What do you say about the noble companions of the Holy Prophet?" He said, "The Sahaba, all of them, are in Jannah irrespective of whether mistakes and sins may have been committed by some of them." The man again asked him, "On what basis did you say that?" He said, "Read this verse of the Holy Qur'an, the first and foremost. Here, what has been said about all revered Sahaba, without any condition, is clear. Allah is pleased with them, and they are pleased with Allah. However, a condition has been placed in the case of the tabi'in, the successor to the Sahaba, the condition of following with goodness. This tells us that the revered Sahaba, all of them, without any condition or restriction or exemption, stand in honor as recipients of divine pleasure." After reporting this statement, the author of Tafsir, Majari, has said, "In my view, the following verse carries a more solid proof of the fact that all revered Sahaba belong to Jannah. It has been fully and clearly stated in this verse that all revered Sahaba, first or the last, have been promised al-Husna, that is, Jannah or paradise." And in Hadith, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, "The fire of Jahannam, hell, cannot touch the Muslim who has seen me or has seen those who have seen me." Tirmidhi from Sayyidina Jabir, may Allah be pleased with him. A note of warning: people who criticize some revered Sahaba on the basis of what transpired during their mutual controversies with the aim of sowing seeds of suspicion and discord in the hearts of those who hold them in esteem are really treading a dangerous course. We seek the protection of Allah against it.
And among those around you of the Bedouins are hypocrites, and also from the people of Medina. They have become accustomed to hypocrisy. You, O Muhammad, do not know them, but we know them. We will punish them twice in this world, then they will be returned to a great punishment.
Commentary. Mentioned in several previous verses, there are hypocrites whose hypocrisy stood exposed through their words and deeds, and the Holy Prophet did realize that they were hypocrites. Mentioned in the present verse appearing above, there are hypocrites whose hypocrisy was so perfect in its camouflage that it remained hidden from the Holy Prophet until then. In this verse, two divine punishments to come much before the hereafter upon such day-hard hypocrites have been mentioned. In the first instance, right here in this world, they are consumed by the concern to hide their hypocrisy and the fear that it may be exposed. Then no less a punishment is their being under compulsion to respect and follow Islam and Muslims, at least outwardly, despite their extreme malice and hostility for them. And then there is the other punishment, the punishment of the grave and the punishment of Barzakh, the post-death pre-resurrection state, that will reach them well before Qiyamah, doomsday, and the hereafter.
And there are others who have acknowledged their sins. They had mixed a righteous deed with another that was bad. Perhaps Allah will turn to them in forgiveness. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Commentary. When Muslims were given a general call for jihad at Tabuk, the weather was extremely hot. The journey was long, and they were supposed to be up against the trained army of a big state, the first such episode in Islamic history. These were some of the causes why people split into different groups. The first group was that of sincere Muslims who got ready for jihad without any hesitation at the very first call. Another group first hesitated initially, then joined in. They are the ones mentioned in, who followed him in the hour of hardship after the hearts of a group of them were about to turn crooked. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 117. The third group was that of people who were genuinely handicapped because of which they could not go. They have been mentioned in, there is no blame on the weak. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 91. The fourth group belonged to sincere Muslims who had no excuse, yet they did not take part in the jihad because of laziness. They have been mentioned in, and there are others who admitted. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102, and there are others whose matter is deferred. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 106, under study now. The fifth group was that of hypocrites who did not participate in the jihad because of hypocrisy. They have been mentioned at several places in the previous verses. In short, the fifth group of hypocrites featured mostly in previous verses, while the present verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102, mentions people in the fourth group, that is, those who, despite being true Muslims, did not participate in the jihad because of laziness. It was said in the first verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102, that some had admitted their sins. Their deeds were mixed. Some of their deeds were good, while some others were bad. For them there was hope that Allah Ta'ala may accept their repentance. Say, Ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, 10 persons did not go for the battle of Tabuk. They had no valid excuse for it. Later they were sorry for what they had done. 7 of them tied themselves up to the pillars of the mosque of the Holy Prophet, resolving that they would continue to remain tied as they were like prisoners until the Holy Prophet were to accept their repentance and untie them. All narratives of the incident agree that Sayyidina Abu Lubaba, may Allah be pleased with him, was one of them. As for other names, narratives differ. When the Holy Prophet saw them so tied up, and he was told that they have resolved to remain tied until the Holy Prophet unties them, he said, by Allah, I too shall not untie them until Allah Ta'ala orders me to do that. The crime is serious. Thereupon, this verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102, was revealed, and the Holy Prophet ordered that they be untied. They were. According to a narrative of Said ibn al-Musayyab, when people went to untie Sayyidina Abu Lubaba, may Allah be pleased with him, he refused and said, I shall remain tied until the Holy Prophet does not, with his pleasure, untie me with his own blessed hands. So when he came for the Fajr Salah, he himself untied him. What were these mixed deeds? It has been said in the verse that they had mixed a good deed with another that was evil. Obvious among the good ones were man, Salah, and fasting. Then they had participated in earlier battles with the Holy Prophet, and then, following this battle of Tabuk, in which they could not participate, they had admitted their misconduct, were ashamed of it, and had repented. As for the evil ones, they had not participated in the battle of Tabuk, and thus they had acted in a manner that resembled the approach of the hypocrites. Mixed deeds of all the Muslims are governed by the same rule. It appears in Tafsir Al-Qur'an that this verse, though revealed about a particular group, is universal in its application, and the injunction it carries is valid until the day of Qiyamah. It covers Muslims whose deeds are a mixture of the good and the bad. If they were to repent from their sins, it can be hoped that they shall be pardoned and forgiven. Abu Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, has said, this verse of the Holy Qur'an brings great hope for this ummah. A detailed hadith relating to the ascension of the Holy Prophet appearing in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari on the authority of Sayyidina Samir ibn Jundab, may Allah be pleased with him, says, on the 7th heaven, when the Holy Prophet met with Sayyidina Ibrahim, he saw some people with him whose faces were bright, and some of them had some spots and stains on their faces. When these people went into a stream and came out all washed up, their faces had also turned bright. The Archangel Jibril told the Holy Prophet that these people with bright faces you saw first were those who had professed faith and then kept clean from sins, those who have believed and have not mixed their faith with injustice. Surah Al-An'am, Ayah 82. The others were people who did what was a mixture of good and evil, but repented later. Allah had accepted their repentance and their sins were forgiven. Quote 2 by
Take, O Muhammad, from their wealth a charity by which you purify them and cause them increase, and invoke Allah's blessings upon them. Indeed, your invocations are reassurance for them, and Allah is hearing and knowing.
the imperative, take out of their wealth a sadaqah, obligatory alms. In the second verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 103 has its background. Some people, as mentioned a little earlier, had stayed back from the Battle of Tabuk without a valid excuse. Then, out of remorse, they had tied themselves to the pillars of the mosque. Then came the acceptance of their repentance as revealed in the previous verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102, and they were released from their self-imprisonment. When this happened, they presented their entire wealth as a token of their gratitude so that it could be given out as sadaqah. The Holy Prophet refused to accept it by saying that he did not have the authority to take it. Thereupon, this verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 103, take out of their wealth as sadaqah, was revealed, and he accepted to take 1/3 of it as sadaqah. He did not take the entire wealth, rather took a part of it, as indicated in the verse. The preposition min out of proves it. Collection and disbursement of zakah is the responsibility of an Islamic state. Though according to the background of the revelation, the collection of sadaqah was to be made from a particular group of people, but the words being general, they have universal application. This is the view preferred in Tafsir al-Qur'an, Ahkam al-Quran by Al-Jassas, Tafsir Mejari and others. Al-Qur'an by an Al-Jassas has gone on to further explain it. According to them, even if the same particular event is taken to be the cause of the revelation in this verse, still then, in terms of the Quranic principle, this injunction shall remain general and shall remain binding on Muslims right through the day of Qiyamah. The reason is that most of the injunctions of the Holy Quran were revealed in the background of one or the other particular event, but nobody has ever held that their application remains restricted to that particular event. Unless there is a certain proof of its particularization, that injunction is invariably regarded as universally applicable to all Muslims. On the basis of the same principle, the entire Muslim Ummah agrees that, though the address in this verse is to the Holy Prophet, yet this injunction is neither restricted to him nor to his period of time. Instead of that, every such person who will succeed the Holy Prophet as the Amir of Muslims shall be the addressee of this injunction, and the assignee to carry it out. It will be one of his duties that he administers the collection of zakah and sadaqat paid by Muslims and ensures that these are dispersed on authorized heads. Even in the event of jihad declared against those who refused to pay zakah during the initial stage of the caliphate of Sayyidina Abu Bakr, there were some non-payers of zakah who had openly rebelled against Islam and had turned apostates. Then there were some others who called themselves Muslims and did not refuse that zakah was a religious obligation, but the excuse they made for not paying zakah was that the authority given to the Holy Prophet to collect zakah from them was valid during the life of the Holy Prophet only, and they kept paying zakah at that time. Now, after he has passed away, they questioned, what right did Abu Bakr have to demand zakah and sadaqat from them? In the beginning, Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, hesitated about waging jihad against them for the reason that they were after all Muslims who wanted to avoid paying zakah under the cover of a verse of the Quran. Therefore, they should not be treated in the manner usual apostates are treated. But Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, had reached an irrevocable decision. He said, we shall wage jihad against anyone who will differentiate between salah and zakah. This gave a clear hint. Today people say that the injunction of zakah is particular to the Holy Prophet and that it stands dropped after his demise. Tomorrow they may say that salah too was particular to the Holy Prophet because a verse of the Quran reads, establish prayer at the decline of the sun, Surah Al-Isra, Ayah 78, where the Holy Prophet is the addressee. But the injunction of the verse of prayer is universal. It applies to the entire Muslim Ummah. So, this verse cannot save those who wrongly interpret it as being particular to the Holy Prophet from becoming kafirs. Similarly, this interpretation in the verse, take out of their wealth a sadaqah, will not save them from kufr and apostasy. Thereupon, Sayyidina Umar was also satisfied, and it was with the consensus of the Sahaba that jihad was launched against them. Zakah is ibadah, not a government tax. In this statement, take out of their wealth, appearing soon after, a sadaqah obligatory alms through which you may cleanse and purify them, in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 103 of the Holy Quran, there is a clear hint that zakah and sadaqat are not like taxes that governments collect to run the system. The truth of the matter is that their purpose is to cleanse the men of wealth themselves from sins. At this point, it should be noted that the collection of zakah and sadaqat yields two benefits. The first benefit is received by the owner of the wealth himself, through which he comes out clean from sins and from the germs of moral diseases that are generated by the greed for wealth. As for the other benefit, it provides support for the weaker components of the society, people who are incapable of finding what they need to eke out an existence. Orphan children, widows, crippled and handicapped men and women, common people who are poor and needy are obvious examples. But at this place the Holy Quran has told us about the first benefit only. Thus, by confining itself in that manner, it has also given the indication that the first benefit is what happens to be the real objective of zakat and sadakat. The second benefit comes as a corollary. Therefore, in the event there is no orphan, widow, or poor or needy person present at any place or time, still then the injunction of zakah as applicable to the wealthy will not stand dropped. What has been stated here has its support in the practice of past communities. When some part of wealth or property was set aside for Allah, its use became impermissible for everyone. Rather, according to the custom, this offering was put at some detached place where came a lightning from the heavens and burnt it up. This was a sign that Allah Ta'ala has accepted the sadaqah. When this heavenly fire did not come, it was supposed to be a sign of the sadaqah remaining unacceptable. Nobody would then touch this ill-omened property. This makes it clear that the legal enforcement of zakah and sadakat is not exclusively designed to alleviate the suffering of needy people. In fact, it is a financial obligation and an act of ibadah very similar to praying and fasting that are acts of physical ibadah. This is one of the distinctions of the blessed community of Muslims, that their poor and needy have been allowed to use wealth set aside in the way of Allah. A Sahih hadith from Muslim reports its confirmation from the Holy Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him. A question and its answer. A question arises here when the repentance of these gentlemen was accepted following the event mentioned above. It stands established that sins were forgiven and purification was accomplished through the very act of repentance. What then would be the sense of declaring that a portion from their wealth was being taken to purify them? The answer is that the sin has, no doubt, been forgiven by virtue of the repentance, but it is quite possible that it may have left behind some residual effects following the forgiveness of sin which could become the cause of falling into sin. Sadaqah removes such residual effects and makes purification perfect. The word salah used in the expression "and pray for them" means praying for Allah's mercy. This corresponds to what has been reported from the Holy Prophet, that he prayed for some people by using this very word, salah. For example, Allah bless the family of Abu Afa, as is reported in a hadith. But later on, the use of the word salah became special to prophets, may peace be upon them. Therefore, Muslim jurists say that now one should not pray for anyone using the word salah. Instead, the use of this word should be limited to prophets to avoid any ambiguousness or doubt, ban al-Quran, etc. However, it is permissible to use this word for others in conjunction with the Prophet. It is therefore allowed to say Muhammad Taqiy's money. Here we see that the Holy Prophet has been asked to pray for those who give sadaqah. On this basis, some Muslim jurists rule that it is wajib, obligatory, necessary for the Muslim head of the state, imam, amir, to pray for those who give sadaqah. However, there are others who take this command to be of a recommendatory nature, must add, recommended, qutubai.
Do they not know that it is Allah who accepts repentance from His servants and receives charities, and that it is Allah who is the accepting of repentance, the merciful?
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 103, for the Tafsir.
And say, do as you will, for Allah will see your deeds, and so will His Messenger and the believers. And you will be returned to the knower of the unseen and the witnessed, and He will inform you of what you used to do.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 103, for the Tafsir.
And there are others deferred until the command of Allah, whether He will punish them or whether He will forgive them. And Allah is knowing and wise.
Let us now turn to the statement, and there are others whose matter is deferred till the command of Allah. We already know the 7 of the 10 believers who had missed the battle of Tabuk without a valid excuse, had demonstrated their heartfelt remorse by tying themselves up to the pillars of the Prophet's mosque. The injunction which covers them appeared in the first verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102, and there are others who admitted their sins. Verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 106 is now referring to the other 3 gentlemen who had not done what the group of 7 had done in the masjid. Thus, they had not admitted their misconduct openly. In their case, the Holy Prophet ordered his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, to see that Muslims boycott them by not talking to them. When things reached those limits, they learnt their lesson, confessed to their misconduct, and repented sincerely, following which orders were given for their pardon. Sahih al-Bukhari and Muslim.
And there are those hypocrites who took for themselves a mosque for causing harm and disbelief and division among the believers, and as a station for whoever had warred against Allah and His Messenger before. And they will surely swear, "We intended only the best," and Allah testifies that indeed they are liars.
Commentary. Anti-Islam activities of hypocrites have been described in several previous verses. The present verses mention yet another conspiracy hatched by them. It has been reported that there was a man in Medina. His name was Abu Amir. He had become a Christian during the days of Jahiliyyah and was known as Abu Amir the Rahib, that is, a monk. This is the same Abu Amir whose son Hanzala, may Allah be pleased with him, is a well-known Sahabi whose dead body was washed by angels, and which gave him the sobriquet of the one who was bathed by angels. But the father stuck by his error and remained a Christian. When the Holy Prophet came to Medina, Abu Amir the Rahib visited him and criticized Islam. Even the answers given by the Holy Prophet did not satisfy this unfortunate man. In fact, he said, "May the liar between the two of us be cursed and die and travel far away from friends and relatives." He also said, "I shall be there to help any aggressor against you." And so he did. He fought on the side of the enemies of Muslims in all battles right through the Battle of Hunain. When the big and strong tribe of Hawazin too was defeated, he lost hope. He ran away to Syria, the stronghold of Christians where he died far away from his friends and relatives. The prayer he had made was before him. When disgrace is destined for someone, this is how he acts. His own prayer brought that disgrace upon him. But as long as he lived, he remained busy hatching conspiracies against Islam and Muslims. He virtually tried to induce the Byzantine ruler to attack Medina and expel Muslims from there. One aspect of this conspiracy materialized when he wrote a letter to the hypocrites of Medina, with whom he had a sinister understanding. He told them that he was working on the Byzantine ruler to attack Medina, but it was necessary to have group strength to lend local support to the invader. For this purpose, he suggested that they should make a building right there in Medina, giving people the impression that they were building a mosque so that Muslims do not get to be suspicious. After that, they should get their men together in this place and collect as much of weapons and supplies as they could. He wanted this to become an undercover center where his accomplices would be conducting their activities against Muslims by mutual consultation. It was on his suggestion that 12 hypocrites got together in Quba, the locality of Medina where the Holy Prophet had first stayed during his hira and where he had built a masjid. They chose the same place to lay the foundation of another masjid. Ibn Ishaq and others have also reported the names of these hypocrites. Then, to keep Muslims under deception, the hypocrites may have planned that they would have the Holy Prophet lead a salah and congregation at their so-called masjid so that all Muslims are convinced that this new place was also a masjid very much like the one built there earlier. A delegation from them came to the Holy Prophet. They pleaded that the existing masjid of Quba was far away. It was difficult for old and sick people to reach there. Moreover, they argued, the masjid of Quba itself was not spacious enough to accommodate all residents of the locality. Therefore, they claimed they had founded another masjid for that purpose so that older Muslims may benefit by it. Finally, releasing their punch line, they said, "Please lead a salah in this masjid so that it stands blessed." That was a time when the Holy Prophet was getting ready for the Battle of Tabuk. He told them that he would be unable to do that as he was about to leave the city, but he promised that he would pray there when he returned. However, on his return from the Battle of Tabuk, when he camped at a place close to Medina, the verses cited above were revealed to him which had exposed the conspiracy of these hypocrites. After the revelation of these verses, the Holy Prophet ordered some of his companions, Amir ibn Sakin, Washi, the killer of Hamza, and others, to go demolish and burn the structure of the ill-intentioned masjid. So these gentlemen took off, carried out the orders, and the structure was leveled flat on the ground. This event has been abridged from narratives reported in Tafsir al-Qur'an and Majari. Quoting Muhammad ibn Yusuf Salihi, Tafsir Majari also reports that the site of Masjid Durar was still lying vacant at the time the Holy Prophet had reached and settled in Medina. When he allowed Asim ibn Adi to build his house on that site, he submitted, "Ya Rasulullah, I do not like to build a house on a cursed site about which these verses of the Quran have been revealed. Nevertheless, Thabit ibn Akram is really in need of a house, for he has none. Please allow him to make a house here." So, going along with his suggestion, he gave this plot of land to Thabit ibn Akram. But as fate would have it, since the time Sayyidina Thabit, may Allah be pleased with him, came to live in the house he made there, he either had no child, or if he did, the child did not live. Historians have added that this place was cursed not only for human beings but also for domestic birds and animals that could not survive with their normal way of living. Thus, after that time, this place lies desolate at some distance from the well-known Masjid Quba. After having gone through the details of the event, let us now turn to the text of the cited verses. It was said in the first verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 107, "And there are those who have built a mosque to bring harm upon Muslims." This verse points out to three motives behind the making of this masjid. The first one is duraran, to cause harm to Muslims. The words durar and darar are both used in the Arabic language to carry the sense of causing harm. As for difference between the two, it has been said that darar is a harm that brings gain for the person harming but causes loss for the harmed. And durar is the inflicting of a loss upon other people, while it brings just no gain for the person inflicting it. Since this was going to be the fate of this masjid, that its founders gained nothing out of it, therefore the word durar was used here. The second motive reads, to cause dissension among the believers. It means that by setting up this masjid, they looked forward to creating a division among the community of Muslims. They hoped to wean out a group that would be offering salah in their masjid as a sort of separate entity. Then it may have also resulted in reducing the number of Muslims going for their prayers to the old Masjid Quba. The third motive was spelt out as i.e. to provide a sanctuary to enemies of Allah and His Messenger and a forum to conspire against Muslims. This presentation as a whole proves that the masjid, which was declared to be a harmful mosque, Masjid Durar, by the Holy Quran, and which was demolished and burnt down under the orders of the Holy Prophet, was no masjid in the real sense, nor was it intended to be a place where people could pray. The three objectives behind it have been mentioned immediately above. From here we learn the rules that should be followed in our time. Today, maybe some Muslims were to make a masjid close to and in competition of another masjid, while their purpose is nothing but the same mutual discord, the same old effort to split up the congregation of the first masjid, or any other evil interest of this nature. If so, the maker of such a masjid will deserve no reward from Allah. Rather, he would be a sinner because of having created dissension between Muslims, but despite all this, that place shall be called a masjid in terms of Islamic law, and the etiquette and rules relating to mosques shall apply to it. Demolishing it or putting it on fire shall not be permissible, and the salah of those who pray in it will also be valid, though doing so shall continue to be a sin in itself. From here we also learn about another rule relevant in contemporary sitting. If a Muslim makes a masjid in that manner, either to show off or to take an opposing stance out of obstinacy and enmity, the maker will, though not get the reward of making a masjid, instead will incur sin, yet it will not be what Masjid Durar is in the terminology of the Holy Quran, that is, it will not be called by that name. When some people notice a masjid like that, they would say that it was Masjid Durar. This is not correct. However, one could say that it was like Masjid Durar. Therefore, its building can also be stayed as done by Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, through a court order where he had instructed that another masjid should not be made close to the one already there, lest the congregation and flourish of the first masjid is affected adversely. Tafsir Kasha.
Do not stand for prayer within it, ever. A mosque founded on righteousness from the first day is more worthy for you to stand in. Within it are men who love to purify themselves, and Allah loves those who purify themselves.
About this Masjid Durar, the Holy Prophet has been given the order, do not ever stand there in prayer. The word qiyam in the text denotes standing for prayer. The sense is that the Holy Prophet should never go in to offer his prayers in a mosque by that name. Ruling. What it tells us is if, even today, a new masjid is made adjacent to the one already there unnecessarily, just to show off or to take an opposing stance out of obstinacy and enmity, the better choice is not to offer prayers therein, though salah remains valid. In the same verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 108, the Holy Prophet has also been told that it is correct for him to pray in the particular masjid, the foundation of which has been laid on taqwa, the fear of Allah, from day one. And then the people who offer their salah in it love to observe full precaution in remaining cleansed and pure of all physical and spiritual impurities, for Allah too likes such meticulous observers of self-purity. The context of the verse shows what is being referred to here as Masjid Quba, where the Holy Prophet used to say his prayers at that time. There are some hadith narratives that also support this view. As reported by Ibn Mardawayh from Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, by Amr ibn Shayba from Sahl al-Ansari, and by Ibn Khuzaimah in his Sahih from Uwaymir ibn Sa'idah with reference to Majari. As for the reports which say that it refers to the Prophet's mosque, they do not contradict it. The reason is that the foundation of the mosque of the Prophet was laid in accordance with a revealed command by the Holy Prophet with his blessed hands. It goes without saying that its foundation rests on taqwa, that is, on purity, piety, and fear of Allah. And who else could be more purified than the noble messenger of Allah? Therefore, that too is a masjid founded on taqwa. As reported by Tirmidhi, on sound authority from Sayyidina Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, may Allah be pleased with him, with the chain of narrators ascending to the Holy Prophet from Qutubai, at the end of the verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 108, it was said, and if there are people who like to observe purity in this verse, the masjid declared worthier for the prayers of the Holy Prophet is the one the foundation of which was laid on taqwa from day one. Thus, both Masjid Quba and the Mosque of the Prophet are included in the sense of the verse. Also pointed to in this verse, there is yet another merit of this masjid, that those who prayed this masjid were a kind of people who did their best to remain cleansed and pure. The word for purity used in the text is tahara. The sense of tahara at this place includes purity from common filth and impurities, as well as purity from sins and bad morals. Those who offered their prayers in Masjid Quba and the Prophet's mosque were generally equipped with all these virtues. Special note. From here, we also come to know that the merit or superiority of a masjid really depends on the fact that it should have been made with absolute sincerity for the sake of Allah. And to put it conversely, there should not be any trace of duplicity, any motive to earn name, fame, and recognition, or any other false and corrupting interest involved in its making. Then we also learn that the quality of those who pray in a masjid is significant. If they are good, righteous, knowledgeable about their religion, alim, and are devoted to the worship of Allah, abid, the superiority of the masjid increases. Offering prayers in a masjid frequented by such God-fearing people is more merit-worthy.
Then is one who laid the foundation of his building on righteousness, with fear from Allah and seeking His approval, better than one who laid the foundation of his building on the edge of a bank about to collapse, so it collapsed with him into the fire of hell. And Allah does not guide the wrongdoing people.
In the third and the fourth verses, Masjid Durar, the harmful mosque, made by the hypocrites, has been condemned as it has to be when compared with a masjid that is blessed. This has been accomplished through the use of a similitude. The surface of the land on which they were laying the foundation of their masjid has been likened to a land mass that has been corroded on the inside by flowing water. The topsoil looks solid and smooth. Now, if someone starts building there, it is obvious that the whole thing would collapse instantly. Similarly, the foundation of this Masjid Durar was inherently unstable. The result was that it collapsed and went right into the fire of Jahannam. The expression collapsed into the fire of Jahannam could be figurative in its sense, in that it smoothed out the way of Jahannam for its makers. Some others have taken it in the real sense, and that the masjid, when made to collapse, went into the Jahannam. Allah knows best.
Their building which they built will not cease to be a cause of skepticism in their hearts until their hearts are stopped, and Allah is knowing and wise.
Then, in the last verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 110, it was said that this building would always keep increasing the doubt and hypocrisy in their hearts unless their hearts are shredded into pieces. The sense is that their doubt, hypocrisy, envy, and chagrin would go on increasing right to the end of their life.
Indeed, Allah has purchased from the believers their lives and their properties in exchange for that they will have paradise. They fight in the cause of Allah, so they kill and are killed. It is a true promise binding upon him in the Torah and the Gospel and the Quran. And who is truer to his covenant than Allah? So rejoice in your transaction which you have contracted, and it is that which is the great attainment.
Commentary. Sequence. Previous verses carried a condemnation of those staying behind without a valid excuse and missing the jihad. The present verses take up the merit of mujahideen, the background of revelation. As explained by the majority of commentators, these verses were revealed about the participants of Bayt al-Aqaba, the pledge of allegiance to the Holy Prophet at Al-Aqaba, which was taken from the Ansar of Madinah before Hira, in Makkah al-Mukarramah. Therefore, despite that the entire surah is Madani, these verses have been termed as Makki. Al-Aqaba is part of a mountain. Here it refers to the Aqaba that forms a part of the mountain along the Damratu al-Aqaba, the stone pillar of Aqaba in Mina. In our time, due to the increased number of Hajj pilgrims, this part of the mountain has been leveled to form a smooth surface with the only exception of Jamar, the stone pillar, which still stands there. It is on this Aqaba that a pledge of allegiance, Bay'ah, was taken from the people of Medina thrice. The first pledge came in the 11th year of the Prophet's advent. 6 persons embraced Islam, gave the pledge, and returned to Medina. When they arrived there, Islam and the Prophet of Islam became the top of the town. Next year, it was during the Hajj season that 12 people assembled at the same place. Out of these, 5 had taken part in the first pledge, while the other 7 were new. All of them took the pledge. By that time, the number of Muslims in Medina had increased to more than 40. They requested that someone should be sent to teach Quran to them. The Holy Prophet sent Sayyidina Mus'ab ibn Umair, may Allah be pleased with him. He taught Quran to Muslims present there as well as conveyed the message of Islam around, as a result of which major groups of people in Medina entered the fold of Islam. After that, in the 13th year of the Prophet's advent, 70 men and women assembled at the same place. This is the third Bayatu al-Aqaba and the last. Generally, when reference is made to Bayatu al-Aqaba, it means this very bay'ah, pledge of allegiance. This pledge made it binding on participants that they would uphold the basic beliefs, aqid, and deeds, amal of Islam, and would particularly be ready to take part in jihad against the disbelievers, and protect and support the Holy Prophet when he migrates and reaches Medina. In this connection, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Rawah, may Allah be pleased with him, submitted, Ya Rasulallah, a compact is being made at this time. If there are any conditions regarding your Lord or regarding yourself, let these be mentioned there clearly. He said, as for Allah Ta'ala, I lay down the condition that all of you shall worship him and worship none but him. As for myself, the condition is that you shall protect me as you protect your own lives, wealth, property, and children. They asked, if we fulfill these 2 conditions, what shall we get in return? He said, you will get Jannah. All in delight, they said, we are pleased with this deal, so pleased that we shall never request on our own that it be cancelled, nor shall we like it to be cancelled. At this place, since the pledge took the apparent form of a transaction of give and take, this verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 111 was revealed in the terminology of a business deal. Surely, Allah has bought their lives and their wealth from the believers, against which paradise shall be for them. After hearing this verse, Sayyidina Bara ibn Marur, Abu al-Haytham, and Asad, may Allah be pleased with him, were the first ones who placed their hands on the blessed hand of the Holy Prophet. They were promising, in effect, that they were readily agreeable to this deal, and they would protect the Holy Prophet as they protected their family, and would stand by him to face any challenge, even if it came from the combined forces of the blacks and whites on this earth. This is the very first verse of jihad. Injunctions of jihad did not exist during the early Makkah period. This is first verse about fighting and killing, which was revealed in Makkah al-Mukarramah itself, though its implementation began after Hira. After that came another verse. Permission to fight has been given to those who are being fought against Al-Hajj, Surah Al-Hajj, Ayat 39. When this Bayatu al-Aqaba, pledge of Aqaba, was concluded in secret from the disbelievers of Makkah, the Holy Prophet ordered his noble companions to migrate from Makkah to Medina. Groups of them started migrating gradually. The Holy Prophet remained behind waiting for the permission from Allah Ta'ala. When Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, decided to migrate, he held him back so that he could accompany him. This whole event has been described in Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an with relevant references. We can now move to the second sentence of the verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 111. They fight in the way of Allah, and kill, and are killed, a promise on his part which is true as made, in the Torah and the Injil and the Quran. This verse tells us that fighting in the way of Allah was a commandment also revealed for past communities in their scriptures. As for the popular assumption that there is no injunction of jihad in the Injil, it is possible that, as part of the changes made by people who came later, the injunctions of jihad were expunged. Allah knows best. At the end of the verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 111, it was said, so rejoice in the deal you have made. The agreement arrived at with the Holy Prophet, and this event of the Bayatu al-Aqaba had, on the surface, turned into a sort of buying and selling deal. Therefore, it was expressed through the word, Allah has bought, at the beginning of the verse. In the present sentence, Muslims were told that they had struck a good deal which will bring blessings for them. The reason was that they had tendered their life and wealth that were mortal, while that which they received in return was eternal. If we come to think about it, we would realize that wealth was the only thing they spent out. As for life, that is, the essential spirit that will remain even after death and remain forever. And if we were to look deeper into the reality of wealth, that too happens to be nothing but the gift of Allah Almighty. When born, human beings visit the world empty-handed. It was He who made them own everything around them, and it was He who made His own gift the price of eternal blessings and gave them paradise. Therefore, Ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "This is a strange deal where the commodity and the price have both been given to you." The sage Hassan al-Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, said, "Behold, what a profitable business is this that Allah has thrown open to every believer." And he also said, "It is Allah who has blessed you with wealth and property. Spend a little out of it and buy paradise." Majari.
Such believers are the repentant, the worshippers, the praisers of Allah, the travelers for His cause, those who bow and prostrate in prayer, those who enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong, and those who observe the limits set by Allah, and give good tidings to the believers.
The last verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 112, which begins with the words, "They are those who repent, those who worship," describes the attributes of the same believers about whom it was said earlier that Allah has bought their lives and their wealth from the believers, against which paradise shall be for them. Though the verse was revealed as relating to a particular group of participants in the Bayatu al-Aqaba, but the sense of the verse covers all mujahideen in the way of Allah. As for the list of their attributes, which opens with, "Those who repent," they are not there as a condition, because the promise of paradise has been made for jihad in the way of Allah, in an absolute sense. The purpose behind the delineation of these attributes is to stress that those who deserve paradise do have such attributes, as was specially the case with the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, who were a party to Bayatu al-Aqaba. The word as-Sayhan, translated literally as those who journey, according to the majority of commentators, means those who fast. Saman, actually, this word has been derived from siha, journey, pilgrimage. Before Islam, siyaha was taken to be an act of worship in the Christian religion that meant leaving home for the sake of worship. Islam declared it to be monasticism and prohibited it. It was replaced with fasting as an act of worship. The reason is that siyaha taught disengagement from worldly life, while fasting taught that one should abstain from worldly desires for a limited period of time living at home. It is on the same basis that jihad too has been equated with siyaha in some reports. Ibn Majah, Hakim, and Bayhaqi have authentically reported that the Holy Prophet said, "The siha of my ummah is jihad in the way of Allah." Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that sayhin, those who journey, in the Quran means saymen, those who fast, explaining as sayhin, those who journey. Ikrimah said, "They are students who leave their homes to seek religious knowledge." Mazari, that this place, 7 attributes of believing mujahideen have been described as those who repent, those who worship, those who praise Allah, those who journey, those who bow in ruku, those who prostrate in sajda, those who bid the fair and forbid the unfair. After having enumerated these 7 attributes, the 8th attribute was put as those who preserve the limits prescribed by Allah. Actually, this expression is an embodiment of all attributes mentioned earlier. In other words, the details given in those 7 attributes have been eloquently reduced to one small sentence, which means that they are committed to the limits set by Allah, that is, they obey, adhere to, and protect the injunctions of the Sharia of Islam. At the end of the verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 112, it was said, "And give the good news to the believers." It means that the Prophet of Islam should convey to believers who have the attributes mentioned above the good news of blessings nobody could ever imagine, nor could it be explained in words, nor has anyone heard about it from any source. The reference is to the ultimate blessings of paradise.
It is not for the Prophet and those who have believed to ask forgiveness for the polytheists, even if they were relatives, after it has become clear to them that they are companions of hellfire.
Commentary. The entire At-Tawbah consists of injunctions of absolution and withdrawal from kafirs, disbelievers, and mushriks, those who associate partners with Allah. The surah opens with the words, "Here is a withdrawal proclaimed by Allah," and that is why the surah is also known as Surah Al-Bara. The injunctions appearing earlier relate to withdrawal and severance of relationships with kafirs and mushriks in this worldly life. The same injunction of withdrawal and severance of relationships appears in the present verses, but it relates to the life hereinafter. It makes it impermissible even to pray for the forgiveness of kafirs and mushriks after their death, as it appears in a previous verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 84, where the Holy Prophet has been prohibited from offering funeral prayers for hypocrites. The background of revelation. The event that was the cause or background of the revelation of this ayah has been reported in a narrative appearing in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari and Muslim. According to this report, Abu Talib, the uncle of the Holy Prophet, had not, though embraced Islam, yet he continued to support and protect the Holy Prophet throughout his life. He did not listen to any member of his clan in this matter. The Holy Prophet too was concerned about him. He wished that his uncle would somehow recite the kalima and embrace Islam. He would thus be able to intercede on his behalf, and he could have his deliverance from the punishment of Jahannam. When Abu Talib was suffering from his last sickness and death became certain, the Holy Prophet was worried. He wished if his uncle were to recite the kalima even now, things might work for him. He came close to him in that state of anxiety, but Abu Jahl and Abdullah ibn Umayyah, disbelieving diehards, were already there. He said, "My uncle, recite the kalima la ilaha illallah. I shall try to seek forgiveness for you." But Abu Jahl interrupted, "Would you forsake the faith of Abd al-Muttalib, father of Abu Talib?" The Holy Prophet repeated what he had said several times. But every time, Abu Jahl would say the same thing he had said before until the last words spoken by Abu Talib were, "I am on the faith of Abd al-Muttalib." It was in this very condition that he died. Then, the Holy Prophet swore that he would continue seeking forgiveness for him until he was prohibited from it. Thereupon, this verse of prohibition was revealed, where the Holy Prophet and all Muslims were prohibited from praying for the forgiveness of kafirs and mushriks even if they were close relatives.
And the request of forgiveness of Abraham for his father was only because of a promise he had made to him. But when it became apparent to Abraham that his father was an enemy to Allah, he dissociated himself from him. Indeed was Abraham compassionate and patient.
This put some Muslims into doubt. Was it not, they thought, that Sayyidina Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him too, had prayed for his disbelieving father? To answer it, the second verse, Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 114 was revealed. In gist, it means, as for the prayer made by Sayyidina Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him for his father, it was conditioned by circumstances. In the beginning, Sayyidina Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him, did not know that he would keep on sticking to his disbelief right through the end, and would die a disbeliever. In other words, his going to hell was not certain. That was the time when he had made the promise that he would pray for his forgiveness. "I shall ask my Lord to forgive you," Maryam, Surah Maryam, Ayah 47. Later, when it became clear to Sayyidina Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him, that he was an enemy of Allah, that is, he had remained a disbeliever right through the end, he elected to become indifferent to him and stopped asking pardon for him. With regard to the mention of Sayyidina Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him, praying for the forgiveness of his father at different places in the Quran, it should all be taken in that sense, whereby it would mean that Allah may give him the tawfiq of a man and Islam so that he could be forgiven. When the disbelievers inflicted a wound on the blessed face of the Holy Prophet during the Battle of Uhud, he was seen wiping blood from his face and praying, "O Allah, forgive my people." They do not know. The object of this prayer of forgiveness for the disbelievers is no other but that Allah may bless them with the tawfiq of a man and Islam so that they could become deserving of being forgiven. Imam Al-Qurtubi said, "This proves that it is permissible to pray for the forgiveness of a living kafir with the intention that this disbelieving person may have the tawfiq of a man and become deserving of forgiveness." In the last sentence of the verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 114, it was said, "Surely Abraham is oft sighing before Allah, forbearing." The word, it is used for a host of meanings. Al-Qurtubi has reported 15 meanings of this word, but they are all close to each other without any real difference between them. Some of these are, one who sighs a lot, or one who supplicates profusely, or one who is full of mercy for the servants of Allah. This last meaning is reported from Ibn Abdullah ibn Masud, may Allah be pleased with him.
And Allah would not let a people stray after He has guided them, until He makes clear to them what they should avoid. Indeed, Allah is knowing of all things.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 114, for the Tafsir.
Indeed, to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth. He gives life and causes death. And you have not besides Allah any protector or any helper.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 114 for the Tafsir.
Allah has already forgiven the Prophet and the Muhajireen and the Ansar who followed him in the hour of difficulty, after the hearts of a party of them had almost inclined to doubt, and then He forgave them. Indeed, He was to them kind and merciful.
Commentary. In the comments on verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 102, and there are those who admit it. It was said that following the general call of Jihad at Tabuk, which required all Muslims to join in, the people of Medina had split into 5 groups. 2 of them were of those who elected to stay behind without any valid excuse, a detailed description of which has appeared in previous verses. Here, in the present verses, 3 kinds of sincere believers have been mentioned. First were those who responded to the call of Jihad instantly. They have been identified in the initial sentence, who followed him in the hour of hardship, of verse Surah At-Tawbah. Ayah 117. The second group was of those who hesitated during the early stage, but recovered soon and got ready for jihad with other participants. They have been described in the sentence, after the hearts of a group of them were about to turn crooked, of the same verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 117. The third group was that of the believers who did not, though, participate in the jihad because of their laziness at that time, yet later on they regretted and sought forgiveness, and ultimately the tawbah made by them was accepted. However, their group was further divided in 2 types. Originally, they were 10 in number. 7 out of these men demonstrated their genuine remorse and repentance instantly soon after the return of the Holy Prophet. The manner in which they did so was unusual. They tied themselves up with the pillars of the Prophet's mosque with the resolve that they would stay tied as long as their tawbah was not accepted. The verse known as the Ayat of Tawbah granting forgiveness for them was revealed immediately then. Details can be seen under comments on verse Surah At-Tawbah. Ayah 102. The remaining 3 out of the 10 were those who did not act in that manner. The Holy Prophet asked his companions to boycott them, whereby no one was to greet or talk to them. This thing was terrible. It really disturbed them. They have been mentioned in the second verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 118 through the words, and towards the 3 whose matter was deferred, where comes the acceptance of their tawbah, soon after which the order to boycott them was withdrawn. Before we move on to explain the first verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 117, surely Allah has relented towards the Prophet and the emigrants and the supporters who followed him in the hour of hardship. In some details, let us answer a question first. Is it not that tawbah is done because of having committed an act of sin and disobedience? The Holy Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him, is protected from that. Masum, what then would be the sense of accepting his tawbah, relenting towards the Prophet? In addition to that, there were the Sahaba from among the Muhajirin and Ansar who had opted for jihad since the very beginning. They too had not done anything wrong. For what crime had they made their tawbah that was accepted? The answer is that Allah Ta'ala made all of them safe from sin. This was expressed as tawbah, or that Allah Ta'ala made all of them tawab, those who turn to Allah. This indicates that no one is free from the need to make tawbah, not even the Holy Prophet and his closest companions, may Allah be pleased with him, as it appears in another verse, and turn towards Allah in repentance. All of you Surah in error. Ayah 31. The reason is that the degrees and ranks of nearness to Allah are endless. Whoever has reached a certain station should realize that there is a higher station ahead, and as compared to that high station, the present one is a shortcoming. The quest must go on. Let one seek forgiveness for any shortcoming he may have at his present station, so that he can move on to the next, the higher. Coming to words, translated as the hour of hardship, appearing in verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 117, the Holy Qur'an has employed this expression to portray the condition of the Muslims on the occasion of this very jihad, because they were poor and straitened on many counts. Hassan al-Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, says, they had 1 mount for every 10 men. They had to take turns to ride. The wherewithal required for such a trip was very short and ordinary. On the other hand, the heat was intense and scorching. Water en route was scarce and at distances. As for the next sentence, after the hearts of a group of them were about to turn crooked, the vague crookedness of the hearts of some people referred to here does not mean some deviation from faith. In fact, it means to lose heart and wish to avoid action in jihad because of the hardship of hot weather and the dearth of necessary supplies. Hadith narratives prove that it was in view of these hardships they faced that their repentance was accepted.
And He also forgave the 3 who were left behind and regretted their error to the point that the earth closed in on them in spite of its vastness, and their souls confined them, and they were certain that there is no refuge from Allah except in Him. Then He turned to them so they could repent. Indeed, Allah is the accepting of repentance, the merciful.
Verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 118 begins with the words, "And he relented towards the three whose matter was deferred." Here, the word khalafu literally means those left behind. It carries the sense of those the matter of whose repentance was deferred, as opted for in the translation of the text. These three gentlemen, Sayyidina Ka'b ibn Malik, Murara ibn Rabi, and Hild ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, were from the Ansar of Medina, and had a distinguished record in the service of Islam. Earlier, they had participated in the Bay'atu al-Aqaba and in many battles with the Holy Prophet, but it was only by chance that they slipped in this manner. Then there were those hypocrites who did not take part in this jihad because of their hypocrisy. They gave them the kind of advices that dampened their courage. But when the Holy Prophet returned from this jihad, all those hypocrites came to him, presented false excuses, took false oaths, and tried to please the Holy Prophet, who entrusted the inward state of their hearts with Allah and simply accepted their outward declarations on oath. Thus, they went on living their normal lives. Some people gave the same suggestion to these Ansari gentlemen, that they should also establish their innocence by offering false excuses. But their hearts admonished them. They knew that they had already committed a sin, that of remaining behind in jihad. Now, how could they compound it with another sin, that of lying before the Holy Prophet? Therefore, they came up with a clean breast and confessed to their misconduct. In punishment, Muslims were asked not to greet or talk to them. In the end, the Holy Qur'an laid bare the reality of the whole thing. Those who had fortified their excuses with false oaths were exposed, the details of which appear in several earlier verses from "They will make excuses to you upon those is the evil cycle." Regarding the truth told and confession made by these three gentlemen, it is enough to say that the fact of their tawbah was revealed in this verse. They faced 50 days of avoidance by the Holy Prophet and a boycott of greeting and conversation by the companions, a heart-rending experience indeed. Finally came the day when, amidst ecstatic scenes of having been so honorably acquitted and of exuberant congratulations for it, they regained the confidence of the Holy Prophet and that of all Muslims. Details of the event relating to these three Ansari elders from authentic Ahadith. In the two authentic collections of Al-Bukhari and Muslim, and in most books of hadith, there appears a lengthy hadith narrated by Sayyidina Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, in connection with this event. Since it consists of many elements of guidance, solutions of religious problems, and facts worthy of consideration, therefore it seemed appropriate that a full translation of this hadith should be reproduced here. Sayyidina Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him alone of the three gentlemen, has described the details of this event as given below. Every battle in which the Holy Prophet participated, I was with him, except the battle of Tabuk. However, the battle of Badr came all of a sudden, and the Holy Prophet had also not asked everyone to participate in it, and was also not angry with those who had not participated in it. In this too I was not present. And I was also present on the night of the Bay'atu al-Aqaba, where we had made the covenant of supporting and protecting Islam. And this presence of mine at the Bay'atu al-Aqaba is dearer to me as compared to my possible presence at the Battle of Badr, though the Battle of Badr is better known among people. As for the background of my absence from the Battle of Tabuk, the truth is that I had never been so rich as I was at that time. By God, I never had 2 mounts before that which I then had. While marching out from Medina for his battles, the blessed habit of the Holy Prophet was that he would conceal his intentions by advancing in a direction just the opposite of the direction in which he was to go for jihad. The intention was to confuse spying hypocrites lest they sound off the enemy. And he used to say in war such strategy of deception, huda, is permissible. Then the Holy Prophet was ready to carry out his plan for the jihad of Tabuk, which was unusual for several reasons. The heat was intense. Muslim forces were short on supplies. The journey was long. Then they were going to fight against an enemy stronger in strength and overwhelming in numbers. Therefore, the Holy Prophet made the call for jihad openly and publicly so that Muslims could make all necessary preparations for it in advance. According to the report in the Sahih of Muslim, the numerical strength of those who participated in this jihad was more than 10,000. Hakam reports from Sayyidina Mu'adh, may Allah be pleased with him, who said, "When we set out for this jihad with the Holy Prophet, our number was more than 30,000. Since no muster roll of those who set out for this jihad was put on record in writing, therefore, those who did not wish to go out for this jihad had an opportunity on hand. If they did not go, nobody would be able to find that out, they thought. The time when the Holy Prophet set out for jihad was a time when dates were ripe and the growers were busy. Such was the condition when the Holy Prophet and common Muslims started getting ready for the journey. It was a Thursday when he set out for the journey. He liked to travel on a Thursday, whether it was for jihad or for some other purpose. As for myself, I went out every morning to prepare for jihad, but came back without having done it. My heart said, I am capable of jihad. I must go. But days passed and my intention kept being put off until tomorrow, until the time the Holy Prophet and common Muslims departed for jihad. Still then, my heart kept urging me to leave and join up somewhere en route, alas, only if I were to do that. But unfortunately, this could not be done. When after the departure of the Holy Prophet, wherever I went in Medina, the surroundings put me to grief. At that time, what one saw throughout Medina were sights of people who were either sunk in hypocrisy or were sick and crippled, absolutely unable to travel. On the other side, the Holy Prophet did not think of me anywhere on this whole journey until he reached Tawbah. It was there in a gathering that he said, "What happened to Ka'b ibn Malik?" A man from the tribe of Banu Salama said, "Ya Rasulallah, he has been detained by his nice dress and is looking towards his shoulders in self-admiration." Then Sayyidina Mu'adh ibn Jabal told this man, "What you have said is bad." And then, turning to the Holy Prophet, he submitted, "Ya Rasulallah, by God, we know nothing about him except that which is good." Thereupon the Holy Prophet became silent. When I heard the news, says Sayyidina Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet was coming back, I was concerned, almost close to concocting in a hurry some excuse for my absence and presenting things through which I could have escaped facing the displeasure of the Holy Prophet. Maybe I could have asked my family and friends also to help me out of this predicament. Scruples like these kept destabilizing my heart until I heard that the Holy Prophet had arrived. Then all these confusing thoughts were blotted out of my heart, and I realized that I could never escape his displeasure on grounds that are contaminated with a lie. Therefore I resolved to tell him the truth, for I was convinced that truth alone would rescue me. From this situation, the Holy Prophet entered Medina. The time was duha, chasht in Urdu in Persian, that is, middle of morning after sunrise. It was the blessed habit of the Holy Prophet that he generally used to return from his journeys at this time, and his practice was first to go to the masjid, offer 2 isolated letters, and then go to see Sayyidah Fatima, may Allah be pleased with him. After that he went to meet his blessed wives. This time too, as was his wont, he first went to the masjid, offered 2 isolated letters, and sat down in the masjid. Some more than 80 hypocrites who had not gone to the expedition of Tabuk came to him offering false excuses on equally false oaths. The Holy Prophet accepted what was outwardly expressed through their statements on oath, approved of their allegiance, prayed for their forgiveness, and entrusted what was in their hearts with Allah. It was under this situation that I presented myself before him. When I offered my salam to him, he smiled, smiling like someone angry. Then he said, "Come." So I walked towards him until I sat down before him. According to some hadith reports, the Holy Prophet turned his face away from him. Thereupon Sayyidina Ka'b said, "Ya Rasulallah, why would you turn your face away from me? By God, I have nothing to do with hypocrisy, nor have I ever suffered from any doubt about my religion, nor am I guilty of making any alterations to it." Then he said, "Why then did you not go for jihad? Is it not that you had already bought a mount for this purpose?" I said, "Yes, Ya Rasulallah. If I would have been sitting before anyone from common worldly people, other than you, I am confident that I would have invented some excuse and avoided his displeasure, because I have been gifted with the art of debate. But I swear by Allah that I have understood perfectly well that, should I tell you a lie that may even please you temporarily still, the day would not be far when Allah Ta'ala would tell you the whole truth, and thus make you displeased with me. And if I were to tell you the truth which may at this moment make you displeased with me, I hope Allah Ta'ala will forgive me. The truth of the matter is that I had no excuse for remaining absent from the jihad, for I had never been stronger, both financially and physically, as I was at that time." The Holy Prophet said, "This man has told the truth." Then he said, "All right, go until Allah Ta'ala gives his decree in your case." I rose to leave when some men from the tribe of Bani Salama hailed me and started saying, "As far as we know, you never committed a sin before this. Why did you act so dumb? You could have at the least come up with some excuse, as was done by others who were left behind. Had you done that, the prayer made by the Holy Prophet would have been sufficient to bring forgiveness for your sins." By God, these people kept admonishing me repeatedly, so much so that a thought crossed my mind urging me to go back and say that I was wrong about what I had said earlier, and that I had the right excuse with me. But it occurred to me that I should not add another sin to the one I have done before. I have already committed a sin when I remained behind in the jihad. How could I venture into another sin, that of lying? Then I asked those people if there was anyone like me who had confessed to his misconduct. They told me that there were 2 others who had done what I did, and they too were given the same reply as was given to me, that they should wait for the decree of Allah. I asked them as to who those 2 were. They told me that one of them was Mira ibn Rabi al-Umri, while the other Hil ibn Umayyah al-Waqafi. According to a report carried by Ibn Abi Hatim, the reason why the first of the 2, that is, Mira, was left behind is that he had a date farm where the fruit was ripening. He said to himself, "You have taken part in many battles before this. If you do not go for jihad this year, how would that become a crime?" Later, when he was alerted to his sinful thought, he promised to Allah that he has given a state farm in the way of Allah as a sadaqah from him. As for the other gentleman, Sayyidina Hil ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, his family has been living scattered since long. At that time, they had assembled all together. He thought of not going to jihad that year and spending some time with his family. He too, when reminded of his sin, promised that he would stay away from his family from that time onwards. Sayyidina Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, says, "These people mentioned 2 blessed souls who were from among the mujahideen of the Battle of Badr." I said, "That is it. What these 2 did is worth following for me." Saying this, I went home. On the other side, the Holy Prophet prohibited his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, from greeting or talking to the 3 of us. As for us, we loved all Muslims as usual, but they were the ones who had turned away from us. It appears in a report of Ibn Abi Shaybah that now we were in a condition that we would go to people, but they would not talk to us, nor greet us, nor respond to our greetings. Musnad Abd al-Razak reports the statement of Sayyid ibn Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, as follows: "What a time that was when the small world around us had changed totally. It seemed as if the people who used to be there are not there anymore, nor our fruit farms, nor our homes. None of these were what they used to be. Everything looked strange. I became seriously concerned about myself. If I die in this state of mind, I thought, the Holy Prophet would not say the Salah of Janazah, funeral prayer, for me. Or if the Holy Prophet were to breathe his last during this period, I shall be running around just like this all my life, condemned and disgraced before everyone." For this reason, as far as I was concerned, the whole earth started appearing indifferent and desolate. So we lived like that for 50 nights. At that time, the 2 companions of mine, Murara and Hillel, lost heart, sat home and wept. But I was younger. I went out, walked around, and made my salah in the masjid with other Muslims, and roamed in the bazaars, but nobody would talk to me nor respond to my salam greetings. I used to attend the customary sitting of the Holy Prophet after the salah was over. When I said my salam to him, I tried to figure out whether or not the blessed lips of the Holy Prophet moved to respond to my salam. Then I tried to offer my salah just about close to him, from where I would steal a glance towards him and discover that he looks at me when I get busy with my salah, and when I look towards him, he turns his face away. When this considered indifference of these people dragged longer, I went to my cousin Abu Qatada, who was the dearest of my friends. I jumped a wall to enter his farm and said my salam to him. By God, he too did not respond to my salam. I asked Abu Qatada, "Do you not know that I love Allah Ta'ala and his Rasul?" Even then, Abu Qatada observed silence. He did not respond. When I repeated my question again and again, then probably the 3rd or the 4th time, he only said, "Allah and his Rasul know best." I broke into tears and came out of the farm, jumping over the compound wall, as I had done earlier. During those days, once I was walking through a bazaar of Medina when, all of a sudden, I noticed a farmer from Syria who had come to Medina to sell grains. I saw him asking people if anyone there could tell him the address of Ka'b ibn Malik. When they saw me right there, they pointed out to me. The man came to me and gave me a letter from the king of Gassan that was written on a silk handkerchief. It said, "After salutations, I have come to know that your prophet has betrayed you, and that he has made you stay away from him. I assure you, God has not chosen to put you in a place of disgrace and destruction. If you like to come to us, come. We shall help you." When I read this letter, I said to myself, here comes another test and trial for me when, of all the people, the partisans of disbelief, kufr, have now been tempted to expect such things from me, that I go and join them. Taking this letter in my hands, I stepped forward. There was a bread baking shop with a heated oven. I threw the letter down into it. Sayyidina Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, says, when 40 out of the 50 nights had passed, I was given a surprise by Quzama ibn Thabit, may Allah be pleased with him, a message bearer of the Holy Prophet, who came towards me and said, The Holy Prophet has ordered that you should stay apart from your wife as well. I said, should I divorce her? Or do what? He told me, no, just do not go near her. The same order was communicated to my 2 companions also. I told my wife, go to the home of your parents and stay there till Allah Ta'ala opens a way for us. After having heard this order, Khawla bint Asam, the wife of Hayal ibn Umayyah, came to the Holy Prophet with the plea that Hilal ibn Umayyah was old and weak, and that he had no servant to look after him. It also appears in a report of Ibn Abi Shayba that she also said, he is weak-sighted as well. Would you not like to allow me to continue serving him? He said, serving him is no problem, however, he should not seek to be near you. She said, as for that, he is into a state wherein he has no such desire, and by God, he keeps weeping day and night. Ka'b ibn Malik says, some of my relatives and friends suggested to me too that I should also ask the Holy Prophet to allow me to keep my wife with me, similar to the permission he has given to Hilal. I said, I will not do that. Who knows what the Holy Prophet would say in reply? In addition to that, I am young, that is, living with one's wife was against precaution. In this condition, I passed 10 more nights until the count of 50 nights became complete. The narrative of Musnad Abd al-Razak says at that stage the divine decree about our Tawbah, repentance, was revealed to the Holy Prophet at the hour when 1/3 of the night had passed. The mother of the faithful, Sayyid Salama, may Allah be pleased with him, who was there at that time, said, if you wish, Ka'b ibn Malik can be informed about it right now. He said, that will bring a crowd of people here right now. It would become impossible to sleep for the rest of the night. Ka'b ibn Malik says, when the 50th night passed, I made my Fajr Salah and went to the roof. While I sat there, my condition was a mirror of what Allah Ta'ala has said in the Qur'an, that the earth was straightened for me despite all its vastness, and my own soul was straightened for me. All of a sudden came the voice of a caller calling from the heights of the hill of Sal, loudly announcing, O Ka'b ibn Malik, be happy with the good news. In a report from Muhammad ibn Amr, it is said that the caller was Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, who went up the hill of Sal to announce that Allah Ta'ala had accepted the Tawbah of Ka'b and offered congratulations for his success. A narration of Uqba says that 2 men ran to give this good news to Sayyidina Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him. When one ran ahead of the other, the one who had remained behind turned, climbed the hill of Sal, and announced the good news from there. It is said that the blessed souls who ran in that manner were Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him. Sayyidina Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, says, hearing this voice, I fell down prostrating in sajda. So happy was I that I broke into tears. I had learnt that my good days have come back. The Holy Prophet had told the Sahaba after the Salah of Fajr that our Tawbah was accepted. Everyone ran out to congratulate the 3 of us. Some of them rode on horses to reach me, but the voice of the person calling from the hill was quicker than the horse. When I came out to present myself before the Holy Prophet, I saw that the Holy Prophet was sitting there. There was a cordon of his Sahaba around him. When Talha ibn Ubaydullah, may Allah be pleased with him, saw me, he was the first to rise and rush towards me. Shaking my hands, he congratulated me for the acceptance of my Tawbah. I cannot forget the good Talha did to me on that day. When I said my salam to the Holy Prophet, his blessed face was radiant with delight. He said, O Ka'b, I congratulate you for this day of bliss for you, the best day of your life since you were born. I said, Ya Rasulallah, is this order from you or is it from Allah Ta'ala? No, he said, this order is from Allah Ta'ala. You had told the truth. Allah Ta'ala made your truthfulness come out in the open. When I sat down before the Holy Prophet, I said to him, Ya Rasulallah, I wish to walk out of all my wealth and property and give it as sadaqah in the way of Allah. This will be a part of my Tawbah. No, he said, hold some of it for your needs. This is better. I said, all right, can I give half of it as sadaqah? He rejected that too. Then I asked his permission to give 1/3 of it. This he accepted. I said, Ya Rasulallah, I have been delivered from my predicament by Allah because I told the truth. Therefore, I pledge before you that, as long as I live, I shall not say anything but the truth. Then, says Sayyidina Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, since the time I had given this pledge to the Holy Prophet Alhamdulillah, no word of lie was uttered by me up to this day, and I hope Allah Ta'ala shall protect me from it for the rest of my life. Sayyidina Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, also says, by God, after the blessing of Islam, I cannot think of having received a blessing greater than this. I mean that I told the truth before the Holy Prophet, and that I did not lie because, had I lied, I would have been ruined like those who took false oaths. About them the Qur'an said, they will swear by Allah before you, so that you may ignore their misdeeds up to. Allah will not be pleased with a sinning people. It has been said that the continuation of the boycott of these three gentlemen was, perhaps, based on the wisdom that the Holy Prophet had spent exactly 50 days during the expedition of Tabah. The entire narration of this hadith and the related event has been taken from Tafsir Majari, points of guidance from the hadith of Sayyid ibn Ka'b ibn Malik. The clarity and detail with which Sayyid ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, has described his story contains many elements of guidance for Muslims. Therefore, this hadith has been presented here in full. These are as follows. This hadith tells us that it was the customary practice of the Holy Prophet in his usual battle plans that he would march out of Medina in a feigned direction that was opposite to the direction he was to go actually. The objective was to keep enemies of Islam in the dark about where to, and against whom he was going to carry out his jihad. This is what he defined as al-harbu puda, that is, in war, deception is permissible. Some people fall in doubt about the drift of this statement. They think that deceiving the adversary by lying in war or jihad is permissible. This is not correct. In fact, it means the kind of deception whereby one acts in a manner that succeeds in deceiving enemies. For instance, marching out for jihad from the opposite direction does not mean deceiving by lying blandly, something not permissible even in war. Similarly, it should also be understood that this practical deception, which has been declared permissible, has no bearing on abiding by a pledge or treaty. Breaking of a pledge or treaty, whether in peace or war, is not permissible under any situation. For his journeys, the Holy Prophet, like the Thursday, whether it was for jihad or for some other purpose, telling a lie to please some elder or spiritual guide or teacher or father is neither permissible nor does it end well. As for the Holy Prophet, he was informed of the truth through revelation. Therefore, the ultimate outcome of lying was evil, as clarified through the event relating to Sayyid ibn Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, and to others who remained behind. After the Holy Prophet, no saint, or savant, or pious elder, or spiritual guide can claim to be a recipient of revelation. Then, getting to know things through inspiration, ilm, and illumination, kashf, is not necessary either. But experience shows that lying has an aura of evil about it, something that brings bad consequences in its wake. Causes converge naturally, so much so that this respected elder ultimately becomes displeased with the liar. From this event we learn that the Amir, the executive head, of Muslims also has the right to order them to stop reading and talking to someone as a punishment for some sinful misconduct of his, as it happened with these three gentlemen in the event concerned. This event is a mirror of the love his companions had for the Holy Prophet. The depth and extent of this love compelled them to continue staying in his company even during the days when he was displeased with them, and they were subjected to a social boycott by the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, who would neither greet nor acknowledge greetings nor talk to them. A careful reader through the narration of the event would hardly miss their affection and concern for him, particularly when they would look at their master with the corners of their eyes and try to assess the warmth of his attention and the emotional level of the bond between them. They were really tuned to him under all circumstances. As for the attitude of Sayyid ibn Abu Qatada, may Allah be pleased with him, cousin and friend of Sayyid ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, who did not respond to the later's salam nor talk to him, it is fairly obvious that he did not do so because of some enmity, hostility, or malice. In fact, this was done for the sole reason that the Holy Prophet had ordered him to do so, and that he was bound to follow it. This tells us that the law given by the Holy Prophet was not only enforced on the physical exterior of people, but was also implemented inwardly as well. The law ruled over their hearts. They would not do anything against it under any condition, present or absent, even if they had to act against the dearest of their friends and relatives. The episode relating to the king of the Ghassan, who wrote a letter to Sayyid ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, who threw it down into a heated oven, shows how staunch as believers the Sahaba were. Here is one of them, terribly nervous about the displeasure of the Holy Prophet and the boycott by fellow Muslims, yet the tempting offer made by a king fails to move his heart in that direction. That Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Sayyid ibn Umar and other noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, ran to congratulate Sayyid ibn Ka'b ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, as soon as they heard about the acceptance of his tawbah, is significant. Let us keep in mind that they had avoided the social graces of greeting and talking before this happened. This shows that the love for Sayyid ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, was very much present in their hearts even during the days of the boycott, though they had to surrender it in favor of carrying out the command of the Holy Prophet. When the eye of Tawbah, the verse of repentance, was revealed, their deep mutual affection became manifest. From the conduct of the noble Sahaba, who went to disclose the good news to and congratulate Sayyid ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, we learn that congratulating friends on a happy occasion has its basis in sunnah. When repenting from a sin, taking out a sadaqah from one's assets helps to do away with the effects of sin, but it is not good to give away the whole of it in charity. Giving more than 1/3 of what one owns in sadaqah was not liked by the Holy Prophet.
O you who have believed, fear Allah and be with those who are true.
Advice to Muslims: observe taqwa and be with those true in word and deed. This brings us to the last verse: O those who believe, fear Allah and be in the company of the truthful. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 119. The event of having remained behind, as related to some otherwise sincere people, and the ultimate acceptance of their repentance, was all a result of their taqwa, the fear of Allah, and the sense of being responsible before Him. Therefore, in this verse, the large masses of Muslims have been instructed to observe taqwa as a constant feature of their personal lives. Then, by saying, be in the company of the truthful, it was hinted that the only way to achieve taqwa was to frequent the company of those who are good in their deeds and true in their words, and to approximate one's own conduct to theirs. Perhaps this may also be pointing out to the slip made by these people that was caused by the company they kept with hypocrites, and their suggestions and advices they listened to. One should stay away from the company of those who are disobedient to Allah, and take to the company of the truthful. The Quran has not said the learned, ulama, or the righteous, sulaha, at this place. Rather, by electing to use the word as sadiqin, the truthful, it has also told us about the real identity of the learned and the righteous. Such a truthful person has to be the one whose exterior and the interior are the same, and who is also true in intention, and true in word, and true in deed as well.
It was not proper for the people of Medina and those surrounding them of the Bedouins that they remain behind after the departure of the Messenger of Allah, or that they prefer themselves over his self. That is because they are not afflicted by thirst or fatigue or hunger in the cause of Allah, nor do they tread on any ground that enrages the disbelievers, nor do they inflict upon an enemy any infliction, but that it is registered for them as a righteous deed. Indeed, Allah does not allow to be lost the reward of the doers of good.
Commentary. The two verses cited above admonish those who missed to join the expedition of Tabuk for no valid reason. They had also been told that they did what was not proper. Then the verses describe the merits of people who take part in jihad and tell us about the great rewards they get for everything they do there. Included here is the causing of hurt or loss to the enemy and the using of a strategy that infuriates the adversary. All these are good deeds and worthy of thawab, reward from Allah.
Nor do they spend an expenditure, small or large, or cross a valley, but that it is registered for them, that Allah may reward them for the best of what they were doing.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 120 for the Tafsir.
And it is not for the believers to go forth to battle all at once, for there should separate from every division of them a group remaining, to obtain understanding in the religion, and warn their people when they return to them, that they might be cautious.
Commentary. It will be realized that the expedition of Tabuk has continued appearing as an important subject in At-Tawbah. For this battle, a general call of jihad was given asking all Muslims to participate in it. It was not permissible to contravene the order without a valid excuse. Those who did that were mostly hypocrites who have been mentioned in several verses appearing earlier. Then, some sincere Muslims had also remained behind due to their incidental laziness. Their repentance was accepted by Allah Ta'ala. Obviously, from all these events it can be gathered that the going forth of all Muslims in every jihad is far obligatory, and staying behind is haram, unlawful, although this is not the religious law. In fact, jihad during normal conditions is fard al-kifaya, a collective obligation. It means that should a number of Muslims sufficient for jihad keeps engaged in jihad, rest of the Muslims stand absolved of the obligation. However, if the number participating in jihad turns out to be insufficient to the limits of being overpowered, it becomes obligatory on Muslims living nearby that they should come out to strengthen them and fight with them in the jihad. If they too are not sufficient, the obligation falls on those near the later, and if they too are not sufficient, it falls on Muslims adjoining the later. This could reach the limit when, under such emergent conditions, jihad becomes fardain, absolute individual obligation, on Muslims of the whole world, and it will be haram, unlawful, to avoid participating in jihad. Similarly, it could also become equally obligatory, fard, if the Emir of Muslims, seeing the need, gives a general call and invites Muslims to join the mission of jihad. At that time too, participation in jihad becomes obligatory, fard, and staying behind becomes haram, unlawful, as it happened in the expedition of Tabuk due to the general call of jihad given for it. The verse cited above clarifies that this order to join the jihad of Tabuk was a specific order due to the general call for it. Under normal conditions, jihad is not an individual obligation, fard al-ain, that would require all Muslims to go forth in jihad as a matter of obligation because, like jihad, there are other collective concerns and important undertakings of Islam and Muslims that are fard al-kifayah, also like jihad. To fulfill these responsibilities too, different groups of Muslims have to follow the principle of division of work. Therefore, all Muslims should not go forth in every jihad. The submission here may also help you understand the reality of fard al-kifayah, that areas of work that are not individual but collective in nature, and the responsibility of carrying these out falls on all Muslims, are areas that the Sharia of Islam has declared to be fard al-kifayah. The purpose is that everything keeps being taken care of in its respective area, and that all collective duties continue to be fulfilled. Duties such as washing, shrouding, offering salah, janazah, and burying deceased Muslims, the making and maintaining of mosques, jihad, and the guarding of Islamic frontiers are all separate duties that are subject to the same rule of fard al-kifayah. In other words, the responsibility of fulfilling these obligations, though falls on the Muslims of the whole world as a matter of principle, but should some of them were to do that satisfactorily enough, other Muslims also stand absolved of the obligation. An important area of work that falls within the imperatives of this fard al-kifayah is the religious education. That it is an obligation has been particularly mentioned in this verse by saying that this obligation should not be left out unattended even during the period of engagement in as important a duty as jihad. The way in which it could be accomplished is that a smaller section from out of every large section sets forth for jihad, while the rest of people keep engaged in the pursuit of religious education. Then, those so educated should orient Muslims going on jihad, as well as teach and train others in their religion. The obligation of acquiring religious knowledge and its etiquette. Imam al-Qurtubi has said, this verse is the root and foundation of religious knowledge, the aim of din, for its seeker. If looked at carefully, also given here is a brief curriculum, nisab, of religious education, as well as the duties of the person, alim, who is qualified as one who has this knowledge. Therefore, this subject is being taken up in some details. The merits, fadil, of acquiring religious knowledge. Muslim scholars have written regular books on the merits of religious knowledge, great rewards, thawab, it brings, and aspects related with it. Some brief reports relevant to the occasion are being cited here. Tirmidhi, he reports from Sayyidina Abu al-Darda, may Allah be pleased with him, who narrated that he heard the Holy Prophet saying, whoever travels on a path for seeking knowledge, ilm of din, Allah Ta'ala will in reward, thawab, for his effort turn the orientation of his path towards paradise. A series of hadith narratives appearing in Tafsir Al-Qur'an report that the Holy Prophet said, the angels of Allah spread out their wings for welcoming the seeker of knowledge. Allah's creatures in the heavens and the earth and fishes in the waters of the world pray for such seekers. The superiority of the alim over the person who devotes to voluntary acts of worship. Nafil that abundantly is like the superiority of the full moon over the rest of the stars. Ulama are the inheritors of the blessed prophets. The blessed prophets leave no gold and silver as inheritance, but they do leave the legacy of knowledge. So, whoever inherits this legacy of knowledge has inherited great wealth. Darimi reports a hadith in his Musnad which says, someone asked the Holy Prophet, there were 2 men in Bani Israel. One was an alim who would offer his prayers and then get busy teaching people their religion. The other fasted during the day and stood for prayers during the night. Of the 2, who is superior? He said that alim, man of religious knowledge, is superior to the abbot, man of religious worship, as I am superior to a very common person from among you. Reported by Imam Ibn Abd al-Bar in his book, Jamu Bayan al-Ilm, from Say Ibn Abu Sid al-Qadri, may Allah be pleased with him, with relevant chain of narrators. Qurtubi and the Holy Prophet said, a faqih, expert Muslim jurist, when confronting shaitan, is stronger than 1,000 worshippers. Tirmidhi from Ibn Abbas says in Majari, then the Holy Prophet has also said, when a person dies, his deeds come to an end except 3, the thawab, reward of which keeps reaching that person even after death. 1. Sadaqah Jariyah, act of charity, the benefits of which continue, such as masjid, building for religious education or institutions of public welfare. 2. Knowledge through which people continue to benefit even later on. For example, a student of religion became an alim who set in motion that chain of learning and teaching the knowledge of religion for future generations. Or someone wrote a book from which people kept benefiting even after the author was gone. 3. Children who are good in character and upbringing, and who keep praying for parents and do things the reward, thawab, of which continues to reach them. Hutubai, details of individual and collective obligation in the learning of religion. Backed by sound authority. Ibn Adi and al-Bayhaqi report from Sayyid ibn Anas, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet said, "Seeking knowledge is obligatory on every Muslim. Majari, it is all too obvious that the sense of ilm, knowledge, as in this hadith, as well as in those quoted a little earlier, is nothing but the ilm of din, the knowledge of religion. Granted that worldly arts and sciences may be necessary for one as a part of the material management of life on this earth, but their merits are not the same as mentioned in the al-hadith appearing above. Then, the ilm of din, knowledge of religion, is not some solitary area of knowledge. It is a comprehensive system composed of many sciences. Then, it is also obvious that every Muslim man and woman does not have the capacity to acquire full mastery over all these sciences. Therefore, when the hadith speaks of knowledge being obligatory on every Muslim, it means the particular part of the knowledge of religion without which one can neither fulfill his or her obligations, nor stay away from the haram, unlawful things being principles that are inseparably necessary for a man in Islam. As for the rest of the sciences, we should keep in mind that there are many more details of explanations, elements of wisdom and issues culled from the Quran and Hadith alone, not to mention the great range of injunctions and laws deduced from these sources. These are things beyond the capacity and control of every Muslim, nor has this been made an individual obligation, fard al-ain, for each one of them. However, this is fard al-kifayah, collective obligation, and as such, it becomes the responsibility of the Islamic world as a whole. The presence of one alim, a genuine expert in all these sciences and religious laws in every city, makes the rest of Muslims absolved of this obligation. If a city or township has not even one alim, it becomes obligatory on the people of the city or township that they should arrange to make someone from among themselves an alim. If that is also not possible, they should invite one from outside. Keep him in their cities so that they can know, understand, and act according to the fatwa of the scholar, especially when the need is acute and the problems are delicate. Therefore, given below are details of fard al-ain and fard al-kifayah as they relate to the ilm of din, knowledge of religion. Fard al-ain, individual obligation. It is obligatory on every Muslim, man and woman, to acquire the knowledge of Islam's correct and authentic aqid beliefs, rules of tahara, purity, and nadrasa, impurity, salah prayers, psalm fasting, and all ibadat made fard obligatory or wajib necessary by the sharia. Things declared to be haram, unlawful, or makruh, reprehensible or repugnant, the rulings and injunctions of zakah, prescribed alms on the part of one who owns property or wealth above the fixed nisab or threshold, the rulings and injunctions of hajj on the part of one who has the capability of performing hajj, for it is an individual obligation on him or her, the rulings and injunctions of sale and lease, buy and ijara on the part of one who has to buy and sell or run a business or industry or work on wages or salary, for it is his individual obligation to do that, the rulings and injunctions of nikah, marriage, when getting married, and of talaq, divorce, as well. In brief, there are things the sharia of Islam has made obligatory or necessary on everyone. Acquiring the knowledge of the rules relating to these is also obligatory on every Muslim, man and woman. Knowing about spiritual purification is also an individual obligation, fard al-ain. Everyone knows that the knowledge of the imperatives relating to one's outward acts like salah and psalm is fard al-ain. However, Kadithan al-Panapati, the author of Tafsir Majari, has written under his commentary on this verse that it is also fard al-ain to acquire the knowledge of the imperatives and prohibition pertaining to one's inner acts and qualities. This kind of knowledge is usually called the science of tasawwuf. Since these imperatives fall under the category of fard al-ain, their knowledge too is fard al-ain. But the field of knowledge called tasawwuf in our time has become a potpourri of many fields of knowledge and insights, illuminations, and sense experiences. What is meant by fard al-ain at this place is nothing but that part of it which deals with the obligatory injunctions pertaining to one's inner acts and qualities. For instance, there's the matter of true, correct, and authentic aqid beliefs. These relate to man's inward state. Or, take the case of spiritual virtues like sabr, patience, shukr, gratitude, tawakkul, trust, qana, satisfaction with the available, and similar others. These are obligatory, fard in a particular degree. Or take the case of spiritual vices like pride and arrogance, malice and rancor, miserliness and greed for the material, and similar others. These are haram, forbidden, on the authority of the Quran and Sunnah. So, it is also obligatory, fard, on every Muslim, man and woman, that he and she must find out the reality behind these and learn the methods of acquiring virtues and avoiding what has been forbidden. Irrespective of the claims made in the field of tasawwuf, or in its counter-Islamic versions of mysticism and its many derivations, the sole basis of tasawwuf is no more than what is fard ain, under Islamic law, fard al-kifaya. To comprehend why the ilm of din, the full knowledge of religion, has been made fard al-kifaya, it will be useful to glance through what it entails. For your convenience, the integrated whole appears in 3 parts as follows: to understand the meanings and rulings of the entire Quran, to understand all ahadith, and to master the ability to sift and recognize the trustworthy from the untrustworthy, to acquire a complete knowledge of all injunctions and rulings deduced from the Quran and Sunnah, and a full awareness of the views of the Sahaba, the Tabi'in, and the Mujtahid Imams, expressed by them orally or practically. Knowing all this is a monumental task which is not easy even after one devotes. Therefore, the Sharia of Islam has declared this field of knowledge to be fard al-kifaya, that is, if some people acquire all this knowledge to the extent of its need in community life, rest of Muslims shall stand absolved. The curriculum of the ilm of din. At this place, the Holy Quran has used one single word to tell us about the essence of the knowledge or science of religion, and its curriculum as well. If the text had chosen to say something like, that is, so that they acquire the knowledge of religion, it would have obviously suited the occasion. But at this place, the Holy Quran has bypassed the word ta'lam, learning, and elected to go by the word tafaqwa, understanding. This gives a clear indication that a simple reading of the ilm of din is not enough. This is something many disbelievers, Jews and Christians, also do. Then Shaitan is supposed to have it all more than anyone. The fact of the matter is that the ilm of din means to create an understanding of religion. This is the exact translation of the word tafaqwa in the verse, a derivation from fiqh, which essentially means understanding and comprehension. At this point, it is worth noticing that the Holy Quran has not even said liyafqaha din, so that they understand the religion, by employing the verb from the simple, bare, denuded form. Instead, the Quran has said liyatafaqqahu fi din, so that they may acquire a perfect understanding of the faith, being from that al-tafa, while it has the added sense of exertion and striving in its pursuit. Thus, the drive of the meaning is that they should, while trying to create a perfect understanding of religion, acquire the maximum possible expertise through continuous striving, hard work, and endurance. Then it is also evident that the kind of understanding of religion we are talking about does not materialize by finding out the problems and solutions concerning purity, impurity, prayers, fasting, zakah, and hajj. In fact, the understanding of religion means that one understands that he or she will have to account for every word, heed, movement, and rest in the hereafter, and that how should he or she live in this world in view of that. The perfect understanding of religion is really the name of this concern. Therefore, Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, defines fiqh, understanding, by saying that one understands everything the doing of which is necessary for him or her, and also understands everything abstaining from which is necessary for him or her. As for the current definition of ilm al-fiqh as a religious science that deals with its subsidiary problems and rulings, it is a later-day terminology. The reality of fiqh as it appears in Quran and Sunnah is no more than what the great Imam has stated. A person who has read through all books of religion but did not acquire this understanding is not an alim in the terminology of Quran and Sunnah. So the gist of the investigation made here tells us that, in the terminology of the Quran, the sense of acquiring the knowledge of religion is to acquire its understanding, regardless of sources employed in such acquisition. These may be books with a company of teachers. They all form part of the curriculum. The essential duty of an alien after he acquires the knowledge of din. This too the Holy Quran has put in one single sentence, so that they may warn their people against the disobedience of Allah. At this place as well, it is worth attention that the sentence has identified the warning of the people as the duty of the alim. The Arabic word, indar, is usually translated into English as warning in the sense of putting the fear of something into someone, though it still does not convey the ultimate sense in full. The truth of the matter is that such warning or putting the fear of what must be avoided can take many forms. For instance, one may warn against an enemy, thief, robber, or some beast or poisonous creeper. Then there is the kind of warning a father would give, out of his affection and concern for his children, against things that hurt, like the fire, poisonous insects, and unhealthy food. This is based on love, and on the desire to protect, which has a special tone and temper, totally different from the former. Indar is the name of warning given in that manner and with that motive. Therefore, prophets and messengers of Allah have been given the title of Nadhir, warner, and this duty of warning people assigned to the alim is really nothing but a part of the legacy left by prophets which, according to the binding authority of Hadith, the alien inherits. At this point, we may also wish to consider that the blessed prophets are known by two appellations, Bashir and Nadhir. You already know the meaning of Nadhir, warner, from the preceding discussion. Bashir means one who gives bashara, that is, good news or glad tidings. It is a part of the mission of blessed prophets that they give glad tidings to those who act righteously. Though at this place too, what has been mentioned is indar or warning explicitly, yet other textual imperatives show that it is also the duty of an alim that he should give good news of rewards too for those who do good deeds. Now that the mention of indar, warning, has been considered sufficient at this place has its reason. Actually, it indicates that man is charged with two things. One, that he elects to do what is beneficial for him in this world and in the world to come. Two, that he avoids doing things likely to bring harm to him. People of learning and people of wisdom both agree that the later of the two has the higher priority. In the terminology of Muslim jurists, this is known as bringing benefit and repelling harm, and the latter has been given precedence to the former. In addition to that, when harm is repelled, it serves the purpose of bringing benefit in its own way, because if someone abandons what is beneficial and necessary for him, it brings harm. Given this situation, whoever makes the effort to stay safe from the harmful effects of bad deeds will also make the effort to stay away from leaving off what one must do necessarily. From here we also learn the main reason why religious sermons and acts of dawah generally remain ineffective in our time. We have seen a glimpse of the cardinal etiquette of indar or warning as given above. Contemporary sermons and acts of dawah seem to miss the manners, something that would exude care, concern, attachment, mercy, and the earnest wish to give out what is really good for the listeners, not only in words but through the style of address and the empathy of tone and diction as well. It would be wonderful if the addressee comes to believe that the things the speaker is saying do not aim at disgracing him or settling scores against him. In fact, this person is telling me what he thinks is good and beneficial for me just out of love. If the tabligh we do today or the dawah we carry to correct people who violate commandments of the Sharia were to adopt this pattern of behavior, it is absolutely certain that it will bring forth at least one immediate response. The addressees will not be apprehensive, irritated, dogmatic, or obstinate about our submission. They would not worry about confronting us. Everyone would, rather, become attuned to himself and start sorting out his own doings and thinking about what was going to happen to him. And if this effort continues, the time is to come, sooner or later, when such a person will be even willing to accept what had been presented before him. The second outcome of this attitude is that it will not, at least, generate mutual hatred and altercation, something which holds contemporary Muslims in its grips. In the end, by saying that they may be cautious, it was also indicated that the duty of an alim was not simply limited to putting the fear of Allah's punishment in the hearts of people. Instead, he also has to watch and assess the extent and measure of the effect generated by his tabligh and dawah. Maybe it did not work the first time. If so, let him do it again and again, until he sees its result with his own eyes, which means that his people have become cautious and have started staying away from sins. Allah knows best.
O you who have believed, fight those adjacent to you of the disbelievers, and let them find in you harshness, and know that Allah is with the righteous.
Commentary. Previous verses carried inducement to jihad. The first verse from the present ones, which opens with the words, O those who believe, fight those disbelievers who are near you, gives details, for disbelievers are spread out all over the world, and any confrontation with them has to have some sort of functional sequence. The verse says that jihad should first be waged against those of the disbelievers who are near. Being near could be taken in terms of the place, that is, the disbelievers who live closer to home base should be fought against first. And it could also be understood in terms of relationship, that is, those who are near in kinship, parentage, and other social bonds should be given precedence. This is because Islamic jihad is essentially carried out in their interest, and for their well-being. Therefore, when it comes to care and concern, kinsfolk have precedence similar to the command given to the Holy Prophet, and warn your near relatives against the punishment of Allah. Surah Ash-Shura, Ayah 214. He carried out the command by assembling people from his family and conveyed to them the word of Allah as revealed to him. The circle then became larger. Keeping the same principle of near and far, confronted first, as compared to others, were disbelievers who lived in the vicinity of Medina, such as Banu Qurayza, Banu Nadir, and the people of Khaybar. After that came the fight against the rest within the Arabian Peninsula. And after things were settled there, came the last command to fight the disbelievers of Byzantium that resulted in the expedition of Tabuk. In the second sentence of verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 123, and let them find severity in you. The word gilza means severity or toughness. The sense is that the disbelievers must be confronted in a manner that would not allow them to take their adversary to be weak. The sentence, they have been increased in faith by it, in verse Surah At-Tawbah. Ayah 124 tells us that the reciting the verses of the Quran, pondering over them, and acting in accordance with their dictates makes one advance in faith. One feels changes for the better, the higher. When a man increases, so does its light and sweetness. Once in this blissful state, one starts seeing obedience to Allah and His Rasul as easy. Ibadah becomes inviting. One can feel the very taste of it. Sins pose no problems, for one starts hating sins by his own nature. They tempt no more. In fact, they irritate and vex. Say, Inna Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, has said, when a man enters the heart, it is like a radiant dot. As a man increases, its radiance increases until the whole heart becomes blissfully radiant. Similarly, disbelief and hypocrisy start appearing on the heart first as a black dot. Then, with every increase in sin and disbelief, the dot keeps increasing in size until the whole heart turns black. Majari, for this reason, the noble companions of the Holy Prophet used to tell each other, let us sit together for a while and remind each other of things relating to our din and akhirah so that it increases our iman.
And whenever a surah is revealed, there are among the hypocrites those who say, which of you has this increased in faith? As for those who believed, it has increased them in faith, while they are rejoicing.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 123 for the Tafsir.
But as for those in whose hearts is disease, it has only increased them in evil in addition to their evil, and they will have died while they are disbelievers.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 123 for the Tafsir.
Do they not see that they are tried every year once or twice, but then they do not repent, nor do they remember?
In verse Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 126, they are put to trial every year once or twice. Hypocrites have been warned about their incorrigible hypocrisy and constant breach of trust, which brought all sorts of troubles for them every year once or twice. They saw the defeat of their disbelieving accomplices, the Kuffar of Makkah. Then they had to face the disgrace brought upon them when their hypocrisy was exposed. So there was no dearth of warning signals for them. Incidentally, the count of once or twice here does not signify the numbers 1 and 2 as such. In fact, the purpose is to stress that this chain of action and reaction keeps moving all the time, yet they take no lesson from what happens to them.
And whenever a surah is revealed, they look at each other saying, does anyone see you? And then they dismiss themselves. Allah has dismissed their hearts because they are a people who do not understand.
See Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 126 for the Tafsir.
There has certainly come to you a messenger from among yourselves. Grievous to him is what you suffer. He is concerned over you, and to the believers is kind and merciful.
Commentary. These are the last verses of At-Tawbah, where it has been declared that the Holy Prophet is very kind and merciful for the entire creation of Allah, particularly so for Muslims. Then, in the last verse, he has been told that he should observe patience and trust Allah even if there are people who do not come to believe despite all his efforts. That this theme appears at the end of At-Tawbah happens to be very appropriate. It will be recalled that this surah has been full of references to the declaration of withdrawal from the disbelievers, the ultimate severance of relationship with them, and then fighting in jihad against them. This is, however, the last resort of the call to Allah, subject to the condition that the initial steps of dawah, call, and tabligh, communication of the message, leave no hope of correction and betterment. But the basic function of the prophets is to invite people to the way of Allah with love, affection, sympathy, and an earnest desire for their well-being. If they have to face aversion from the people or have to suffer some hardships, they are supposed to leave it to Allah and place their trust in Him, for He is the Lord of the Great Throne. By saying the Rabb or Lord of the Great Arsh, the purpose is to lay stress on the fact that He encompasses the entire creation.
But if they turn away, O Muhammad, say, "Sufficient for me is Allah. There is no deity except Him. On Him I have relied, and He is the Lord of the Great Throne."
The last two verses, according to Say Ibn Ubay ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, are the last verses of the Quran. After these no other verse was revealed, and the Holy Prophet left the mortal world. This is also the statement of Say ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. At-Tawbah, great merits of these two verses appear in Hadith. Say Ibn Abu Barda, may Allah be pleased with him, says, one who recites these verses 3 times, morning and evening, shall find that Allah Ta'ala makes things easy for him. At-Tawbah, Allah knows best.